Basically a typical boy trying to live up on his dreams, trying to do something on his own.
I can set an example for this. They love me playing for India. I felt really proud that I was representing India.
I'm an esports player. And every esports player has that hunger to win. For us, the main goal is to become the best, nothing else.
I think it's the right time for esports to take off in India. PUBG Mobile has now come into India and taken over. The accessibility for mobile devices is so strong and so easily available to the general public. Once PUBG came out with their mobile version, it took India by surprise.
Started my journey playing PUBG Mobile, and I would always love India to be at the top.
The do's and don'ts of PUBG or something like that, I don't know. I still don't understand what he's doing. But that was fantastic.
This short clip will help you to understand how to aim properly and control recoil.
Twitter, I ain't touring, I am anti-com. Message board kid did everything that I say I did. Don't believe me.
It's gonna be your main man. It's gonna be Scout, and it has to be. Drop it down off bridge. The components on this player.
I need to get that world level trophy out there. So being a new team, we got picked by one of the biggest organizations out there, that's Team Fnatic. And for us to prove ourselves, to prove our followers, to prove our fans, and to keep that name high.
Yeah, my teammates would say that I'm the mistake maker, I guess, but I'm also the playmaker. I love to walk on the tightrope.
Cold shower, that's true power. Let me catch my breath, let me snatch what's next.
Comes the push right now. He does go down just standing with the rook. And the headshot will finish him off. Soul back.
1 versus 3. 1 versus 4, actually. Oh!
Massive. Excellent play.
Oh. He's taking currently no damage. Armami moving forward. He does not make it.
I just wanna read to you, baby, hold it up your head, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby.
When you practice hard, when you give your best and you lose, that's okay. And everyone can see that, especially the coach can see that these guys gave it all and lost. But if they don't give it all and they lose and they come up with some stupid excuse, I can figure it out. That is my job. Yeah, these guys, they got a very big opportunity. There are so many people who are dying for this chance.
Every third person in India plays PUBG, I'm pretty sure about that. From a kid to an adult in an office, they play PUBG for sure.
The first PMCO that happened in India, 11,000 or 12,000 teams applied for that tournament. This is the trophy that every team tries for, getting the hands on the PMCO World Championship. It's really tough to survive that competition.
Being able to be called the champion in this is kind of like the milestone.
This year's PMCO, the points has been changed. So before it was like one team keeps winning, they get a huge lead, which is unbeatable. But now you can't get the huge lead if you don't have the kills. So if a team keeps on killing a lot of people, they're gonna get a huge lead. But if just a team wins with less kills and other teams starts killing more, the win doesn't matter because you need to have the skill to kill. If you don't have the skill, you cannot kill.
Viper tries to move out. Existence will just finish that one.
So from this new rule change, 3 to 4 teams are gonna benefit. One is Orange Rock Esports because they are damn aggressive.
Right now, the best team in India is OR, being one of the highest skill set players and the amount of coordination and synergy they have among themselves.
The other one is Team X. They've got 2 or 3 of the best assaulters out there in their team.
They have one of the best players India has produced, Scout.
Vcash just over the hill here, and Scout is looking for him.
Plus always.
2 players behind the rock, 1 goes down.
Then they have Ronak.
Comes around the corner. Sees 1, takes down 1, there's just 1 left, sees him in the grass and will finish it!
Apart from that, there's another team which is Team 8-Bit because they go for kills.
14 kills for Team 8-Bit.
Mega.
Here comes the massive push. There's absolutely no way he's getting away with that one.
MX.
Really bringing the swagger at the end of the game.
Entity.
These shots from Entity, that will be the whole team wide.
These are the really big and good teams this year. They're like way too good at the game.
I'm Team Soul all the way. They're my guys. My money's on them. Let's see how they do.
Team Soul, 2 new players added into the team. Definitely they have Mortal, one of the most fan favorite guy.
Guess.
Oh, Mortal just standing his ground right now.
And he got his back by Viper.
Viper gets the knock, and it's going to be Carnage who's having Carnage spread around. It's going to be open.
So we are going to work on being a much more aggressive team. We are still working on that actually.
After that also we were having pressure to win, but like the fan expectations, the family expectations, that like they wanted us to represent India at that level. We reached that level, but now the pressure is to win it. My dad's name is JHADAV. My dad never knew about PUBG. He had no idea what kind of a game it is, but every tournament I'm playing, every game I'm playing, he's watching me. That makes me really happy that even though I didn't say him anything, I didn't teach him anything about the game, he knows so much about the games. He was born in Uttar Pradesh. Just after 1 year of getting married, he came to Surat to have something on his own. My father is a local packing material manufacturer and he's been doing this work for the past 20 years.
एक मिनट बैठ जाओ अंदर पहले.
पानी ले रहे.
एक्चुअली मशीन तो सब इंडिया ही की बनी हुई है और इसको ग्लोटिंग मशीन भी बोलते हैं. और इसके अंदर एक बार में कम से कम 100 से 125 किलो मटेरियल 1 टाइम में चला जाता है. अरे बापू को माल नहीं ले गए. अमेरिका से, यूरोपियन कंट्री से ही ये रॉ मटेरियल आता है और इसको फिर चारों तरफ से कट करना पड़ता है. आधा इंची, पौन इंची, जैसा वेस्टेज निकाल लो उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. उसकी साइजें बनाते हैं, उसको बिछाते हैं, माल में सल होता है वो निकालना पड़ता है.
I used to hate to go to that place. I used to hate to go to the place whenever my mom used to say, you are free at home, just go visit your dad, help him in his work. I was like, okay, I'll just go to my friend's house.
वो अपनी दुनिया में बिजी था.
दुनिया इनकी पबजी थी.
खेलता जरूर था लेकिन दिमाग में ये रहता था इससे अपना कुछ मिलना तो है नहीं.
ऐसा कुछ माइंड में था ही नहीं कि हमको इसमें कुछ इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाएगा.
इसलिए उसको ऐसा लगता था काम तो करना ही.
काम करना ही करो. एक्चुअल में क्या है कि काफ़ी टाइम तक तो ये इतना बीमारी की वजह से ही हम मतलब उसको शुरू के काफ़ी टाइम तक तो बीमारी की वजह से इसके लिए परेशान रहते थे.
मेन क्या है जो इसके प्रॉब्लम थी ना वो डॉक्टर पता नहीं कर पाए
और उसको 2.5 साल तक कंटिन्यू हमने यूपी का कोई डॉक्टर नहीं छोड़ा था. मेरे एक फ्रेंड ने मेरे को जो चाइल्ड स्पेशलिस्ट के अंदर जो एशिया के टॉपर में से गोपाल के लिए हमने, मेरे को याद है कि हम लोग 10 से 15 दिन रहे थे दिल्ली के अंदर. और दिल्ली हमारे लिए अलग शहर था तो हमको वहाँ पे बाहर गार्डन के नीचे जो है वो पेपर डाल करके सोना पड़ता था.
क्योंकि वहाँ हॉस्पिटल में केवल जो बच्चा बीमार है उसकी मम्मी ही रह सकती.
जिस समय वो दिखाया था तो उसकी हाथ जो है वो इतने से थे और उसके अंदर से जो सिरिंज में ब्लड निकलवाना था तो उसके लिए मैंने और पौन घंटे तक वो सिरिंज को यूँ ये हाथ को दबाते रहे, तब तक वो सिरिंज में ब्लड नहीं आ रहा है। ये पोजीशन थी इतनी क्रिटिकल। तो बचपन की कुछ ऐसी यादें बीमारी के अंदर ही रही बस।
When I was a kid, I used to dream like I want to play soccer for my country, like being in the Indian national team. I have a rule in my life. If you like something, just go achieve it.
उसने क्या किया, स्टेयर पे चढ़ के छत पे जाके वहां से नीचे जंप करके भाग गया था। तो वो किसके लिए गया था? उसको फुटबॉल प्रैक्टिस करना था इवनिंग में, और उसको मैं जाने नहीं दे रही थी। तो मैं सोई थी, तो मुझे बिना बोले वो छुप के ऊपर से कूद के चला गया था। फिर तो मैं इतनी परेशान हो गई, मैंने उसके फादर को फ़ोन किया है, तन्मय कहाँ चला गया। फिर मैं दरवाज़ा खोल कर जाके वॉचमैन को पूछा, यहाँ मेरा बेटा गया क्या? तो वो बोला हाँ वो तो गया अभी। फिर मैं बोली कैसे गया? फिर वो इतना टफ है, टेरेस से नीचे कूदना आसान नहीं है। उसके फादर एक्चुअली, उसके पापा उसको बहुत प्यार करते हैं, तो वो तो उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, बट कभी कभी बोलते क्या कर रहा, अभी उसको बिजनेस में आना चाहिए।
I have a thing in me, like I don't like anything, spoon fed to me. I like to make my own stuff. So later, no one can tell me like, okay, dude, you did it on because your dad gave it to you. No, I did it on my own.
मेरे फ्रेंड्स में क्या बोले सब कि इंडिया में फुटबॉल का इतना प्रायोरिटी नहीं है, क्या वो फुटबॉल खेल के क्रिकेट खेलता तो ये होता।
Among all the sports, football was my heart though. Basically, football was my life completely at that moment. I played professionally. I went to national level. I was in Kolkata for a professional Division 1 team tryouts. It's just one-time chance, man. You need to prove there.
वो इतना अच्छा खेलता था, तो मैं उसकी कोच को पूछती थी, बोलते नहीं उस फुटबॉल में भी वो कैरियर बहुत अच्छा। तो उसका जर्मन तो पहले सपना था फुटबॉल प्लेयर, तो और उसको जाना था बर्लिन, तो मैं बहुत खुश थी। उसके लिए जब नहीं जा पाया तो मुझे बहुत दुखी हुई, और कुछ नहीं।
So during the tryouts, I tore my hamstring. The second I knew that my hamstring is gone, the first thought in my head came was that, okay, what's the next time I'm going to start walking, or when is the next time I'm going to start playing? The doctor says me, dude, you need to stay in the bed for at least 6 months. And then I was like, okay, my dream's dead here.
Today is a Shraddh day, so जो भी मेरे पूर्वज लोग चले गए हैं अब इस संसार में नहीं है, तो उनको जो जो चीज़ें पसंद थी तो मैंने आज वो नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी वो हमारे हाथ का खाएंगे तो उनको अच्छा लगेगा।
My dad had passed away when I was just 4 years old. So a single parent raising up 2 boys in Mumbai is not actually easy. I believe that because sitting here, I know the amount of hardship she had to go through to raise us up.
My husband loves lady's finger. He loves this cauliflower. I mean, आज हम और नमन, हम लोग जो भी हैं, आज उन लोगों के आशीर्वाद से हैं। आज वो लोग कोई भी नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी यादें और उनकी रिमेम्बरेंस हमारे माइंड में है, और उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स हम लोग के ऊपर है।
We were short on finances. The major source of income at our home was my mom cooking food for probably bachelors and people, around. That's the only way my mom used to pay the bills, pay my education fee and everything. Yeah, that's how we survived. It actually cannot be expressed in words. That's all I can say. I mean, words cannot describe how I feel about my mom.
All going towards the center. सब लोग ऊपर जा रहे हैं.
My mom was very nervous when I first started this thing. There was a time when I was playing, she used to, shout at me, and she used to yell at me and say, go back and study, or, go back and sleep. But then now things are different. Now she's like, why are you wasting time sleeping? You should get back on streaming.
With how many kills? I'm mortal small. I'm mortal small.
life goes on and you need to move on. And no matter how bad the scenario is, you need to go ahead in life too. I didn't have to find my new dream because I already had a passion of gaming. But it was me thinking that this passion can be a career. So I took my passion to a career. Now I am here with PUBG Mobile.
और इंडिया में कैसे है, हमारे पेरेंट्स एक्चुअली उनकी थिंकिंग कैसी है, बच्चे के रियली कुछ इंजीनियर डॉक्टर ये कुछ बनना चाहिए. बिफोर 10 years एक्चुअली ई स्पोर्ट्स क्या है किसी को पता ही नहीं था रियली. तो उसके फादर बोलते तुम क्या कर रहे हो, काम पे ध्यान नहीं तुम्हारा. मेरा बच्चा का ये मैच चल रहा है तो मैं मैच देख रहा हूँ. तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, स्पेशली तन्मय को देखना मुझे बहुत, मतलब स्काउट को देखना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
हमको तो इसी चीज का बस ये है कि बचपन में इतना वो होने के बावजूद भी आज ये इस लेवल पे इसने मुकाम हासिल किया.
When I got the offer to become a pro player from Orange Rock, took some advice from our friends, from our family, and they were like quite supportive in this thing. So they just said, like, it's about your dream. You always wanted to live this dream, so you're getting the opportunity. Don't miss it.
अभी बच्चों को अगर गेमिंग हो, आजकल हर इंसान को कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही पड़ता है लाइफ में. वो अगर इस माध्यम से आगे निकल गया तो हम लोगों को बहुत गर्व की बात. हम तो देखा को शाम को इनको चिकन का डिनर देंगे. हमको रियली नहीं मालूम चिकन डिनर होता है क्या.
Hello, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split.
The process to qualify for a finals is so grueling. When we formed Orange Rock, the guys never played together, so we set up a boot camp in Hyderabad for them to learn to be a team.
We formed Orange Rock to win all the big events. The players on this team should be aiming for the best in the world.
It's great as well.
They know exactly where Retribution are.
Almost there. Cover देना मेरे को, cover देना. मैं knock नहीं होना चाहिए गाड़ी से उतर दूँगा.
Luckily, Orange Rock still have a really good position on this top side. What an extra Molotov. Makes all the rats scurry around. MJ goes down.
22 kills going over to Orange Rock.
A huge pickup for them.
I did not know I would come back, but then there were, many factors. For example, there were so many teams in India now who have become very good at it. So it's going to be good challenging them now.
Mortal looking to try and shimmy his way in as well as the circle down on its soul versus Orange Rock. They know exactly where he is. He knows exactly where they are, though. He goes out wide.
Nice shot! The back is against three. Here comes the push right now. He does go down just standing in the rock. And the headshot will finish him off.
We are adjusting and learning on to taking more kills and being more aggressive so that, by the time we get that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure we're going to get around 10 to 15 kills.
Everybody said it's what they want. Got my feelings all in a knot. Don't you worry, dust the table off. Put the record on. You can come along with me.
Being a competitive player, if you're not confident, you can't survive the scene. We are not scared of anyone. If you're gonna be scared of anyone, you have to be scared of everyone.
Having a big name behind us, that's Team Fnatic. We are not nervous about anything. We are really happy that we have a really good competition out there.
It's a nice sports car, though. Love it.
This is a beautiful car. The question is, can the play be beautiful as well?
So my team right now, we are 5 members, and I know these guys have the talent. They have the caliber to win the tournament. They have the skills.
Ronak's so low.
Too strong.
Even so, Scout's having none of it. He wants to get the full team wipe.
Coming to a close, Team X-Spark now, the arbiters of death.
If we get to hold the trophy at an international level, that would actually feel amazing.
I'm enjoying the moment, and I don't want to wake up from this dream.
So it's been a very big roller coaster for me, and it's still going on. I'm a professional PUBG Mobile Esports player.
These sounds, they don't scare me. It's the beating of a reckoning. To overcome the predicament and get through the commotion. Getting this far isn't really enough. I'll have to outrun what's coming for me.
It's do or die time here at the PMCO Fall Split South Asia Regional Play-ins. It's day 2 here as we get underway as our 24 teams are battling for a chance to make it into the finals kicking off tomorrow. And obviously with 24 teams here, only 16 can go through. I'm Jason Kapp and I'll be your desk host over the course of, well, yesterday if you missed out on that, as well as the next 4 days. But to my left-hand side, I have two very stylish men in very great shirts, I have to say so myself. We have Illustrato and we have Mustache Dave. How are you guys doing today? How was day 1 for you, Mustache Dave?
Not as good as today's going to be just because we're all matching with our pink shirts on today. But day 1, phenomenal day for the Brawlers. Not such a hot day for teams that you were cheering for.
Yeah. I mean, some of the teams that I wanted to go or were expecting to go huge, they just did quiet games all day long. And up until the very end, I think that's when a couple of the teams that I predicted suddenly started waking up.
Well, before we jump the gun, before we fully get into the teams we're going to be talking about a little bit later on, we should take an idea of the format of the whole tournament, because we did mention there's 5 days in total, but only 2 of those are prelims, and then the next 3 will be finals, and there's 12 games played in total for the teams in the first 2 days, but you only get to play 8 maps individually. So it's going to be very tough for these teams to obviously qualify through in the top 16 to make it into the finals day. But how do they do it, Mustache Dave? What's this point distribution we got to look at?
Let's pull it up, because first place will be getting you 20 points, and then it goes down from there. Each kill is going to be worth 1 point. I know 11th through 16th is 1 point as well. So that's kind of what affected our squads a lot yesterday, that we were expecting to perform well. They got placed in that 11th through 16th spot with no kills. They didn't move at all on the leaderboard, and here's the exact numbers. Second place, 14 points. Third place, 10 points. Fourth place, 8 points, goes down from there.
You were mentioning some squads that actively were hunting down kills. I did actually want to point out a couple of them. Yesterday, we saw teams like, for instance, Mayhem, who did just seemingly run around the map and look for kills actively, and it did go into their favor. They got, I think, a 7th in terms of placings overall yesterday, and that clearly worked out in their favor. However, there were certain squads that did really go for those aggressive plays, go for those kills. However, they suffered losses in placement points because of that. So it's a very big question mark whether you should be going for those aggressive play styles so early on in the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, the most important part is that we did see teams will either go for placements or go for kills. We'll get into that again a little bit later on, as we're going to look at the prize pool. Obviously, qualifying through into the finals isn't going to be enough for these teams. They want to win some big bucks here with $175,000 on the line. I have to say, that is some indeed big bucks.
Yeah, it is. How many burgers could you get with these?
I think we found out it was like 60-something thousand.
That's
I think
a lot.
Imperium did the work for us.
For first place.
Yeah, for first place.
Okay, I believe it.
So for first place, you actually can get $60,000. You will get rather $60,000 US. Second place nets you $30,000. Third place, 20, 14, fourth place gets you 15, and fifth place gets you $10,000 US. So that's a lot. Pretty good difference between the first and second place. So you do really want to go for those first place prize. I mean, that's what it's all about. Everybody's here to win.
Yeah, and before you can even get to that, you have to pass today.
Yeah.
So the bottom 8 squads will be eliminated here today. That's kind of going to be like the storyline that we will be following, but here's the rest of the cash money.
Yeah, $8,000 going for the 6th place, 7th place, 7,000. 8th to below is 5, 4, and 4 up to 10th place, but everyone below that gets $2,000. Now, if you do not qualify today, you're not taking home anything, basically.
Maybe the pillows. They get to
yeah,
keep
I
a
think
pillow.
they might be able to keep those. I don't think we're gonna reuse those in any sense of the
That's not
word.
too
At least
bad.
I would hope.
So it's a deal. It's a deal. At least you get a pillow.
Yeah, I mean, on the long flight home, probably from wherever they came from in India or Nepal, they'll probably take
I
some
mean, you
home.
say long flight, and then you look at we're gonna have some pretty long flights ourselves.
I
after
need a
this
pillow.
one.
Yeah, we get used to it.
Yeah, but the important part is if you do make it through tomorrow, you at least get $2,000. But that's not what you want to be, right? You want to be in the top 5. You want to move through into the global finals. But let's look at today's schedule because the maps have switched up from yesterday into today. Each team gets to play each map twice, and we're starting off with Group A and B yet again.
Yeah, we're going to have Groups A and B versus each other for Miramar and Sanhok, and then we're going to have Groups A and C versus each other on Vikendi and Erangel, and then finally, to wrap up the day, we're going to have Groups B versus C on Sanhok and Erangel. Each group gets to play the maps 2 times. Today is the final day for the prelims here.
Now, the way that this format is structured is very interesting to me because you don't start typically. You normally start with Erangel, and that's sort of how teams get into gear, get into the zone. But we're not actually starting with Erangel. We're starting with Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi. Some of the maps that I'm sure a lot of the teams won't be exactly comfortable starting off and playing with.
Yeah, yesterday we actually played, I think, Miramar 2 times. Today we're going to play Erangel 2 times. So only 1 time today for the Miramar lovers out there.
Well, if you want to be the best team, you got to be able to win pretty much on any single map, right? But let's take a look at actually the groups as well, because Group A is going to be the one kicking off on the stage, joined by Group B. And the teams here, well, I hate to do it, but we kind of have to. Orange Rock not having the start that they wanted to.
Yeah, they definitely did not seem like they were ready to play yesterday. I don't know if it was the nerves. I don't know if it was, just ETG going absolutely ham, but they need to wake up today. This is their last chance. They are below the qualifying point right now. They are below 16th.
And there's one team out there I'm looking at that probably you're going to be touching on here, Mustache Dave. I mean, you got to talk about the process, right? You got to trust in it.
I mean, I'm trusting the process. I've been trusting the process since day number 1. Today, I believe they're also trusting in it. They're just going to play the same game that they did yesterday. I know you were surprised from their performance here compared to the group stages.
Yeah, I definitely was. I mean, I don't think anybody really expected Trust the Process to come up as huge as they did. They were taking down squads left and right, and I don't think anybody also expected ETG Brawlers to take home 3 chicken dinners in a row. I think that's pretty much unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to the Brawlers backstage yesterday, they said, we got 1 chicken dinner game number 1. After that, we were just full-blown confidence, and that's how they were able to rack up 2 more chicken dinners back-to-back. But let's take a look at group number B here.
Group number B?
Group number B.
Yeah, because it's a number now. Godlike Gaming, one of those teams that I definitely wanted to talk about. They had a number of good performances yesterday. They were phenomenal. They were able to keep up that level, so we're hoping to see them repeat that today. Now, 0 Degree, they started off very, very well. I think the first 2 games, they were absolutely on fire, coming up with like 42 points by the end of the first day. However, when it came to the second half, they were kind of asleep at the wheel a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't know. I know Godlike is your squad. You mentioned they're in 4th place over here. I don't know if they were trolling me. I was speaking to them before today's games. They're like, listen, Mustache Dave _ we're gonna go for kills, all right? And I said, who you guys gonna go for? They said, we're gonna go for the top teams. I was like, you guys have to be trolling me. They're going to be doing that because they're confident that they're already going to be secure with that top 16 position. So today's just going to be a fun day for the team. We'll have to see if they're going to live up to what they've been talking about.
Yeah, well, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And what better way to do that than to destroy their morale at the get-go? And on top of that, I do think we have to mention Seoul. They've done a lot better. I think they're like 10th now in the overall standings. But they had a very, very quiet game up until the very end, where the last 2 games they played, they placed decently and got a good amount of kills. Nothing too crazy, though.
Yeah, 8th place coming into today with 43 points and 17 kills from yesterday. Here's Group C.
Like how you looked at him specifically when he said that. But yeah, obviously Group C, Fnatic is a team we're going to have to mention in there. Salty Squad, if we're talking about teams we expected to do well who kind of fell short, like Orange Rock, that's another team that had a great performance in the group stage, but then coming into here today, they started to fall a little bit short.
Yeah, Salty Squad, they started off okay. I mean, they were getting points here and there. Nothing really too definitive, though. We have to see what they can bring to the table today. But in terms of teams in Group C, I do want to talk about INS. I picked them out a little bit earlier. They are a little bit in a weird position right now, but to me, that's okay. That's fine, because I know that they're the kind of team that likes to get warmed up and gets better as the tournament goes on. So I'm expecting to see them do a little bit better today.
Well, we're going to find out if teams are going to be able to do just that. And of course, if you guys missed out on day one, well, first of all, I have to ask you, where the hell were you? You should have been watching all the action breaking down here in New Delhi. But if you did miss it, I'll let you have this one. We have a nice little highlight reel for you guys to see what went down. See, you see what you're going to miss when you're not here for the day to watch out what's happening. Luckily here for day two, and let's start off by getting into the nitty-gritty. Let's take a look at the overall standings to see where all of our teams are currently sitting, and that is a massive difference between first and second place. ETG Brawlers at 102 points, Fnatic at 63.
Yeah, that's a big, big difference. I think even if they drop every single game here really, really bad, they'll still be okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's how well they placed. Chicken Dinner's 3, that's a lot more than... That's 3 more than I think many teams can get, despite the fact, you know, that it's so early on.
Yeah, looking at the top 6, though, in my opinion, coming into today, I don't think they have much to worry about when trying to qualify. I think that's going to be the cutoff line for teams that are secure. So let's see what they bring to the table today. Will they allow the little guys below them to make any jumps in leaderboards? More specifically, those teams right near that 16 mark.
I do want to point out, though, that there is literally not a very, very big score differential in terms of the second all the way up to, like, actually even 8th place. It's not a lot. Sure, there's a little bit of a jump from 3rd to 4th, but everything aside from that, you can get that within one chicken dinner or just a few kills.
Not a lot, but you got to remember, all you need is top 16 here.
Yeah.
So if you're not in top 16, then, you know, see you later. But as far as bragging rights go, first place Brawlers, they're currently sitting there. Here's 9 through 16.
Yeah, Mayhem is 41 points in, so they're looking pretty good, despite the fact that they never got a single chicken dinner. They have been getting a lot of kills, and if you take a look at the score right now, they got 20 total kills on top of whatever placement they got. Despite the fact that they don't have a chicken dinner, they find themselves in a pretty comfortable position, I'd say.
Well, speaking of chicken dinners, look at Mega X. Even with that under their belt, they're still only in 11th place, really showing how that one chicken dinner can bounce you up from the bottom of the table to the middle pack.
That was the last game. I believe coming into the last game, they were like 22nd on the overall leaderboard. So,
low.
like you said, that one chicken dinner, 20 points. I think they even had around 5 or 7 kills, so they doubled their kills in their final game. Here's 17th through 24. So
let's point out, these are the teams who are not safe. These are the teams who are not, at the moment, if we ended the day off, are not going to make it in. And you still have some big names in there. You have Orange Rock. We have to talk about Salty Squad, INS. I know it's a team, Illustraw, you were looking for.
RIP Official as well.
Yeah.
There's quite a few teams here that I'm surprised to see. Unfortunately for them, they're going to need to do a lot better than this. And I don't know if I think a chicken dinner will be enough. But remember, the chicken dinner isn't as impactful as it is in, let's say, other tournaments because of the fact that the points that you get from winning them is much reduced.
Not only that, a lot of the squads that are on this page are in Group A, so they're going to be playing first here. The first 4 games, we are going to be looking at Orange Rock currently in 18th place. Yesterday, the average 2.3 points per game.
Yeah.
Not a lot of points per game. And then we also saw SynerGE Retribution. They're in 22nd position. Orb, they're in 21st, and then Elementrix are in 15th. I'm saying Elementrix, they're in 15th. Remember, cut off 16th, so they're right on the line. they're going to have to do everything in their power to make sure they don't get overlapped, especially since they are in Group 4. They're not going to have the option of making the comeback in the final 2 games while other teams are going to be chasing them.
Yeah, you mentioned Group A. Orange Rock, they have, if they want to come back into this, they have to go up against teams who are looking really, really hot, like Entity, ETG Brawlers, Trust the Process. Megastars, to some extent, they'll have to shape up as well.
Yeah.
But still, it's not going to be the easiest path for like teams like Orange Rock to come back into this, or SynerGE.
Well, we did mention earlier on about some teams maybe chasing the kills, some teams maybe chasing the placements. There's actually 2 teams in particular we wanted to look at with Fnatic and Mayhem because of the kills and because of the placement points they've been able to accumulate. But there's a big number in there I want us to talk about here, the damage between the 2 teams and the kills.
Yeah, the damage for Fnatic and the kills that they've gotten is actually 3,900 on terms of the damage for Fnatic, and 21 kills is exactly what they have. So a little bit of a low damage output, but at the same time they've been picking up a good amount of kills, whereas Mayhem, they've been getting a low kill number, but at the same time they have high damage. See, 5,300 on them, and the kills are actually only 1 apart, 21 to 20.
Yeah, so that goes to show me, in my opinion, right, that Fnatic, they're doing a great job at just cleaning up the kills, cleaning up the knocks, getting a lot of third-party action, and pretty much stealing everybody else's frags out here. So, for example, Mayhem, they might be out here putting in the work, as we can see with that damage number, but then Fnatic on the opposite end saying, hey, thanks for doing the heavy lifting, I'm going to steal that from you.
One statistic, though, that we actually could have pointed out is the damage taken was almost exactly the same. So despite the fact that I think Mayhem have been playing a little bit more aggressive, they haven't been taking that much damage in return, which means that they have been doing better holding compounds or just rotating around the map.
Well, obviously now moving into a couple different teams. Another team we're going to have to mention is going to be, well, 0 Degree. Probably the most hungry team out there in terms of getting kills. And if I'm not mistaken, they're at a whopping 28 here, Mustache Dave.
Yeah, I mean, they're fragging out. They got a bunch of damage underneath their names, but that's another squad. You know, a couple of their kills are against Stolen. I was speaking to the squad backstage. They're like, yeah, they had a Vikendi game. They lost about 5 knocks. They weren't able to accomplish. But their main priority here today is those placement points. They are just not able to get any placement points in this game. They're only being able to kind of stay afloat, in my opinion, because of their kills. So if they continue fragging out today, yes, they'll qualify top 16, but they want to up their game so that they are prepared for tomorrow's matches.
Let me offer a counterpoint to that. I feel like them going for straight up kills or this earlier on is actually a good thing. It'll help them get warmed up for the later days, I think. Get used to how people play, get used to the level of competition here, rack up those kills and experience so that later on in the tournament you won't have that much of a problem when it comes to the fragging point of view. See, because they have 28 kills and they have 5,400 damage. That's one of the highest that we have in this tournament, as opposed to, say, a team like, say, Godlike, who have also been playing a little bit more aggressive. They only have 23 kills and have 4,900 damage themselves.
Yeah, so it's obviously some tough times, some teams out there. But I do like the idea you're mentioning, by the way, the fact that maybe they're trying to feel out their opponents, try to get an idea of how they're going to play in these firefights. But obviously, it's just the first day. The second day, not going to be kicking off momentarily. But let's actually take a look back of, well, who the top 5 players from yesterday actually were. And I'm assuming it's still going to be Dark in there since he had a phenomenal game. I think he top fragged in 2 games out of the 4 they had yesterday.
It's 13 kills on him. That's quite a significant amount, but he's not actually the first. We thought it was going to be Dark, but it's actually Shagar, who is sitting at 16 kills, 1,900 damage from him, though. I'd say Dark obviously has a lot more damage, which means that he has been finishing off, getting those finishes, but Shagar, wow, 1,900 damage as well.
So, Brawlers doing a great job fragging out, right? But we were talking yesterday, at least you were talking about how lucky they were. I told them what you were saying yesterday. I was like, okay, is it luck? Tell me the truth. They said no. It's all skill. It's all knowledge. And this is their secret, all right? They pick their areas, their compounds, on where they want to go based on the flight path, based on the first circle, and the airdrops. So they take all those factors into account, pick where they want to occupy, not the exact compound, but the area. And that's why it's been paying off so well. We saw in games 1, we saw in games 2. Now, game 3, that didn't work out for them. So they were on the edge, but they still won the chicken dinner. They were forced to fight multiple squads. So they got a couple strategies in their book.
That's very interesting to me that they say that they actually take into account the airdrops.
Yeah.
I don't think teams generally do that a lot. I mean, I know it's an important thing, but to actually incorporate that into your strategy, to have that as one of the points of your rotation in the circle, that's next level stuff.
All skill, no luck. That's what they said.
Hashtag.
So do you guys think that ETG again today can take quite a few chicken dinners, or do you think they're going to be more relaxed now, realizing they're already through? Why not just have some fun with it?
I think just relax. I mean, you're already, 20 points ahead of everybody else. There's no reason to be stressing today. They already know that they're coming tomorrow. What they could possibly do is try out some new strategies that they might want to implement tomorrow moving forward into the final rounds.
I say strike fear into the enemy and go for kills. Just like run everywhere, get kills, go aggressive. I mean, they have like a 20, I think it's a 40-point lead, something, 39 maybe. At that point, you just should be trying to intimidate everybody around you. It's like, hey, we are here to play. Because at this point, I think people have started to read into their game after yesterday. But as soon as that happens, as soon as people start to read into your game, that's when you got to start changing things up.
Yeah, yesterday they were averaging 17 points per game. That was their average.
I think John said he needs somewhere around 11 to actually even qualify into the finals, which I don't know. With the way they've been playing, I mean, if they continue this route into the finals, they might be able to take the whole shebang here. One thing that kind of interests me, though, is the fact that if you're one of those lower teams currently not safe at the moment, are you going to be extra afraid? Are you going to play extra afraid knowing that the top teams who can just be allowed to run around and get kills might be after you?
You can't, though. You cannot be afraid. I mean, that's the one thing that you should not be doing. You should be going around trying to play your game, maybe even playing harder, trying to get those kills, trying to take those teams out because you know that they have such a lead on you. Maybe capitalize on a couple teams that feel, maybe are resting on their laurels a little bit. So I definitely think they should be more aggressive.
That's the thing that scares me. I mean, 10th through 19th place on the leaderboards, only a 20-point gap. So that's going to be my hot bet here today.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And then, 7th through 16th, we got, 24-point gap. So we'll have to find out. I mean, the gap is so close, like we keep talking about. One chicken dinner for these teams down there at the very bottom could work wonders for them, relieve that pressure. Good luck to these squads, especially if you're in Group A.
So can I get some quick predictions from you guys of who you think is going to be the team to take the first chicken dinner here today?
Well, I'm going to say it straight up. I've got it. I'm wearing it. Orange Rock, baby. They've got this. They're going to wake up today.
Well, you know what? Let's head over to our commentators to kick off the game.
Thank you very much there, Jason. The contenters. I guess
The
we do.
commentators?
Yeah, I
Have we
think we
commentate?
do provide
Yeah.
content in some degree anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, here we are on Miramar, the first game of day 2, the final day of the Play-ins Imperium. Which teams are you looking out for here on Miramar?
Oh, trust the process. Orange Rock. Orange Rock has to be
Yes,
the big one.
yes.
We all know about them. That a disappointing day 1. Normally, in a tournament, they kick it off going in hard and then kind of slow down from there. Now they've had a bad start. They need to kick it up a gear. This is 4 more games for each team. Every point is going to count. Every play, every position coming into these games.
Yeah, it's really interesting actually. Typically when it's here, PMCO, last time in India, it was all to play for the finals. This time, because it's the play-ins, it's more about survival. We're not talking about positions 1, 2, 3, 4. We're talking about positions 14, 15, 16. It's about survival of the fittest going into the finals.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, as we do see this playing trajectory on the first game of the day. It is a Miramar map. It's heading from the southeast up to the northwest. It's a nice playing trajectory, Alex. It gives a lot of scope for these teams to generally get to where they want to, between Los Leones, Mikado, Power Grid, even El Pozo, Crater Fields, La Cabrera. Of course, plenty of areas. But one thing I do want to point out and touch upon what you said, there's only 17 points dividing 13th place and 24th. That is nothing.
So we have a central plane trajectory, as you said before, from south to north. When the map is almost split in half, we know how important the mountains are and blocking off rotations and making it so hard for teams. Oh, look where that circle is.
Yeah, and I know we talked about it like before the broadcast, and you mentioned like Crater Fields being a core area, those high ground, those mountainous spots where you can get your team into the high ground, into a position where you can separate, hold your areas, and then of course push the teams back. But this is a phase 1 circle. It's quite north, but it's also not too far north. It's central enough that it's not going to disrupt too many teams.
Yes, exactly. Central enough, as you said. We've only got a few teams towards the south that may have a few issues. Orange Rock being one of them. 0 Degree as well However, Zero Degree, one of the teams yesterday that surprised us heavily.
Definitely, indeed, 0 Degree looking to come into the second day. I would feel for them, they would be one of the teams where it would be more important for them to be consistent. I know Dave and Illustrado pre-game were kind of going on the point of going in aggressive to get more kill points or going in to get the kind of placement points. Those are the 2 points between Dave and Illustrado. I reckon they should just look for consistency. The same today as they did yesterday, because when it comes to the finals, that's where it's going to count.
It's interesting you mentioned consistency. Last time in the spring finals in June, it was over 2 days, very similar to the play-ins that we have now.
Yep.
And there are a few teams that were at the top of the echelons of the leaderboard on the first day, and the second day they actually missed out in qualifying for the prelims and the global finals, even though they were top 5 on that first day. It goes to show how much the table can shift in just 24 hours.
Exactly. Indeed, indeed. Now, one team I did talk to before the games was Trust the Process. I talked briefly with them. I first of all congratulated them for a fantastic day one. I said to him, what's your strategy? What's your idea, your mind, your thought process coming into the second day of play-ins? And they said they're going to be more aggressive. That's what they want to do. They feel that they have nothing to lose. They are going to go for kills, damage, and look to take teams out.
Do you believe that maybe the LAN jitters or the LAN nerves have been shaken off after yesterday? We saw very tentative, passive play styles coming out from these teams. Maybe today, second day, teams are going to be more settled in here in New Delhi. Are they going to play more aggressive?
Yeah, of course. Teams are definitely going to feel a bit more comfortable compared to yesterday. Outside of their own performances, good or bad, they are going to feel far more comfortable being in this LAN, this live event process, surrounded by the teams around them and looking to get the best performance. But let's have a look at where these teams are currently located around the map. You do have roughly about 10 teams are inside the circle for now, but not a lot of them are occupying the northwest area of the circle between La Cabrera, Trailer Park. You do have one team in El Pozo that is the side of Mega, but then looking outside, you have ETG, Orb, 8-Bit, 0 Degrees. Orange Esports are actually spread out quite nicely, and then Godlike.
I was about to ask you about Orange Rock. We see them navigating here from east to west towards Valle de Mar, just looting the bottom of the coast there. Is that going to be really awkward for them late game when they have to rotate up through all of these positions where there's going to be compounds into that circle?
That's a good question. That always depends on how quickly they loot up and how quickly they start rotating. Right now, I reckon they are in one of the safest positions to rotate into the circle, because when you look at the teams that are currently in the circle, there's a majority are actually more towards the north side. So that means there's a lot more safety between La Drillera, Monte Nuevo, because the teams that are already there, like MX, Soul, Insane, they're going to be rotating a little bit more central. So Orange Rock, they're in a good position.
Just saw on our screens as well the infographic for ETG Brawlers. Don't want to interrupt your amazing point there. I was so engaged. Yes, obviously yesterday, 3 chicken dinners for them out of 4 games played. Phenomenal performance from them yesterday. It feels almost like they're guaranteed. Well, they are pretty much guaranteed top 16. This is more about gaining confidence going into the finals. We're going to be looking at ETG Brawlers to be one of the teams potentially getting top 2 and qualifying straight through the finals here, South Asia play-ins, then the finals all the way to the global finals potentially.
Let's talk Seoul as they are on our screens right now. They did have a bit of a rough day yesterday. Right now they find themselves in 8th place, 43 points, an average of 10.75 points per game. I want to know, what did Mortal do overnight? How did he rally the troops together? What did he do? What did he say to the team to really kind of change up the mindset, to kind of give him somewhat a kick up the ass, to be honest, Alex, because they're a team with high standards, high expectations. After yesterday, they look like a mediocre team, but we know what they can do.
It's funny you mentioned that. I was critical of Mortal yesterday when he died in the Open, if you remember, on Vikendi. And my Instagram DMs, my goodness, were they flooded by not so many positive comments towards me. But then again, obviously, he's a fan favorite here in India.
He is.
Also, would like to touch upon the point of 8-Bit, currently in that 15th, 16th range, one of the teams fighting for survival, trying to make it to the finals. Obviously, a team that's been around for so long.
They have a long history. Even though PUBG Mobile Esports is relatively short compared to other esports, the likes of 8-Bit, owned by Thug, who's been instrumental in developing esports within the region of India, within the country of India. 8-Bit, they have a long history inside it right now, and they're looking to push it forward, get ever closer to, of course, the prelims and the global finals. But we are seeing the blue zone close in of phase 1. All the teams are rotating in. 8-Bit and Insane, as we just touched upon there, heading a little bit south, just to the west of Picado. MX there in La Drillera. Orange Esports, they've yet to actually go inside the circle. They are facing up against the blue zone for now. But like I said, that's okay on the first couple of phases. And if anything, it's a good strategy to take on.
It is indeed. Obviously, the blue zone not doing too much damage here in phase 1. Still on our screens, Seoul currently in 8th position. Not going to be too worried for them. I think they are going to be one of the teams making it to the finals. Actually, back in June, they were a team which really switched it on that final day and managed to win.
Do want to touch upon one team right now that are in currently a bit of a 2-2 split, which I do like. That is Elementrix. Bit of a struggling day yesterday, coming in with high expectations. As I said, they are having a 2-2 split right now. 2 are towards crater fields. The other 2 are towards water treatment. I like that. We don't see that enough in PUBG Mobile. We don't at all. I see it in PUBG PC. Teams will go for a 2-2 split, hold 2 areas. It means if they have to rotate extremely, they hold on to a compound that 2 members occupy.
Ooh, seems like Mr. Hyozo has a bit of an issue to occupy himself. Legend there, spots at the player just by the air crate. Manages to hop on his 2 wheels there, get away scot-free it seems. And actually receiving some damage back there from Rangi. So, crate has been secured, loot has been received, and now you can see Elementrix just getting away as fast as possible.
Good play from Elementrix. Was always going to be a little bit risky, but high risk, high reward, and it worked out for them for now. As we do see phase 2 pops up on our screens. It shifts to the northeast. Look at this space underneath Tora and to the east of La Cabriera, Alex. All that mountainside is so accessible for any of these teams. SGE, RIP Esports, trust the process who are in La Cabriera right now. They have such an easy entrance into that high ground to the north.
Another point as well we mentioned off camera is how difficult those rotations are towards the crater fields and mountains. Currently we've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that have to make that exact same rotation. Going to be a powerhouse when it comes to action shortly.
And I do feel a little bit sorry for RNG Sports as 0 degrees pops off and gets knocked down.
They do indeed. They've got a player there locked in and downed. Seems like they're just going to leave him be and just take the loss, throw in the towel, cut their losses. It's one player. Yes, it's early on in the game, but they can still fight back later.
Is it really kind of coincidental that it's ETG Brawlers to get the first kill of the day? After 3 chicken dinners yesterday, they roll up to the day and start things off with a bang. As I was saying, feel sorry for RNG Sports. They rotate up from the south. They now have a longer journey to get into the circle. They're probably going to go into the main road and enter around between San Martin for now.
Almost a free rotation there for Trailer Park for 8-Bit currently as they can come towards the western side of La Cabriela.
Definitely, as you see, Godlike, one member is knocked down. They're going to try and return fire onto Entity, and they do indeed get that job done for now.
For now, but let's see. Anto goes down. It's not quite out just yet. A few more of the players here from Godlike. I think it's Mafia that has a big job and a massive task to deal with here. But actually, it will be Godlike going out first. And unfortunately, finishing first, going out with Squattle.
Yeah, they're going to go out with just that 1 point. We're not even able to secure a kill. It's going to be a rough start for them, but good job by Entity. Entity, one of the teams that were kind of considered underdogs, dark horses, so to speak, coming into the play-ins at least. They're looking to kick it off right now and start off strong. They're in 5th place overall in the standings for now, but let's look at how these teams are rotating. Alex, you have SGE, RIP Esports, SynerGE, all looking very strong in the center of the circle for now, whereas down south, 8-Bit, Insane, MX, Mega X, and of course RNG Sports coming into the circle now from the south side.
We've just seen Entity wipe out Godlike. They've also got 0 Degree as well, very close to them. I do have to reiterate the point from yesterday as well. The red zone is just a bug. It's not actually in the game.
But look at Entity. Look how much space they have. The only teams they have really around them, 0 Degree to the east, and they'll want to be careful of that. But, you know, and really, ETG Brawlers aren't really going to grab hold of them. They have so much space to rotate to the north, but that phase 3 shift to the west side, just kicking the likes Entity in the face a little bit.
This is so strong for 8-Bit now. They made the rotation from Trailer Park, La Cabriela. They came down south towards Crater Fields as well. Amazing.
Really good stuff indeed. What a shift. Trust the process. They can just go straight into La Cabriera, but they're going to want to do it quick. Or they can go into the mountainside to the south of La Cabriera, but Elementrix there looking strong in the center circle. Elementrix looking pretty good just to the north of them. We see Insane. They have a couple of teams around them on the edge of the circle, Alex.
They do indeed. Mega X, one of the teams that really has to perform today, as they were touted to be one of the best yesterday. Didn't live up to that. So now the pressure's on them. Swag on our screens as well. Considered one of, if not the best players in India.
Standard in India is just constantly growing. The competition level is raising higher and higher as these teams just participate in more tournaments. You had the spring split PMCO, you had the PMIT, and now the fall split PMCO.
We see that PUBG Mobile is almost a part of the culture here in India. Why is it that the Chinese are so far ahead when it comes to PUBG Mobile?
Part of the reason why I feel like the likes of Chinese are so far ahead in PUBG Mobile is that I feel that in terms of their culture, they take a game and they instantly play it in a heavily competitive level. Whereas somewhere like India or even European countries, they take a game, they take it as a hobby, and then when they think they're good at it, then they decide to go competitive. So you have that gap, that delay of competition in each game, such as PUBG Mobile.
Mega X, one of the players there, Snacks, I believe, being downed. Still alive, though, which is good for them.
But now look at this. Between 8-Bit and Soul, 8-Bit have the high ground. They overlook Soul quite heavily. And even Soul are pinched between 8-Bit and Elementrix. So this could spell trouble for Soul.
It's going to spell trouble for Regaltos as Junior hops in the vehicle, tries to get close, maybe trying to finish off the job. But he's going to have to expect more players to be close and around in the same vicinity. Players from Elementrix as well want to join this fight.
We did see Entity instead of rotating up north towards the circle, they actually rotated south, and they are paying the price. We're seeing the teams get closer and closer as we get to phase 4 of this circle.
Feels like we have 3 teams currently fighting for the center of the Crater Fields. You've got Soul, Elementrix, and 8-Bit. The winner of that is going to be so pivotal in the late game.
Definitely. As Elementrix, they do separate a little bit more, but I like the confidence to spread out among Crater Fields and to hold their position really strongly. Orange down south. You have, of course, Mega X going up against Mega Stars. Of course, Mega X are feeling the prices up. I believe only Paradox is left standing.
I'm not sure. Maybe his team are split or quarantined. Not 100% sure as of yet.
Paradox is the only one that's left standing, Alex.
Yeah, and he's still in the zone as well, so it looks like it's going to be one of those situations where he stays out of the fight, plays it late game. We saw Soul Clutch God do it yesterday, where he actually got into the final 2 squads by doing that.
Definitely. But now as we look at this phase 4 circle shift, it's gone up northwards. Trusted Process are the only team that are in the center of the circle, and they have the high ground to the east of La Cabriera.
Some action now happening between SynerGE Retribution and Orb Official. In the meantime, though, Jonathan from Entity does go and get wiped out. But here we have it. Mad Dog there towards the north of our screens, trying to go for the flank here behind a few of the players from SynerGE Retribution. And actually, with the kerfuffle, the cacophony of bullets and grenades, it's going to be hard to hear him on the flank. He's going to be pivotal coming up soon, and already he's downed Hitman.
That is good stuff coming out from Mad Dog. Great rotation. How can it be returned?
Let's see what they can do here as Hitman is down. Not one out just yet. Mad Dog still applying more pressure here from the flank as it's Curio in the 1 versus 1, trying his hardest to win this one for his team, as you do not want to be going out 15th here.
Oh, I was initially very good from Curio. He prone down, but he got up. He peaked at the wrong time. Mad Dog got the better of him.
Entity wiped out as well. as SynerGE Retribution entered yesterday, one of the top performing teams. Haven't quite had that same affair here today in the first game on Miramar, but also SynerGE Retribution going out early.
Now Paradox, the remaining member of Mega X, is making his way into the circle now. Elementrix are on the edge down the south. Teams are getting closer. Trust the process, they're going to be feeling the heat, but they're kicking things off, getting a knockdown, going to get a kill for themselves. What are Mega Stars going to do?
Oh, SynerGE here. Vulture. Mega X here are going to be boss down immediately. Xy as well killed. And there you have it. 2 kills there for SynerGE. Doing much better than the counterpart, SynerGE Retribution.
Indeed, as we have lost 3 teams right now. Entity and Godlike have all been only AV.
12 teams remaining here, 80 minutes in as we enter soon to be phase 5.
Talking about phase out of the circle, they were kind of around Solware down south, Orange Rock. South, and they rotated so nicely to go into Cabrera and just on the outskirts of it. Great rotation coming out from 8-Bit.
Great rotation indeed. We see
the good thing with Miramar is you need the mountainous areas to spread yourself across, spread your wings, and use those bullets to hail upon Sanhok.
Oh,
are around there. Dark is there, Iconic are there. That's circle shift up northwards is definitely
then try getting towards the circle. Be a sticky situation, although Reddit has managed to get out of his sticky situation. Far is Rip official towards that latter portion as well of the stand. They need to do well, and they are currently.
And then you talk about Element, see what goes down.
Very strange affair there from Orb and Rip, both of the fish. In their name, but they're not going to make the action official.
Be aware as Yash is trying to pop those shots off.
He is. Seems like they actually maybe didn't realize how close they really were. They pushed forward to try and get a better angle, but the mountain just did not work in their favor as they went down in their vehicles.
Yeah, we did see Soul and Orange Rock come together. Orange Rock.
Max Cash, he needs to play to the max here. He's going to be surrounded by 0 degree. He's got another team as well, 8-Bit just behind him. They know exactly where he's lurking, as well as he's trying his hardest to glug down that energy drink. And you can see here as well, actually another team as well. Didn't even consider Elementrix. Down from Seoul. Orb official is killed by the play zone. So is Schreider as well from SynerGE.
And now Poo Poo Man trying to pop shots off towards SGE. Just dancing around those bullets. Great shots. Great recoil control from Poo Poo Man.
Yeah, those shots are actually much harder than it looks to land. Easy kill there for him. And once again, the bird's eye view, same picture.
Shigar, he's been the front runner of Trust the Process in their kills. He's been the high damage dealer for his side, but he's on his own right now. He needs the support of his team as Tempest from Rit driving through. Elementrix going closer to Shigar.
Shigar is going to be under a lot of pressure here. The smoke grenade is down, but right now they're just going to circle around him and dispatch of him immediately. Oh, Mustaph's Dave's not going to be fancying that one as Trusty Process go out in 10th place. But there's more action here as 0 Degree have SynerGE trying to serve up a platter here of kills for SynerGE.
And Trust the Process were one of the teams that were well inside the circle. They got away from 8-Bit and they paid the price. But look at the circle shift. ETG Brawlers, they hold full control of the circle for now as all the other teams are outside of there. They're the only team that are in the circle.
Only team that are in the circle, as you said. Oh, still Elementrix doing so much damage. They have the high ground there. You can see Junior on your screen, so shooting down on these players from 0 Degree. But SynerGE is trying his hardest to stay alive, but we're going to talk about that in a minute.
Yes, indeed. As we look at the map in front of us, Orange Rock have moved their way through. They're going to join ETG Brawlers, who are inside the circle, but the fight still goes on between 0 Degrees and Orb.
Oh, Major Alpha trying to see if he can revenge his fallen comrade, but instead just does severe damage to two of the players from 0 Degree. That was quite audacious there from Gods to go for the re-peak. So Major Alpha as well, going to be dispatched off by Elementrix, who are currently having a phenomenal game.
Elementrix there just pushing through their opponents. They're in the edge of the circle, but they got to be aware of ETG Brawlers, who are inside there, hogging the north side, but 8-Bit looking to join in on the fun to the west.
9 kills currently for ETG Brawlers. They want to try and make a mark here and go 4 chicken dinners out of 5 games played. So yeah, maybe has an inkling here as to where one of these players is from Orb, but does lose that exchange very quickly.
And now 0 Degree, they do get eliminated in 8th place. 15 players left standing now. Yes, strategy comes into it, but this is all about heat of the moment mechanics. The choices that you make is so detrimental right now in your overall position.
ETG Brawlers and Elementrix are the only 2 teams with 4 players alive, apart from that 8-Bit on 3. As I say, that one of the players from Elementrix does get downed.
And then you're talking about that as Elementrix, they look good right now. They are very close to ETG Brawlers. Look at Viper from Seoul, Orange Rocket Sandu, toe to toe, footsteps upon footsteps.
Oh, the AK here from Viper as well as he goes for the hip fire spray and it pays off, but only for a moment as it's ETG Brawlers once again to collect the kill points.
Soul going down, Mega X going down, Orange Esports going down. We're down to 3 teams, 8-Bit, Elementrix, and ETG Brawlers.
Which team do you think has the advantage here? Elementrix with the high ground, maybe?
Elementrix with the high ground, but you can't deny 8-Bit. They look good. They're looking stronger in Miramar.
Dark, yesterday, one of the highest performers we had. He also had the best kill of yesterday as well with the run over into the car. But this time, then maybe he can drive his team to success. They know exactly where each of each other are. 8-Bit now actually towards the lower end here of the spectrum in terms of the hill. ETG Brawlers in the middle, although it's going to be Poo Poo Man who gets downed by Prince.
And now we see Elementrix. What Elementrix need to do is they need to wait. They need to wait a little bit and hope that 8-Bit gets closer to ETG Brawlers and they fight against each other, giving them more freedom to move in.
True, it's so awkward here for 8-Bit because if they try and exchange with ETG Brawlers, they're going to get shot from the hill from Elementrix.
They don't have to because they're in the circle.
That's very true. ETG Brawlers now trying to get inside it as well. It's actually Elementrix who have to make the biggest rotation as Mr. Hyozo makes the charge in the open. The problem is that you can see this should be easy shots for Dark, although Mr. Hyozo dodges darts and weaves around the bullets, but eventually it's going to be Nova there from Brawlers to get the kill, or excuse me, the down onto Hyozo, but eventually will convert it into the kill.
Confirming that kill, confirming the point. Really good play from ETG Brawlers in the final moments of this game. We are 25, 26 minutes into this game. 3 teams, 8 players left standing. Alex, this is so close.
And here we go. Dark, Nova, and Iconic going to be pushing forward here against Prince. A 1 versus 2. Very awkward here for him. However, he has backup from the elevated angle here from Ted and from his teammates. Although it is going to be the nade from ETG Brawlers to deal the most of the damage. Ted there hasn't got any cover as well to work with. Has to try and play the angle of line of sight on the hill.
Just play the circle. You're inside the circle. You hold the edge. Use it to your advantage. There's no need for him to go down in that moment.
And here we go. This could be deciding the winner here in our first matchup of the day. And oh, ETG Brawlers clean them up like that.
But what did I say about Elementrix? They just needed to wait, let the two teams around them take each other out, and they've gotten an extra, at least, standing point for now.
Elementrix know that one of the players there, Nova from ETG Brawlers, is downed, so maybe they can try and make it a 2 versus 2, but it's going to be Dark, though, taking down Elementrix. Brawlers make it 4 out of 5 chicken dinners. And look at the elation there on Dark as well. They are so chuffed with themselves.
It's not just elation, it's just, okay, same time, same place, same chicken dinner, so to speak, as ETG Brawlers kick off Day 2 of the play-ins with a fantastic game indeed, but we can't deny what 8-Bit did, what Elementrix did in this game.
Very important matchup as well for 8-Bit and Elementrix, who were towards the bottom of the standings.
Exactly.
Now with a strong finish there, they're going to be higher up, and maybe coming into Day 2, they can use that to push off as momentum.
Now, I do feel a little bit sorry for the likes of even Orange Rock, well, actually, especially Orange Rock, and SynerGE Retribution, as well as even Orb Esports, because those 3 teams alone were in the bottom 8 of the standings, and starting today with not a super strong result is definitely a little bit putting them under more pressure.
Yeah, definitely will be. Speaking of pressure though, ETG Brawlers were giving the whole server, all 60 teams, pressure as they got 14 or 15 kills there at the end of the game. So not only do they get the first standing placement points, they also got the most kills as well. So they're going to be in the 140s potentially at this point, guaranteed into the finals. It won't affect seeding, it won't affect too much. However, it will massively affect their confidence.
You know what? They're just fear. They're putting fear in the eyes of the teams around them.
Oh, speaking of fear in the eyes, Orange Rock are just sat there, hands over mouths, looking quite deflated to say the least.
Well, it's. I'd like to say, yeah, you know what? It's tough for them because, yes, they of course have a lot of LAN experience. Yes, they were coming into this game, you know, with a lot on their shoulders, but they're humans. They have feelings. Of course, they're gonna feel deflated, but it's what they do. It's how they get back up that counts, Alex.
It's really interesting coming into this event. Most of the analysts all spoke about how Orange Rock seemed to taper off towards the second day of events. Are those same thoughts starting to come back, reverberate right now?
Well, actually, that's something I want to ask you while we're seeing these teams and how they're reacting to a result. You used to be a competitive player playing in tournaments. How did you react? What was your feeling after either a good or a bad result, Alex?
Well, I will make the disclaimer that it was Counter-Strike and not PUBG Mobile.
It's still the same.
Still the same in terms of competition, yeah. For me, my mental game was always my biggest weakness. Actually, my skill inside the game was what really carried me. It was my mental... I mean, weakness is a poor way of phrasing it. I didn't have strong foundations, you know. If I would get tilted easily and let things that shouldn't affect me. I was one of those players, very emotional, too emotional. I wasn't ice in veins, just cool, calm, and collected, which I wish I was. But then again, it's led to some amazing careers, so I can't complain. But yeah, definitely for me, I was one of those players where it would affect me. Although, let's see how that last game affected those handsome guys on the desk and Jason.
Well, affected us. I'd say there's some smiles on our faces. I say luck is no longer a word ever going to be mentioned on this desk anymore. As ETG now, the Brawlers have pulled off 4 chicken dinners out of 5 games. Don't worry, I'm not calling you out, Lestrado.
That's 80%. That's crazy. How do you even get that? 80% win rate of all the games that they've played. They've won everything. They look insane.
All luck.
Yeah, no skill.
All luck, no skill. That's what we're saying over here. I mean, talk about the luck from the Brawlers over there. They were playing edge the whole game, and then circle number 5, they started to push on in. They started to spread out, and we're going to see the highlights here in just a moment. Yep, we're checking it out right now. So they were spreading out. They were starting to rack up their kills. I believe around circle 5, they had around 10 kills.
Yeah.
And then the circle favored them, and then they just had pure domination from there. We had a 3-squad standoff at the end we just saw.
I want to look at their rotation, actually. What happened there for the side of ETG Brawlers is they didn't actually start off the circle. They were edging for quite a while, and then what happened was When they found an opportunity to finally take the center circle, when they saw, okay, we don't think anybody's there, it's time for us to contest, they went in, they took that map control, they never let it go, and it just allowed them to dominate the game. Nobody took that center position of where they were until very, very late. Actually, I don't think anybody ever contested them for it.
And it was high ground as
It
well.
was high ground,
So they're pretty much gatekeeping all the teams. We saw couple squads try to rotate behind them up to the north. They got taken down. It was Orange Rock. It was Seoul. They were chunked down. We had some teams down there in the south recognizing the Brawlers, Elementrix. They tried to third party it, but then they kind of just went at one at a time and
shuffle. They brought in their 5th player, Prince, to play, and it clearly shows that they are doing so much better. Great amount of rotation, nice team fights. They made a couple of questionable decisions, especially when it came to that very last team fight, especially walking out into the open, and there was no trade kills coming out at the very last part. But other than that, the rotations were really on form.
They brought in Prince. Switched out their IGL. Now they have TED IGL to do it.
Yeah, there were some other changes that we saw, just like Orange Rock. They actually tried something new. Some of the other Hindi casters also said that what they did, drop out of the circle, drop far from the circle and then take 3 vehicles and then go into it. That's something that they've never done. But we saw some classic elements of OR gameplay when they actually did go for that long flank around that west side and then actually potentially flanking Team Seoul.
Well, we can see our results from that last game alone. And of course, ETG Brawlers going to be there at first place with another 36 points to add to their tally. I don't even think they need any more points. But a team we have to kind of mention as well that we're not seeing necessarily in the top 8 is Godlike. Mustache Dave, you talked about him before when we were on the pre-show or the pre-game, how they were going to hunt kills, and that's something they tried to do.
They definitely tried. We'll see if that affected them on the overall, but they got taken down first, I believe. They actually fought Entity. They got taken down and out real quick. Hey, I give it to the guys. They said, hey, Mustache Dave, we're going to fight everybody right out the gate, right out the cargo hold door of the plane. They did that. Hopefully we'll see him again round number 2. We'll see next game.
Well, what's kind of worrying me, though, is we can talk about for Orange Rock, is that, again, you don't see them in the top 8, even though they kind of have been able to play more of their classic style, going for the long rotates around, letting Mobby scout ahead, but they're nowhere to be seen when it came down to it.
I'm telling you, man, this is a rough game for Orange Rock. This is a rough group for them.
Well, you guys said you can mess up on 2 games. That's like almost 5, I guess 4, because they did have a good showing.
Whoa!
Is there a coming back from them? I think if they have to, it's got to be what? It has to be a chicken dinner. They have to have that one good game, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it can happen. I think they really need to wake up, though. It's a very, very late in. This is game number 7. We're so far in. This is the 2nd day. If there's any time for Orange Rock, it has to be the next game. It has to.
Yeah, one thing, though. I know you love Orange Rock. You got the jersey. I didn't get my jersey, so,
Well, you're wearing the underwear.
I'm wearing the underwear. Yeah. We saw Orb up there. Coming into today, they were in 21st position on the leaderboard. They told me that yesterday they played super separated. They got punished hard. Today's plan was to stay together, play aggressive. That's what they did. They had 8 kills that game. They were able to get 3rd place in game number 7. I'm excited to see if they were able to shoot up the overall, but here is squads 9 through 16th. Like we mentioned, Godlike down there. SynerGE Retribution, another team. Group A, they got 3 more games to go. 22nd place coming into today. They told me the rotations were their root of all demise, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I don't know, happened in this game as well. They need to change something up. Only 3 more games to go from that team. They need a chicken.
I agree. Chickens are starting to get more and more important, but it seems that they're getting more and more rare as well as we go on into the tournament itself.
Yeah, especially with the Brawlers.
Yeah, well, something we have to look at as well is kind of the circles and how they did change over the course of that map. And for me, Trusted Process currently into the 4th circle, they basically had square center, smack dab, but they only finished in 9th place there with not really many kills or placing points to talk about.
Yeah, I don't know what their trust in this game. They were trusting that the North would play into their favor. It did for majority of the game, and they also took into consideration, see how creative Fields was right there in that previous circle.
Come
ETG.
Come in.
Oh, and 8-bit, we see right there, kind of.
They were sandwiched, so it was a really tough situation for them.
They're a little too spread out right there for me. I mean, they're on top of the mountainous terrain.
Also, you can see that they didn't want to fully commit onto TDP until they absolutely had to. And then when they did have a good opportunity, they took that map control, and nobody else was in the circle up until the very, very end, and it was just easy pickings from there because that hill, that mountain ridge that they had at the very end, just allowed them access to take team fight after team fight. Team fight on the left against 8-bit.
Yeah, against with the heal and the revive. So they were doing that, I believe, like 3 or 4 times. So that terrain, so important for that win.
I'm just going to say that the shot calling in the late game, that was absolutely phenomenal. It's flawless.
And one team we have to mention as well, we talked about a little bit, was Elementrix, a team who's really struggled in the first day. But I think we've seen over the course of yesterday and today, which is last night alone, the teams that have put in the time, that have put in the work, the VOD reviews, staying up late to make sure to figure out what's been going right, what's been going wrong. In 8-bit's case, Thug said, okay, well, we're going to switch around a player. We're going to switch around the in-game leader as well. And hey, it paid off. It paid dividends there, but will it be enough to get them into top 16?
I mean, they got good placements, all right? You got 3rd place, but only 2 kills. You got to get the kills to go with it. I mean, they're in 16th place. Coming into this game, they don't have much wiggle room to do.
They do not, absolutely. But I just want to point out, everybody, it seems, is having that moment that they wake up, oh, hey, I have this moment, I have this game, this is my game. It seems that it's just Orange Rock that haven't had that one.
In all fairness, it was pretty unlucky for Orange Rock. They had some good rotations, and then they finally rotated north. They just happened to be next to fire right now.
Actually, what happened was they went all the way west and then up, and then they had a perfect flank on Team Seoul. Team Seoul didn't have any idea, but Team Orange Rock didn't have any idea.
And they both rotated in the same position, essentially, behind the Brawlers.
Right behind the Brawlers. And then that's the thing. It was a low ground as well.
Exactly.
Right above that hill was the Brawlers just aiming down sights at them. And you remember how that last team fight finished. It was just an...
All right, well, I appreciate you having a play of the game. You know what? We need to see the top 5 players of the match, actually, and see who is topping the leaderboard in terms of kills in that last match alone. And, well, it's going to be an interesting one. And I obviously kind of wonder, is it going to be the Brawlers yet again? And, well, we're going to see at least 3 of their players. And, again, my boy Dark making it through with 4. He's so consistent.
Mad Dog. We got Mad Dog off there.
I just want to say that a lot of those kills probably should have been Dark, because look at Nova's damage. He's at 431, and Dark has like 833 damage and only 4 kills. That's insane. So same thing with Iconic, who one of the also quote-unquote supports. I think he's IGLing, if I'm not mistaken, but still 1,170 damage on him and only 5 kills. So high damage, not very high kills. You would have thought that these kills would have been converted. This damage would have been converted to kills.
I think maybe Dark, since they met their support kill quota, they're getting the knocks, and they're like, hey, you finish that off for me.
I think Dark, if I'm not mistaken, in the first 2 games yesterday, he did have the most kills. I think in like their final game, he finally wasn't necessarily in the top 5 players, but I think he's consistently been in top 5 in 4 out of their 5 matches. And maybe that's the key, considering they've won 4 out of their 5 matches.
So the key is to take out Dark first.
Yeah, there you go. It's easy, right?
What's he wearing? What's he wearing in game?
I don't know. I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone out there. I'm not gonna like
What's his outfit?
Be biased.
What's his outfit?
Come on.
We're gonna hunt him down.
Probably a banana suit.
Banana suit. So we're gonna search for the banana suit man over here. What map are we heading into next?
We're heading into Sanhok next. So a little bit of quite a big difference in terms of maps. Very spread out now compared to very compact. Sanhok, though, is going to be interesting, I feel like, for these teams. ETG Brawlers, I think they did win. That was game number 3 yesterday. They won on Sanhok. Or was it the one game they lost? Let me tell you in, like, a few seconds.
Right before you
It was the one game they lost.
Yeah,
it was Trusted Process who actually won game 4 that was on Sanhok.
Exactly. So the thing here with Sanhok is that, to me, every time I see Sanhok, it's so very different from any other map that we have. The dynamic is just so strange that it usually flips the whole script on the rest of the tournament.
It's also very moist, too.
Yeah, and very,
Super
very
moist.
And normally you kind of see these things things, the flipping of the script happened later on in the day. We're having it at the second match. So I'm expecting things to go very, very different starting from this second game onward.
You know who wants to flip the script?
Who?
Orange Rock.
Yeah, for sure.
And Sanhok, when looking at their matches yesterday, Erangel, they got 14th, 0 kills.
You know, they're a little bit dry, honestly, their gameplay.
No, they're wet. They're wet on Sanhok. That's what I'm saying. Vikendi, they got 13th place, 1 kill. Miramar, 13th place, 0 kills. Sanhok, 3rd place.
Yeah, they were very moist
7 kills. So that was their best map yesterday. We're going into their best map right now. Hopefully, they'll be able to rack up some more points.
Problem is, though, it's their best map, but they only get to play it one more time, which is this time coming up. And then after that, they only have 2 more to left play in total. But let's take a look at the overall standings. Let's see where things are starting to shape up here between our 24 teams from all 3 of our groups. And of course, the Brawlers still going to be in first place, over doubling the second place team.
That's kind of insane. 138 points and the second place is 67. That's actually crazy. I'm going to pull up my calculator because I'm actually terrible. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Quick math.
Quick math, quick math, quick math.
So Elementrix shooting on up. They were in 15th place. They are going to be in 8th place, so a very big game for them. Godlike going down just a little bit. Fnatic losing their position, even though they're not in the game yet, so it is to be expected.
So I just want to point out that the difference from first and second place, ETG Brawlers have 71 points more than Trust the Process. That's insane. That's actually more points than Trust the Process has completely.
Yeah, and they're in second place.
Yeah.
I mean, so I wonder, you know, the Brawlers, they said we got our chicken dinner in game number 1 yesterday. We were full-blown confidence after that. They got chicken dinner in game 1 today. Their confidence levels have to be off the scale right now. Are we going to see some more chickens from the Brawlers?
I don't know if they have any more room in their stomachs, to be honest, considering the amount they have already been able to pull off. But I do worry about one thing. We're talking so highly about ETG Brawlers, and obviously I'm still going the same way. But for me, is this them peaking in the tournament, right? This is only the prelims. You still have the finals to come up, which is, of course, 3 days. So an extra 6, actually not even extra 6, extra 8 matches being played, because you have 8 in the prelims. Are they peaking too early?
You know, it's not like you can carry over the points, right? I mean, today's the last day of the play-ins, and when you have like 71 points extra over the second place, you're going to lay like the biggest target on your back.
I will say this for them, though. I always love teams that go out into every match, whether it's a scrim or it's an official, and treat it like it's a tournament match. And them going into every match, not like letting their foot off the gas and just going for kills and being, you know, really kind of relaxed in the match. They're still staying focused. They're still keeping that pressure on.
So talk about teams wanting to stay focused. RIP official, they were in 17th place, finally breaching that qualifying mark. All right, 3 more games to go, and then Orb official. Everything's official here on Mustache Dave official. Also moving up some on Instagram, Mustache Dave _ on Instagram. 8-Bit also, you know, the new player, new IGL. Hey, moving up. I mean, I like to see those teams on the cusp making some moves. Here's your squad.
Yeah, Orange Rock at 17, so they're doing a little bit better. They're moving up, so there's hope. I'm just saying they get they got to do a lot better than this, man.
We're going into Sanhok. It's their best map compared to yesterday, so maybe
they need to win. Seriously, at this point, I'll normally say they probably don't need a win. They probably need a lot of kills and a decent placement. I'm saying now they need a really good win. Not just for today, but even if they do get today, they need a win to keep their momentum going into tomorrow if they want to still place highly.
Yeah. And to keep your jersey's value
high.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean,
well, it's also important noting that after these next 3 games are done, every team in Group A just has to sit there and wait. Fate's taken out of their hands. They have to hope that other teams don't do well. They have to root against teams to lose.
And that's the worst, like just waiting, not being able to do anything, hoping. I mean, your fate is in the hands of everybody else.
All right, well, you know what? It's time for us to stop talking and time for ETG Brawlers to start talking with Xerxes on the stage.
It was a different day. Yesterday, we all got relaxed after so many chicken dinners. We knew that we have qualified, so we are going after kills today.
Yeah, you had 16 kills. Another team who probably didn't get the dinner could do with those 16 points, but you guys are way up on the...
Topping the tables with the fragging kills. Many kills.
So, from this point onwards, whatever you guys are doing, is basically practice. Like, don't you wish you could some way, somehow, take these points and walk into the next round and then walk straight to the finals. This is imaginary practice things going on. Like, okay, all the other teams need to watch out for you guys, and you guys are watching us right here. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
You from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be quick. Nothing will stand in your way. Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Lite Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you, other than the normal zombies. A mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows your repayment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement, Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get underway with our 8th match of the prelims. But before we get to that, by the way, I want to play that game mode with ETG Brawlers because you know what? You're almost guaranteed to win at least 80% of your games, as they have 80% win rate with chicken dinners. And we should talk about that interview as well, because it's nice to hear the confidence within the team.
Yeah, I mean, we heard him on the stage say, listen, we already qualified, fellas, all right? So we're going to go for nothing but kills, and I think that's what they're doing here. I like that they also mentioned that they're going to be trying out some new strategies. I think that is a very good idea, not only so that they have other plays in their playbook, but also to keep these other squads on their toes while doing the bot review. I feel like Orange Rock kind of fell victim to it. They did so well in group stages. Everybody studied them. Here, people know how they play. So with the Brawlers doing so well, you only can assume these other squads are going to also study this team. They're going to have so many different plays since they're trying new things here now. It's going to keep the squads guessing, which I think is really good.
I'm hoping so, because what better time to practice strats against really high-level teams than when you're comfortably in the lead, comfortably qualified. See, here's the thing. There's no other time to be doing it. Say we can have scrims, sure, but it's not going to be the same amount of testing that you will have against these guys in an actual live tournament.
Highest level of competitive play.
Yeah, and you never know. One of those strats might actually win them again another game.
I think is for the ETG Brawlers, they've shown that they have some sort of read on these circles. They always seem to be in the right position at the right time. I know we chalked up to luck earlier on, but with them doing it time and time again, with what they said before, you said you talked to them before we actually started the game today, taking into account the airdrops, the flight path, the circles, everything. They seem to be keyed on to something that a lot of other teams don't seem to be.
I'm going to say that it's actually not luck. I am like Davis sold.
Finally. Okay, we've converted them.
Because of that last game. I don't know what it was. Well, I do know what it was. They finally, at the end of the game, it took them quite a while, but when they finally decided to take control, that map control of the circle at the very, very end, that just showed me, that was a masterful play. Avoiding the trap of going into the middle of the circle too early, waiting for their time, waiting for the other teams to sort of vacate it, challenging trust the process when they really, really needed to, and taking that, nobody else wanted to contest them at that point, because during that point of their rotation, during that point of the game, everyone was too afraid. They wanted placements, so they knew that by going into the circle, taking that map control at that point, that would be the safest time and the best time to do it.
And it also goes to show you how well they are on an individual level, because they're kind of spread out at that point as well, and that's why we also see them on the 3 out of 5 top kill leaders here from that game. So, I mean, they got the strats when it comes to picking the compounds, picking the zones. They got the individual gun mechanics to back it up if they are stuck in that solo situation. And then they have the team comps to back it up. So say if the solo situation isn't working out, they can quickly regroup, get the revives, reset for the next fight.
What I loved about what they did actually at the very last circle, you pointed out, they were spread out, but they weren't just spread out watching the north. You had a couple players watching the south, and then everybody else was just cleaning up every. It was actually pretty beautiful.
Well, you know what, Seoul, they need to start to have signs to get their first 2 games in after this match. But it's do or die time. If you start to slip
that, Sanhok is actually probably their match. Best map. And so that dynamic has yet to be unfolded on Sanhok.
not only different groups, but a different mentality from all these teams. You know, speaking to them, they're like, we don't really care about playing to fight you. So it's also a different environment today when it comes to the teams playing passive versus being aggressive.
The funny thing is, on that note, because I think Orange Rock team's gonna try to punish them even more now. Like, yeah, you guys are in a really bad spot. We're just gonna hot drop you anyways to punish you even more. So if you're a team like Orange Rock, this is your time. You have such an uphill battle to fight.
That is an uphill battle, and hopefully they get moist as they enter into Sanhok. I think this is their best chance to do it. If they don't do it now, it's going to be never, for sure.
We know who is going to be moist. It's going to be our commentators, Outspyfield and Imperium, to take us away here in our 8th game of the day.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, 8th game so far, 2nd of today, and it looks like we're going to be. It was Sanhok, maybe Vikendi as well. Not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. Sorry, which map it's going to be, but either way, it's going to be pivotal, as we mentioned as well on the analysis desk. The volatility right now of the standings, which means if you have one good game, it can solidify you in the top 16.
Yeah, ETG Brawlers obviously running away with the show, with the region, getting 4 out of 5 chicken dinners. That means that there's a huge point gap between them and 2nd place alone. It means that the points between the teams are so close at the bottom of the table. Like, we talk about Erangel, who've not had a good start to the play-ins. They are currently in 17th place on 26 points, but they are, more importantly, only 2 points behind 16th place, which is indeed RIP official. But we are in Sanhok. Welcome to the jungle. We're going to have some fun and games.
Oh, I like it. I like it. So, playing trajectory from east to west, very much in the center of the map as well. So what's nice here is it's a very open playing field for all these teams based off scrims as well. They're going to get to go to each and every compound and or hut more so in this case on Sanhok that they want to. And this also means that it's a very, well, we always speak about luck on the analysis desk here. Kind of take that out of this one. To begin with, because it's not a case where the plane has gone from one side or the other, and the rings will affect it massively.
Now, let's see how this phase 1 circle is going to show up for us now. Of course, they ended the 3-game run that ETG Brawlers had. They landed in the same place, but we're seeing some early action, Alex.
We are indeed. Entity attack is down.
On half, Rip and Soul, maybe a little bit of the Insane guys. They're the only teams that are on the east side of the circle.
Ironically as well for Elementrix, it's going to be sticky situation for him to Entity, and they're going to be fleeing away. He might actually be able to finish off 2 players. And get 2 kills early here for Elementrix.
You know what the key of that was? Pre-firing. Pre-fire move Elementrix at the start of this game. And of course, a little bit tough for Entity.
A man just going to be running away from his team. Katak as well is still down. It's going to be 1 player now, I believe, remaining for Entity.
Brawlers, SynerGE deciding to drop in Pine. I really like that drop location in Painan. I really like the action start off, and we've seen it pop off for ETG onto SGE.
Austin X, Python. But Servi is ready for it around the corner here. May catch one of the players here from ETG Brawlers off. guard as he goes for the hip spray. But
now, I don't think he had to have gotten knocked down, but at the end of the day, ETG...
At the same, though, cannot be said for SynerGE. They lose their player early. Servi goes down, and you can see the rest.
Aggressive Sanhok than we saw yesterday. Alex, a little bit more action happening in the early parts of the game, but I want to talk about how these teams are looking with regards to the rotations, their position on the map. You have, of course, Orange Rock and 8-Bit as well as Mega X. They are somewhat right in the center of the circle. As I talked about, you still have Rip, Official and Soul in around the East Coast, although Rip have moved down from their initial drop location. And then when you look up in the northwest, you have SYN, Megastars, Godlike, and I don't know what the other team is. 0 Degree, there you go.
So we've got the ring towards the eastern side of the map. We have the river as well by Camp Alpha. How hard is the rotations going to be for SynerGE Retribution? They have to go through the bridge against Megastars, and then towards the south as well at Ruins. You can have an exchange shortly between Entity, or what's left of Entity, Trust the Process, and also Elementrix as well as that across the river.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard for them because the teams that are ahead of them are making their own way across the circle. And you see 8-Bit getting into a bit of an early altercation with maybe Mega X and Orange Esports trying to hold on to their high ground location.
Yeah, Ted has taken some damage as well in the mix. We've also had one of the players from 0 Degree be downed as well.
But now, we're seeing a bit of a quiet moment. Prince from 8-Bit, bit of a powerhouse player of his team. Let's see what he can do to connect on with that M4.
Ooh, he spots out the knee pad there from Marvi. Let's see this. We realize there's a player here, and actually Marvi goes for the shot as well. They both do about the same or similar amount of damage to each other, but they have the energy drinks, they have the payments, they can heal back up. In the midst of all that, though, Ted is killed by Existence. So now it's a man advantage here for Orange Rock, and now they know that they may apply the pressure and cross over this road and try to finish off the rest of 8-Bit.
Much better communication coming out from Orange Rock than from 8-Bit. 8-Bit, Prince was there. He should have been communicating with the information that he had on Mavi and the rest of the Orange Esports squad.
Wait, what?
But they paid the price as SG connecting onto ETG Brawlers.
Oh my goodness! Schreider there from behind takes down 3 players. Oh, what? Oh my goodness! ETG Brawlers out 16th here on Sanhok. Obviously, 5 chicken dinners so far. Or, excuse me, 4 chicken dinners so far. It's not going to make too much of an impact there for the standings, but it's going to be good for a few of the other teams as well to try and get that top placing here as the favorites are out. But my goodness, Schreider with all the kills, all the damage, and all the glory.
I don't think any of us expected that, right? You know, okay, we've had a little bit of action football. A one-man army, the final member of SGE to come in and take out the top dog. If that's not putting on a show, I don't know what is, Alex.
So the blue zone here in phase 2 is beginning to constrict the map. Obviously, as we said, as we mentioned before, the circle is towards the eastern side of the map. Camp Charlie, Cave, etc. These are going to be very important positions to have in case the ring does go further south.
Well, you see now the teams are getting closer to the center of the circle. You have Orange Rock, you have Orb Esports, 8-Bit are there, Insane moving in. Mega X are a little bit more forward of Orange Rock, and Megastars are to the west of them, but the action is now coming on. Trust the Process are rotating.
Schreider may have found his next victim, or should I say squad, to finish off here, as he has found Trust the Process. Yeah, exactly. Make sure that's plural, although plural here as well, as it's going to be 4 versus 2. Mortal, Regaltos versus the whole of Rip Official, as it's going to be Naruto now coming towards the flank as well. This could be pivotal. Instead, the grenade from Legend finishes off the job onto Mortal. Regaltos as well is taken down. It's going to be Soul diminished again.
And Soul, they did get 10 points in the first game today. It did move them up to 6th place overall in the standings. But with only a couple of games left, you don't want to be in the situation where you're losing members early on.
And this is the issue when you go for the 2-2 loot split. Typically, we see it more maps like Vikendi, Miramar. On Sanhok, a bit risky.
Definitely, 100%. 2-2 split on Sanhok. Because there's a higher chance of third party, because there's a higher chance of being called out and the early game action, you definitely want to stick together as a full team early on. Once you're 100% confident of having a good position and good cover, yes, then feel free to split up a little bit more.
A mega from Team Insane collecting the AWM. Going to pay dividends into the later game here on Sanhok. And actually, Team Insane is a team that's gone under the radar because they're doing quite well in terms of the standings. They're in top 16, I believe, and we haven't spoken too much about them at all.
No, they're doing 9th place,
exactly.
middle of the pack within reason, on 48 points, but there's nothing between them and the teams below them. They've got a 20-point hold against 16th place right now, which is, of course, RIP Official, who are in this game. So if RIP Official can get a good result, they can climb higher.
Yeah, we can see how many teams are currently centered around Quarry. And as we go soon into phase 2, it's going to be interesting to see which side of the Quarry it favors, towards the left or the right side. The left favoring Trusted Process, Orb, SynerGE Retribution, etc. The right, however, favoring RIP Official and Insane.
Definitely going to see how this phase 2 pops up. Of course, 0 degrees staying more towards the edge of the circle. If it goes up north, it's going to be a really good place for 0 degree to be in. But if it goes south, they can easily, it goes north. They don't really have to move too far. Just find a good high ground position. But look at the amount of teams down south, Alex. You've got about 10 to 12 teams that are inside and outside the circle on the south side of this map.
Precisely that. We've got, 2 teams towards the northern side of the circle, and then 13 teams towards the southern side. So Camp Bravo, Paradise Resort, etc. are going to be loot havens, but compound havens, especially if phase 3 favors them towards the north again.
Well, yeah, what Mega X can do, Team 9, they can move up a little bit further to get in the center where Ban is. That would be a good location for them to hold on to from a passive point of view. But Mega starts finding Orange Rock on the movement.
Orange Rock, currently existence, hiding behind his own rock, as Final Boss spots out 2 of the players trying their hardest to rotate over the hill and far away. But even if they do make their rotation, we've got Mega X just waiting for them on the other side.
So down the south side of the circle, you have Trusted Process, you have Elementrix, Soul, Viper. As far as I know, he is the last man standing for Soul. So what can Viper do? He is kind of on his own. There's no real team around him. He can stay where he is for now, because every step that he moves can potentially bring him closer to an opponent, and of course taking Soul down.
Santu trying to see if he can cross the road. Final Boss should be able to spot this out. Carry, though, may be able to trade, though, if he's lucky.
That would be the time that I would always recommend throw a smoke grenade out there. You're 12 minutes in. It's Sanhok. Don't take that risk. Yes, it worked. It doesn't hurt to throw one smoke grenade out there just to make that movement that little bit easier and safer.
Seems like there's blades of grass just covering the vision there from Final Boss. So Santu was able to cross. But on the other side of the map, we have Insane and Orb Official. Who has the advantage here? I'd say more on the side of Orb with the huts in their favor.
Yeah, but Insane have the high ground, and look at the dude.
Well, yeah, I can see
the dude has that positional play. And then when you look at KO is a little bit ahead of him, also on the high ground. So when you look at Insane, yes, you're right, Orb have the compound, but that high ground, any way that Orb move up, they're going to be exposed.
Ooh, Final Boss finally connecting shots, does down existence. But again, Santu's there, easily revivable. However, we may see them actually start to pull the trigger and apply more pressure. Oh, the dude doing more damage as well. Orb Official players being downed and killed early on here.
Told you, Insane has stronger play. We're going to see it pop up. But Orange Esports being put under pressure by Megastars.
Megastars have joined the party here as well. They've come over the hill. It looks like Mega X actually let them cross almost. So, Kisley, he knows where 3 of the players are from Orange Rock. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be committing just yet. They're hoping for maybe Santu or Carry to over-aggressively peek and give away a kill that way.
Now we do see in the south side the 2 Nepali teams of Trusted Process and Elementrix are going up against each other. They have had a knock on one member of the team right now. But this fight is still raging on between Megastars and RNG Sports. No team wants to really pull the trigger as Junior connects.
Connects it down onto one of the players here from Trusted Process. Goes for a second as well, and the spray is perfect. Still on 40% HP as well, and he's got his teammates coming to the action too. So Trusty Process out 15th. Not quite the same performance you saw them yesterday. There's 2 finishes which are poor back-to-back.
Well, they did want to be a bit more aggressive. It's not working out for them today so far. They will still have 2 more games, of course. But Elementrix, the team that have stopped them in their tracks in this game in Sanhok. How is this Phase 3 going to shift up? Is it going to go once again in the favor of 0 degrees, or is it going to go a little bit more to the central? Very much favoring 3 to 4 teams right now.
Yeah, Elementrix have to get inside the circle here. And that rotation in, there's what, 1, 2, 3 teams just on the edge of it. It's going to be very difficult for them.
Yeah, and as I was talking about, those 4 teams in the center circle right now, 8-bit. You have Mega X, Mega Stars, and RNG Sports. Now, we have that little mini battle right now between RNG Sports and Mega Stars. Whoever wins that, in my opinion, puts themselves in a really strong position to get that chicken dinner. But if the fight rages on for longer, both teams will not, in my opinion, will not survive too long because other teams are going to get closer to them. So let's see what happens between those 2 teams.
Feels like if they fight for that and have this advantage here over the road itself, it's one of the most important places to control inside the center of the circle. SynerGE Retribution as well, having quite a quiet game so far today. Haven't really seen too much from them.
And now, Elementrix, they're going to rotate a little bit more down south. They're getting closer to Insane and Orb Esports. We saw Orb Esports under pressure early on. Will Insane be pinched by 2 teams? They still have the high ground, so it gives them good vision.
Oh, wow. Look where Vexy is now. How has he managed to get into this pivotal position?
Control.
But in the
Control,
meantime,
Alex.
yeah, Elementrix, they were trying to control their rotation. We said how difficult it was going to be, but not difficult, though, this time for Ranji. As he downs a Mega, going to go for the kill as well and get some extra points here for Elementrix. And KO, Ignite, the dude, they are all close, but not quite close enough to get the trade.
Tell you what, Elementrix, they had a good sleep. They had their Chinese version of Weetabix. They've woken up and they've come in strong. Fantastic first game, scoring 24 points. They're looking really dangerous right now.
Junior trying to go around the outskirts here and get the flank down onto KO. But you can see he's twisting towards the right. He's anticipating this, but he is onto 50% HP.
But look how much space Poo Man, Orange, and Mr. Heizu have over the Ignite and the other members of Insane.
Oh, Junior's about to expose himself here over the edge of the hill. KO shooting down. 10 bullets left for him, but as we mentioned, 40 HP for him. He will be dispatched off fairly easily. As Heizu as well, just healing up here. It's a 2 versus 3.
No, it's actually 4 against 2 right now. It's looking so good for Insane Esports. Just 1 member left standing. That is Ignite with just 2 more health left. He drops shots. He gets a knockdown.
What on earth is happening here? Eventually will be killed. 14th there for Insane, but my goodness did he put up a strong fight. And with that, we now have ETG Brawlers, Insane, and Trusty Process out.
Great job for Elementrix, but yeah, you touched upon it. Insane. He made it tough for them. You could say that Elementrix could have executed that a little bit cleaner, to be honest, as a 4-man team, but great job by Insane.
Well, this is the thing. You mentioned it was a 4 versus 2. 2 of the players from Elementrix were down, so that's why it was almost a 3 or a 2 versus 2 at that point. And it was fairly equal, but fair play there from Elementrix taking the W on that one, now securing a place inside the circle.
And not just inside the circle, but they only really have Orb Esports ahead of them. They have plenty of space to rotate towards the northeast, where they have that compound free. Yes, it's not high ground, but it's still a safe haven. It has actually centered down towards the south. Mega Stars, Orange Esports, even 8-bit, looking pretty comfortable.
Look where Viper is here from Seoul, just on the outskirts. So unfortunate. This is going to be nigh impossible, although he may actually run into Schreider as well in the meantime in that rotation.
Of course, and now 0 degrees. 0 degrees, they actually, of course, in our hindsight perspective, they're pretty good because they're still a full squad. Yeah, they'll easily get the better of Viper or Soul, of course, unless Viper pulls out the impossible, so to speak, and the venom rips on through to the members of 0 Degree. And now 0 Degree will be able to rotate down south quite nicely. But this is still the standoff between Mega Stars and RNG Esports, with Mega X line above.
Entity Aman, the last player here from Entity in that very early exchange, is still alive. So he is inside the circle too, so he is going to be one of the single players that has luck going in his favor. But here come the Southern rotations.
And yes, Southern rotations indeed. Rip Official coming in. Viper from Seoul going in, going very close to Elementrix. We haven't really talked about Godlike, Alex, because Godlike has stayed up north, out of sight, out of mind of the rest of the teams, but now they make their way in. They're going to go close to Mega X, Mega Stars, and RNG Sports.
Yeah, it feels like Ban right now is a very heavily contested area, as Yash spots out a few of the players here from Elementrix, if I'm not mistaken, close to him. And now they know where two of the players here from Orb Official are lurking. HE grenade in hand, chucks it out towards the door, but it is slightly preemptive. But a 3 versus 2 here, as Ash goes down to Mega X Snacks. But now it's a 4 versus 2. Oh my goodness, Rip Official have a lot to handle here.
I'll tell you what, Orb, let's see what they can do. I would have no doubt that they can get the better of Elementrix with Mr. Ayuzu teasing moving into that building.
Oh, damage being done, but actually the exchange being won here by Rip Official. Excuse me, Orb Official. Wasn't anticipating that, as they still are putting up a fight. More kills as well coming out as Junior is finally finished off. 3 versus 3 now, and look at this, Revive coming out as well onto Hyozu.
It's actually 3v1. Mr. Ayuzu's knocked down. You only have that one member left standing. I said Orb Esports could get the Orb Official could get the better of them. And they are indeed, because you got to give credit for the use of the grenades, pushed Elementrix back, put them under pressure, essentially made them a little bit worrisome, and then Orb took control.
So Orb can't take the foot off the pedal, but speaking of pedal, it's pedal to the metal here for Rip Official. They want to clean up the fight that's been going on for the past minute or so, and they know precisely where Elementrix are thanks to that smoke grenade, but they're going to play it tentative. They know exactly what they have to do. Wait for the smoke to fade, or wait for Ranji to come out of the woodworks and get one. Naruto, unfortunately, isn't killed there, so he does stay alive here. But fair enough, a Gambit player there from Elementrix is the only real strategy they had at that time.
Yeah, now, the good thing for Mr. Hozu is he could have actually allowed Rip Official to think that there's no more members of Elementrix left. So will Legend be able to be spotted out in above the smoke? Elementrix eliminated. Rip Official, they take the kills.
SynerGE eliminated as well, all the way down in 13th.
But let's talk about this phase circle shit. This shifted up northeast, right underneath our eyes, so to speak, as the action kicked off. So it's putting Megastars and RNG Sports in such an advantageous position once again, as Godlike had moved in from the north quite easily to overtake the northwest side of this circle.
Yeah, it seems like Orange Rock and Megastars have just stayed put this whole time in these two compounds separated by the road. And they're just patiently waiting. You can see they're expecting a push, expecting a flank, expecting action. Although Snacks is damaged, so either they've run out of meds and they haven't been able to loot, or there's been an exchange here from Sandu.
I want to give huge amount of respect and credit to the 3 teams, Megastars, RNG Sports, and Mega X. So much time they would go in on each other, but they're waiting by the time 0 Degrees comes in.
Oh, 0 Degree come in, but they have 2 teams that can spot them here, so they're going to be taking shots from Mega X and taking shots here from Orange Rock, but they still want to go for it, risk it all essentially, as there's only 11 teams left, so if they go out here early, it's going to be expensive.
Oh, indeed, it's Carrie looking for the members of Orb who are fighting outside the circle. Good job coming out from Carrie to get the spray on and get one knockdown at least.
Seen as well in the meantime, 8-Bit go out 16th with only 1 kill. But speaking of kills, another one there for Orange Rock on in the hands of Existence, and that makes Rip Official out in 10th.
I tell you, what is this, dude? Is this a comeback from RNG Sports? They've got 3 kills. They've got 3 members up. They're holding onto his compound. Grenade is going to be cooked. I don't think it's going to quite connect.
Oh, it does?
It does, actually.
Wow, Reddit goes down, so now he needs to be revived, but they're throwing the Molotov. He's probably going to die in the flames here, and yes, he does. Amazing play they're coming out from Orange Rock as Megastars. They've heard the kerfuffle, they've heard the action, and now they want some of their own. What?
Now you see me, now you don't. Orange Esports are back in the game, Alex.
Wow, that's what happens when you're greedy. Mega Rex thought, okay, 0 degree are down. Orange Rock are down just to 3 players. Let's just clean up here and just finish off both these teams. But actually, they get annihilated in the process.
They left it too late, Alex. That's the thing. They should have done it in the middle of the fight, so to speak, but they paid the price. But now we see 6 teams left, 11 players left standing. What can Megastars do? Godlike, they hold on to the center of the circle.
1 player remaining here from 0 degree. Existence knows exactly where he is. Oh, manages to spot him go towards the left there, close to the window. Yeah, Entity down to 1 player. Orb Official down to 1 player. Megastars on 2. Orange Rock with 3. Same as Godlike, who have gone under the radar so far in this game. However, on the radar right now, it's going to be sensed here by Megastars. They're going to be hearing the footsteps pondering now in towards the building as Kisley gets down onto Existence. Santu as well, going to be one of the remaining players here for the side of Orange Rock, but they still have a backup as well of 2 more.
So now it's a 2v2 outside the zone, outside the circle, should I say, in around the zone. It's going to start closing in the next minute or so as Megastars, Orange Esports going against each other.
Grenades being primed. They're trying to make the players from Megastars supple, ripe, and ready to be squished by their bullets. But actually the damage isn't too much. Instead, it's going to be Carry sitting inside a Molotov. He hasn't realized just yet, but spots out the player from Megastars, Avi. Oof, going to be fleeting behind cover there as he realized, whoa, my goodness, I wasn't expecting him to be by the window.
See, they can't run. Orange Esports cannot run. They have to stick to their guns. It's do or die at this moment.
The zone has come in, which means these teams can just stay put and hope for RNG and luck going in their favor. However, they are going to be pushed thoroughly in a moment because Godlike have the Godlike RNG as they are center circle here. But the blue zone comes in, Megastars have to make the push. Carry goes for the preemptive play, gets down, gets killed, and now it's all down to Santu, and he's going to go down to Godlike Dash. And here we have it, 3 teams remaining as Kisley continues to charge forward. Cronton here with the ghillie suit as well as he tries to use his guillotine. Oh, his AK, should I say, is actually going to be reviving behind the rock.
Gets a knockdown. Great teamwork coming out from Godlike Alex to get the better of Megastars.
Yeah, Kisley going to be killed. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 1. The only player remaining here is Mazik from Orb Official. Godlike, they made us wait for Anto to heal up, and then eventually they can try and go for the trades, as Mazik now has to anticipate 3 players charging into his peripheral vision. However, Godlike going to be playing this one a bit slower, trying to work out exactly where he is first, charging around, jumping around, making it hard for him to be hit by the bullets. So once Mazik gives away his position, they can easily trade, and easy as that. Godlike take it. We didn't hear too much from them in the most and the majority of the game, but then again, at the end, they made it happen, and it's wins like that that can secure you top 16 into the finals tomorrow.
And that's kind of how you win a game off the back of staying passive. Yes, they only got 5 kills, but they got the chicken dinner. That's 25 points. That's a good result for them. Of course, in the overall standings, they were 5th. That's going to jump them up potentially ahead of Trust the Process, even Entity. Let's see what happens in the overall standings. But what a game indeed. Orange Rock looking much stronger, looking more confident, and definitely looking a bit sharper than we've seen them previously.
That is true. They need a few more games, though, like that if they want to be safe and sound going into the rest of the day, as they only have 2 more games to play.
They got 4th with 6 points. Considering their results up until this point, considering their overall points, Alex, they were only on 26 points. With 4th place and 6 points, I reckon that's around half of their total points nearly in one game alone. That's how bad they were doing up until this point.
So before we actually see it officially from Jason and the boys, where do you think they're going to be ranked now?
I reckon it will have put them somewhat into the top 16, roughly around 13th, 12th, maybe 10th. But of course, we'll find out. After this game, we also have to consider how well the teams around them did.
So not going to be too relieved just yet. They still have more action to try and, teams to topple, get safer into that top 16 vicinity, because obviously they're going to watch Group C play later, and that's going to be a very stressful set of games to be sat watching.
Another team that definitely looked quite good in that game. That was Elementrix. Yes, they didn't have the best positional result, but when it comes to aggression and fragging out down on the south side of that circle, they ripped through Trusted Process. They ripped through a couple of other players and a couple of other teams. It was only Orb Official that overall got the better of them. Then we did see Rip come in and finish off them.
Fascinating to see this narrative that built up across the length of the game about Orange Rock versus Megastars, just staring each other down with the road in between them in the compound, but it kept being the center mass of the circle 4 times in a row. So fair play to them. They should maybe buy their lottery ticket tonight.
And also, you know, not to be a bit of a dampener, so to speak, but it was also nice to see another team win a game, because ETG Brawlers, they've won 4 out of their 5 games. So now it's kind of 4 out of 6. It was great to see another team pull through and get that chicken dinner.
Oh, that play from JHADAV as well was unbelievable. Just lurked in the shadows behind the rock, waited for ETG Brawlers to run past, and then just annihilated them from behind. And that was probably the play of the game, potentially the whole play of the tournament so far as well. Or, Elementrix, as we saw before, were doing so well in these exchanges.
They were indeed, but another team I do want to highlight and mention is, of course, Seoul. Seoul, they had 10 points in the first game today. It was a good banker, it was a good start, right? But they didn't have a good result today. They didn't follow up, so where's their momentum lying, Alex?
Where are they going to be on the standings as well? But that's what we're going to be finding out very shortly with the boys in pink.
Yeah, boys in pink, we're all matching. It's like we planned this, except we didn't at all. But you know what wasn't planned? I think for some of these teams, for Godlike to pull off a victory like that, considering they were already hunting kills in the last map, and they go into this match and they play for the win, and they get that tasty, delicious chicken dinner they pulled off through. But Elementrix, that's the team I want to start off talking about off the bat, because this team with 11 kills, Junior pretty much single-handedly doing the work for his team, they had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, I mean, coming into today, they were right on the cusp, 15th place with 25 placement points and only 6 kills for that squad. So this one game, we got the crowd back there cheering on the team. So this one game, definitely really big for them. I mean, they started right out the gates fighting Entity. They beat Entity out very early on, and then non-stop throughout the game, we saw them crash onto Orb. At that point, they already had 11 kills. Yes, they didn't beat out Orb in that engagement, but they were able to rack up so many kills this game. Elementrix, I mean, just the team steamrolling through this lobby.
Look, I just think it's if you keep doing that strategy and keep getting the kills consistently, warming up, getting in the right positions, you know, getting used to the sort of the tactical feel of the map, then you're going to progress and get better and better. We've seen that with Elementrix as well. Yeah. They've been getting those kills, and a lot of the other teams, you know, when you kind of get into the zone, it's hard to get out of it, but the difficult part is actually breaking into the zone in the first place.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you then, should there be an asterisk next to how well they did in this game, considering ETG Brawlers died off first in 16th place? You had Trusted Process, who was the only other team to win this map on Sanhok. They dropped out in 15th. Is there an asterisk there, or did Elementrix deserve that?
I think they deserved it, sure, but I think there is still an asterisk. Because you think about it, they weren't... Well, teams like ETG at this point, they're kind of just like having fun, you know? They have like a 71-point lead. They're just going to look around. They're looking around just to have some fun, to loosen up a little bit, get ready for the upcoming days, because they definitely know that they're in.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to have fun if you are on the Brawlers. We saw them in Pine Name very early on. They were surrounding, they were hunting down SGE. They took down 3 of the members from SCG, and then they ended up hunting them for about 5 more minutes. Hey, we got to do the wave every time that happens. They hunted them for about 5 minutes, and then next thing you know, Schrader didn't appreciate the fact.
I'm the little wave.
Didn't appreciate the fact that he was being hunted down. Did the quick pull around, took out 3 members from the Brawlers himself. That 1v3 was nasty if you are on the Brawlers squad. I mean, yes, you're in the lead, but you don't want to be turned on like that. Oh, another wave. You don't want to be turned on like that.
I can't do the wave if you don't do the wave.
Okay, well, I'm not...
Next time they cheer.
Okay, well,
they're
we'll do it in a bit.
Yeah.
I do want to point out that, speaking of asterisks, teams that have asterisks on their names and their performances, I have to say Orange Rock, they placed 4th in this one. But again, that was a big asterisk. To be honest, I only think that they did actually get such high placement because they were locked into that compound and they kept getting circle after circle after circle. It's not like they were going around getting kills. They were kind of just getting lucky with it. And I bring out that L world yet again.
Let's think back to how the game started for them too, because boot camp was where they wanted to go, but they got pushed out. They had to go for the scraps laying around the
so they got pushed out, and then they actually got pushed into this compound with Megastars, and they were locked into that position for the entirety of the game. And when they finally had to move out, it was a really bad situation for them.
They got pushed out, they got pushed in. I mean, we talked about before this game, Orange Rock, Sanhok, statistically their best map. They got 4th place, 8 placement points, 6 kills, compared to yesterday they got 3rd place with 7 kills. So they're definitely feeling very confident after that bump up in the leaderboards.
Yeah, but still, they are getting pushed around, and that's not something we're used to seeing from Orange Rock. When you talk about Orange Rock, it's them pushing other teams into different places, forcing them to rotate, and asserting their dominance, but it doesn't feel like they've been those alpha males that they usually are today.
Yeah, I think they actually demonstrating some good skills, though, because there was 8-Bit that was trying to crash onto one of the Orange Rock compounds. 8-Bit was in the high ground with the trees. Orange Rock had the compounds, like I mentioned. They defended them, and I even believe they took out 8-Bit as a whole there. So I do like that we're kind of seeing Orange Rock kind of pick up their game a little bit here, you know, getting back to their roots of performing.
My question for you, Dave, and actually to Jason, do you think that it's a little bit too little too late for Orange Rock?
No, I don't think it's too little too late. We'll see on the overall leaderboards, but honestly, they got 2 more games to go. I mean, if they just have mediocre performance, all you need is top 16.
Exactly, and we'll see obviously in a little bit of time. One team I did want to talk about, by the way, was Orb. We have to talk about Orb Official because they were actually gatekeeping towards the later parts of that map. We actually saw them in position up against RIP Official and SynerGE Retribution, and they still survived with that 1 player, which was the final player at the end of the game as well. Somehow holding on to that and not falling early on gave them a little bit of extra points.
They were really gatekeeping in the sense that they had a lockdown on this one area, this village, if I'm not mistaken. They were in this compound, and they were taking fight after fight after fight, and still somehow winning them, despite the fact that they were surrounded in essence, which is honestly not too surprising for Sanhok, but the fact that they were able to do it under such intense pretense was, you know, pretty nice to see.
I know, such a big day for Orb. I mean, they only had 14 placement points coming into today. Only 7 kills. Last game they did pretty well. This game they're doing well. I mean, when you call in the big guns, that's what Orb's doing. They're getting aggressive, but not only are they getting the kills, they're getting the placement points with that, trying to secure themselves. Because coming in today, 21 on leaderboard.
Yeah. Well, speaking of calling in the big guns, I do think 8-Bit, they brought in a player as well. That was Prince.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them here on Sanhok, they didn't get a good placement at all. Question is it just because it's Sanhok, or is it because they're just struggling?
Well, hey, I mean, you're switching over your in-game leader from one day to the next. That's a pretty tough thing to do, especially with the amount of time he's going to have to, you know, kick into it.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, shot calling on Sanhok is difficult, especially if you're thrust into the role of an IGL and you're not really that comfortable IGLing for a team, especially bringing in a sub.
Well, he was the first one to die on the team, too, so it's kind of like, well, now what is he going to do for the
so
team?
it might have been a little bit easier at that point, but still, you're leading a squad of just 3 people then. It's not exactly the same situation. So props to Ted, though, for picking up the reins that quickly and somehow giving us a little bit of a better result in the previous map.
Let's take actually a look at the circles really quickly and see how they kind of panned out there over the course of that entire match, because it was interesting to see how some teams getting in the better position than the others. I'm trying to not say the L word in there, but you'll see later on what I was talking about with Orb and how they kind of gate kept towards the southwest side.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Orb. They're over there just north of their quarry. They're sandwiched between Insane. We got a couple other squads trying to push on up into their region as well. I mean, they keep getting favored with these circles over there in the south, but then again, it's such a hotbed for teams trying to rotate on in. Look, once again, this is the 2nd circle in a row. There are squads just on top of us, and we made mention of the Orb fighting the Elementrix. It wasn't only 2 teams. RIP Official tried to get the 3rd party onto this as well. They were successful, but then they tried to rotate, and that's where they got taken out in the blue as well.
I'm also pointing out this is where OR starts to get screwed a little bit. They actually have been in this compound the entire time. They literally did not move. They got some kills left and right, but at the same time, this is probably the least amount of distance traveled by OR I've ever seen in any game from them.
I love how, you know, Orb, there were only 1 member alive, Mazik over there. Hearing all those fights happening over there with Orange Rock saying, okay, I'm leaving a 3rd party, so I'm going to concentrate on positioning, avoiding it, even taking some of the blue damage, healing up for, I believe, 1 or 2 times with first aid kits, making it in the end. getting those placement points. So important.
sure.
It's an insurance policy,
But you're
right?
not winning the game, right?
You get points, though.
Yeah, you do get points, and I applaud him for that. My thing is, though, if you want to win the game, and at some point you will want to go for those big points, that chicken dinner plus the kills, if somebody's fighting in a situation like that, you got to know that you got to swoop in.
I mean, talk about winning the game. Godlike, only 5 kills. Not the godlike that they told us that they were going to bring to today's table. I think after last 16th place, they were kind of hurt with this chicken dinner. I mean, they should have a confidence boost now. They don't really need one because they're definitely in that top 16 position, but hopefully they'll come into these final 2 games aggressive like they promised.
See, I'm still looking to see if teams are going to be hot dropping on Orange Rock. It's like, hey, you know, again, I said this before, the team with the target painted on their back, and the fact that you're already safe, maybe you're just going to drop straight into them and look for some early kills.
I think you should. I think teams should still keep targeting
I mean,
Orange Rock. Sorry, no
what's
offense.
that?
I love you guys, Orange Rock, but at the same time, the other teams need to target Orange Rock because if they can eliminate Orange Rock from the tournament right now, that would be the best situation for them.
On that note, do they target them or do they target a team right around that cusp, right around that precipice of being in 16th place to try to pull them down so then they can get up higher?
That is true, but I still think it's better to target Orange Rock because Orange Rock is the kind of team that when it gets to finals, they go into playoff mode. They can go absolutely insane. So it might be worth investing in actually trying to take them down earlier while they're down.
I don't think you're allowed to wear that jersey anymore.
Well, it's because of my respect for Orange Rock that they actually, I'm saying that they need to be targeted.
I think he's paid by Orange Rock. Let's just
Probably. There's some money coming in under the table.
Orange Rock shoes as well. I mean, honestly, I know a lot of players, they say, oh, we're going to target this squad, we're going to target them, we're going to be aggressive. I think it's all talk. I think they're going to come in here, they're going to play passive, they're going to play scared, they're going to get their compound, they're going to be in the circle, like, oh, guys, we're in circle, we're in the compound, let's just relax, let's just chill. They're not going to push out. They're not going to go for those kills.
You know who I have never seen just hide in a compound, though? Mayhem.
Okay.
They have never actually done that for an extended period of time. Sure, they'll camp out for like a minute max, and then they'll go out again and just hunt some more kills.
That's why they have so much damage.
Yeah, so much damage and actually a really high amount of kills.
Well, you know what? Let's take a look at our top 5 players from that last game. And there we go. Actually, a little bit of a switch-up coming through. A little bit sad to not see Dark there, but you know what? That's what happens when you get knocked out in last place. But we are seeing Elementrix finally able to get some people on the board. Junior in particular, only 4 kills, but the kills he got were phenomenal.
Existence, though, coming up here. This is the first time I think we've seen an OR player here. 769 damage on him, and 4 kills. That's pretty good.
Then, of course, the solo member from Orb that was able to secure him those placement points to get that second place had 4 kills to boot as well.
Yeah, I mean, and Elementrix, I'm surprised that, oh wait, no, there's 2 Elementrix players on the board here. Both sitting at 4 kills each, and 1 at 500 damage and 1 at 400. So it just goes to show how good that their game is and that they really have the potential to sweep games if they given a good opportunity
yeah,
to.
And I believe they had like around 11 or 12 kills. We'll see in just a moment that previous game as well. So you can only imagine the other players, they're very close to being on this leaderboard.
Well, you know what? We're not going to see it in a moment. We're going to see it right now. Let's bring up the overall standings out to see where the teams currently do lay in the battlefield. That here is the PMCO fall split. And you can see Brawlers still maintain that first position, but look at that. Look at number 2. Someone snuck in there and put Trust the Process down at 3.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried now for Trust the No, not really. No,
I was going to say, where are you going with this?
No, I was trying to create some drama, but I realized that the points, they're pretty much safe here. I do want to point out something. If you take a look at 3rd place all the way up to like 8th place, there's like hardly like 10 points max difference between these players. Anybody could take these top 8 spots, but again, it's not about the top 8, it's about the top 16.
Exactly, and you're looking at still, I mean, they're through, basically. I want to say 58 should be set in stone as we're obviously moving to the second page to see where currently the 16 are, but we see a lot of teams to kind of deserve it there, even Elementrix moving up the page.
Elementrix, I definitely think they deserve it because of the fact that their last game was so good. And I think that getting warmed up like this at this stage of the tournament is a really good sign. You don't want to go in guns blazing at the start just like ETG Brawlers and then lose everything else. I'm not saying that that's going to happen to ETG Brawlers, but it has now happened.
Still crazy to see that Fnac are in 4th place with 4 games played when the other teams around them have 6. Yeah. That's how well they've been playing so far.
Yeah. Well, they have been playing really good, really solid, but nothing crazy just yet.
They'll be here later as well. So I'm looking forward to those matches. And here's 9 through 16, like you mentioned, Megastars, insane. A couple of squads, you know, sticking out. We keep talking about Orange Rock, slowly but surely moving on up leaderboards. I believe they were in 17th last game, so finally breaching the gap. This is the first time that they've actually been in that safe region of qualifying.
They have clawed themselves up. Like, clawed themselves up tooth and nail to fight for that 15th spot. But their fight is definitely not over. RIP Official is right behind them with 36.
Yeah, so I'm looking over here. Interesting, Mega X, you know, you mentioned it earlier today. They got chicken, but they're so low down there. They're just not getting enough kills to kind of fluff them up on that leaderboard. Here's 17th through 24th. If we were to end it right now, these teams would not be moving forward. Big disappointment when you see 8-Bit, especially with all the talk that we've been giving them today with the roster changes, the shuffles, the new IGL coming in hot. Hopefully it'll pay off. They got 2 more games to go.
Blind, though, sitting at 25 and IND, so they still have a good chance to come in. INS, they're falling further and further down the table, and as a team that I said time and time again, they get better as the tournament progresses. I'm still not seeing that. They still have a number of games to play, so I'm hoping that we'll see that happen later on.
Well, we're going to see, obviously, still have quite a few more games to come up today. We still have Group C to actually come in on the stage momentarily so we can get those games ready to go. But you know what? We had a new winner. We had a new team get a chicken dinner. So let's hear from them on the stage with Xerxes.
God-like. You guys are second on the table, but this is your first ever chicken dinner after 6 matches. This goes to show that consistent performance goes a long way. Strategy?
It is about previously when during our practice scrims we are choking. So right happened what after that is, so we used to sit and discuss because we never been together this many days. So from last 2 days we have been together. So what happened is that we used to study each and every team, right? So what happened is that we tried maintaining consistency, but we are not able to get the dinner. So today later morning we had some talk. So later what happened is that we know where each and everyone lands, right? So we thought that people might won't be there. So we just rotated according to that and we got the dinner today.
So you basically observed your competitors' strategies, landing spots, and then went on to make your own strategy. And so what's coming up next for you? Is this a strategy you think that's going to work in the next round too? I mean, you're definitely going to the next round, aren't you? So is there a strategy that you're going to follow for the next one too? Or is there something else that you're planning to do now?
तो लाइक पहले तो ये जो स्ट्रैटेजी हमने अभी यूज़ करी थी लाइक ये हम बस रैंक अचीव करने के लिए कि लाइक टॉप 5 में तो रहना ही है एंड एज यू नो टॉप 16 टीम्स क्वालिफाई करेगी तो इसलिए हम थोड़ा सा किल्स के लिए नहीं खेल रहे पोजीशन के लिए खेल रहे हैं बट डेफिनेटली अब तो टॉप 16 में तो आ ही जाएंगे तो अब नेक्स्ट 2 गेम फुल लाइक किल्स के लिए खेलेंगे बट विद स्ट्रैटेजी.
So basically what you just said is that till now you were like trying to stay on the top 5 in the leaderboard. Once that has happened, you're just like, now the next games we're going to chill and go for the kill. That's a good strategy to have, guys. Best of luck. Good games coming up. We're going to go into a break right after this. See you guys on the other side.
prevents you from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo. A real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Light Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you, other than the normal zombies. A mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows you a payment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement, Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
Thank you guys for sticking around for that short little break we did have to get underway with our next match of the day. It's finally Group C going to be coming into the mix and join us on the stage as they take now their 4 games straight to see if they qualify through into tomorrow or unfortunately if they fall a little bit short. But you know what? I'm still Jason Kappen and I couldn't do my job if I didn't have these 2 fantastically dressed gentlemen to my left-hand side. Illustrato, Mustache Dave. How you guys feeling so far?
I love the pocket square. It's very nice.
I love your jersey. It's phenomenal.
Let's trade.
No, I think that's I think that was the wave call again. Just saying for that. But yeah, obviously going into this with Group C now coming on the stage, gonna get warmed up in this one. Group A getting into the last 2 matches. Just want to say that again. Last 2 games of the entire prelims for them. If they are not in top 16 now, then they will not have a chance to. But let's look at the teams that are going to be coming in here. And 2 teams I want to focus on is Fnatic and Mayhem, because Mayhem has been a team who's been going for kills. They've been getting so much damage done.
Yeah, they've been just running around, running amok, getting kills left and right. They're not exactly placing the best. I don't think they've even had a chicken dinner. Oh, they have 1, if I'm not mistaken, or not at all. Either one of those, they're not really getting
1 or
the
none.
places.
It's true.
1 or none.
True.
Either
That's right.
But the thing is, Fnatic is also dominating the field here. They've only played like, what, 4 games? And they are still finding themselves in like 4th spot, which is amazing because some teams have already played 6.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, like you mentioned, Fnatic going to be coming into these games trying to reclaim that position that they were in. But one squad I'm going to be looking at, Reckoning Esports there, all the way down at the bottom.
That's not a good place to be.
Yep.
I mean, it's do or die. There's not a lot of games left in the day, and if you're Reckoning Esports, it's time to say, okay, wake up, we got to do this. I think this is a pretty decent chance to do it on this upcoming map because it is Vikendi, if I'm not mistaken. If there's any time for Reckoning to come in, it's now.
Well, they got nothing to lose, right?
Because they got a fellow Dave on there. Just saying.
Well, I mean, that makes them probably your favorites to win the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
But does he have a mustache, though?
Yes. Reckoning Dave does have a mustache.
If you have the name Dave, you have to have a mustache. I think it's like included in laws. But anyways, moving into now the important part. We're going to start showing this as we get into every single match for the rest of today. It's crunch time here. Let's look at the second page of the standings because these are the teams who are susceptible to be dropped out of the top 16 and to, fortunately, not join us yet again tomorrow.
Yeah, Megastar sitting at 53, Insane now at 50, just alongside SynerGE, who does have 50 as well. I want to point out there's not a lot of point difference between these teams right here. Orb Official has 49, despite the fact that they've been having decent games. Mega X right behind them with 48, and actually Mayhem is, despite the fact that they have been getting a lot of kills, they're 14th and they could drop out right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting overlapped by teams that are on the grind here today. Like you mentioned, Orb trying to shoot on up. They were in 21st position coming into today, so Mayhem slowly losing that lead that they have. I mean, if we look, it's 41, 40, 36 when it comes to the bottom teams that are just barely qualifying here today. We're going to switch it over to the next page and see how close the number gap is between these teams that, if we were to end it right now, will not be making it.
Yeah. So 17th is 8-Bit, and Blind right behind them, 35 and 25. So 10-point difference. It is significant. It's not too significant. At the very bottom, though, you see Reckoning. We just mentioned them. Salty Squad as well. Don't exactly know what's happening there. And INS, I've said this time and time again, they're usually a late tournament kind of team, but still have yet to find any kind of form whatsoever.
Any form of luck?
Yeah, probably. You know, there is an element of luck that teams need to get into these.
So, looking down here, Salty Squad, Reckoning Esports, the very bottom of the barrel, will be finally joining us here. They are going to be sitting in their comfortable couches. 6 kills for Salty Squad, 4 kills for Reckoning Esports. I mean, they're going to have to make such a large leap here today. Hopefully, their maps are Vikendi and Erangel, because that's what we will be heading on into.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the last map was Sanhok, and we did actually see ETG drop out first. Sanhok is the great equalizer, and we have one more Sanhok coming up later on, so I'm interested to see how that plays out. But of course, before that is Vikendi. Let's talk about a little bit, I guess, about Vikendi. It's one of those slower, more tactical maps because of the nature, a lot of cover, and it is completely tactical in its nature.
And then you tend to see those players that are strong with DMRs shine on this map with these long-range distance fights. So we'll see. We got a couple fraggers in here waiting to frag out. I believe they are getting their headphones on right now.
You know what that means,
We know what that means. What does it mean? The crowd might not know what it means.
Oh, you want me to tell the crowd? I thought you wanted me to do the wave. What it means is we're about to get underway with the match here in a few moments of time, but also we need to kind of understand that the 2 times we've seen Vikendi played, we've had ETG win the first time and Mega X win the second time. So will we see a new team come out. Will ETG Brawlers play the way they did in the last map, just go aggressive, look for some kills, and potentially drop out in the 16th? Are they going to try to take home the chicken dinner yet again for their 5th? Yeah, I didn't say that wrong. For their 5th one in a row. Obviously, time will tell, but we need to see some teams start to shine. If you're Reckoning Esports, for instance, this is your moment. Like, you have nothing to lose. You have to go big. You have to get a lot of kills, but more importantly, you need that tasty, tasty dinner.
Yeah, and it was another one of those squads that I spoke to today. I said, hey, Reckoning Esports on Mustache Dave _ on Instagram. What happened yesterday? Like,
That's
tell
true.
us
That's how you introduce yourself to people.
I mean, so they can follow and I follow back.
Yeah.
But I asked them what happened yesterday. They said, Mustache Dave _ it is just the nerves. The nerves is what got to us. Today, we're going to be focused. Today, we know what we made mistakes on yesterday with. Hopefully, they can live up to what they told me earlier.
I think Orange Rock and INS, this should be their map because they're more experienced. That's about it. This is a map that favors more experienced teams, and I think we're going to start to see teams which have strong IGLs start to shine, including teams like Seoul later on.
Let's head over to our casters, Alex Byfield and Imperium.
Well. Game 3, Vikendi. The final one for myself and my co-commentator here, Imperium. Group C have joined the fray now.
Oh, yeah.
Which teams from Group C are you going to be expecting to really heat things up?
Well, we heard Illustrato and Dave mention about Mayhem and them kind of slipping the table. They're actually looking in a very strong position because there's 7 teams ahead of them and 3 teams behind them have all played 2 games extra.
Okay.
That means with a solid result in this first game at least that they're playing today, they can jump up 6 to 7 spots because they're only 20 points behind the 7th team ahead of them. So really Mayhem looking strong, but we also got to talk about the fact that Fnatic are in this game. You've got IND, you've got Blind. All of these teams need all the points. Maybe not so much Fnatic, but definitely the other 2 teams I mentioned.
Yeah, IND, INS especially favorites. Well, not favorites, but more teams which are expected to make it into the top 16 who currently aren't. Obviously, they haven't played today, so we're expecting them to rise up the rankings very, very shortly. However, let's discuss the trajectory of the plane this time. East to west, but going northern, which means obviously Mount Kresnik will be important in this one as it was flying over it, but also positions like Milnar, Dino Park, Abbey, etc. hard to really access.
Exactly, but of course it's going to come down to what this phase 1 circle is going to show up for us. Yes, the 2 Vikendi games we had yesterday were pretty much identical when it came to the circles. Yes, we had 2 different winners, but they were identical within millimeters of the circle trajectory. So let's see what phase 1 shows us. We do see that there's been a bit of a general split. These teams, quite a good few are actually heading towards Dobro Mesto.
Also as well, if you look at the map, Castle there is basically splitting off, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams across the river there. Lots of rotations going in through Podvosto, Mount Kresnik as well, so that's going to be a very contested area.
Then, of course, you do have that vehicle in Podvosto that can be ever so important for helping you to get that rotation. And we see a phase 1 circle. Nice to see it in an opposite direction. And also, because it was down south, the plane trajectory was up north. That's going to be a little bit more difficult for these teams.
Dave, already having 2 kills. Well, 1 for him, another for his teammate as well, against, I believe it was Elementrix. But yeah, you mentioned the southern hemispheric circle we have today. Very much a stark contrast to the 2 that we had towards Port earlier on in the northern hemisphere of this map. So finally something different.
Yeah, exactly. And we only see 2, maybe 3 teams now inside the circle. Salty, Mayhem, and Fnatic. Everyone else is around. But the good thing, though, is that for the teams on the east coast and the west coast of the map right now, they have a relatively easy entrance into the circle. Where it's going to be hard is for the likes of Orange Rock, Entity, Orb, and Nepali Honey.
Oh, Dave. Oh, that was so close there. Trying his hardest to get away from Elementrix.
Do you want me to call emergency services for you? Is it, you're okay?
I mean, look, call it for Dave if anyone.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm all right. I'm still standing. Don't know if the same can be said here for Dave. But then again, he has these vultures from Elementrix just hunting this compound, trying to see if they can smell blood. But Dave seems to be far away here. He made us wait this one out, wait for Elementrix to eventually rotate, and then get away. However, what I want to talk about, though, is the circle that we have. Lots of open space here inside this one. Winery, Abbey, Dino Park especially, Tovar. We don't have the likes of Cosmodrome, Mount Kresnik, Povisto, for example, where there is compounds to be situated in. So this could be a very interesting ending.
It is, and one location that it's of course high risk, high reward is actually Castle. The reason why I like the idea of a team in the early stages within the first, we're 4 minutes in, within the next 2.5 minutes, occupying Castle. The reason why is because it's high ground, Alex. It also gives you great area vision between Tovar, Volnovo, and the teams that are going to be rotating on both east, west, and from the north. That could be a great place to get a couple of kills from.
Very, very true. Obviously, the river splitting it off, as we mentioned just, seconds ago, 5 teams in that same vicinity. So whoever controls Castle, very strong foothold for the remainder of the circle, as long as it stays in its proximity. Reckoning IBAN as well. The X is silent. Is still here alive. He has Dave as well as backup. Just the 3 players remaining as well for Reckoning Esports. Reckoning Esports haven't had the best tournament so far, to say the least.
No, they're lying down in very last place, bottom of the barrel. But the way I would look at that, Alex, is they've got nothing left to lose at this stage. They've got 4 games to make an impact, to make a difference. They're on 8 points in 4. They do have a decent bit of a gap to pull out there, roughly around 28 points behind 16th place alone. And they are behind some very good teams who have not really performed to the standard that we expected.
I mean, looking at the overall statistics, which are the teams that you think have to really perform here on Vikendi? Obviously, we've just had the first game from Group C. Fnatic just had the infographic, 5 minutes ago, if that. They're obviously 5th right now. It's the first game of the day. They're going to be finishing top 3 most likely. But what other teams should we be really looking at?
Look, definitely Nepali Honi, Alex. You got Salty Squad. I talked about the side of IND. They all need to put out some very strong performances. Hell, I would even see say the teams that are already in the top 16, but just on the cusp of it. You know, the likes of Insane. Yes, they're in 10th place, but 50 points, that's only 14 points ahead of 16th place. And surprises can happen.
Teams now starting to make their rotation south. Entity Gaming being one of them. Team INS as well. And actually coming in towards Cement Factory, Team IND might be meeting and locking horns with INS fairly soon.
Well, yeah, they're making their rotations, but these teams are actually doing it quite slowly because at the start of the game, I said 4 teams were in the circle. 6 minutes in, it's still only 4 teams in the circle. Honestly, that's a little bit disappointing because I've casted quite a bit of PUBG PC. And, okay, fair enough.
Curio
from SynerGE Retribution just going down.
Yeah, and when it comes to PUBG PC, when it's a rotation like this and when it's a circle like this, teams make instant impact to move into the center of the circle. But X, what are you going to do?
Let's see then. If they do go inside this compound, there's 2 players here from SynerGE Retribution. One of them was just down. Curio, he still is actually. Ranji spots out the player there. Not sure quite yet which player it is from SynerGE Retribution. However, there's 3 here from Elementrix, so they're going to be having a field day here versus the 1 player from the side of SynerGE Retribution. So Junior will get the kill, or excuse me, the down, but eventually will be converted into the kill. They're trying to see if Curio is around, but instead, Curiosity nearly killed the cat. Instead, they're just going to stay put and not take that risk.
Yeah, we have seen 2 members of Fnatic are dealing with a bit of pressure. We've lost Scout and Always right off the bat. What the hell happened there? Unfortunately, we don't have the camera panned over.
Yeah, I know. Vampire there with 2 kills. It looked like, or 1 at least versus Fnatic. So Mayhem causing mischief and mayhem there. That compound, now they've won as well. So I think what we saw there from Fnatic was a 2-2 split. Trying to loot up here in Vikendi, split up in the compounds, get as much loot as possible before going into the latter stages of this game. And look, Mayhem, they took the advantage there. And that's one of the things that can happen. If you do go for a 2-2 split, you risk being rushed early.
And here's the thing. 2-2 splits only work in certain situations. And when the circle was shifted like that and we had very few teams, 2-2 splits do not work because there's a high chance that a full squad is going to be rotating from the north from far outside the circle, going to be full squad against Toon. That's what happened with Fnatic. In that situation, they were always better off playing as a full squad in a compound.
Yeah, actually looking at the map now as well, it was half of Fnatic were southern towards Abbey, the other half, which we saw Die, Scout, and Oasis, were at Dino Park, and that's where the issues did arise.
And now the rotations are definitely starting to come in. INS pushing on forward. We see Blind are just on the edge of the circle on the east side. IND have made their way quite nicely underneath around Winery. And then Trust the Process moving their way up north have had a disappointing 2 games so far.
Actually, we're going to be seeing some action shortly towards Hot Springs, not only from INT holding the bridge there towards Volnova, but also Orange Rock are going to make the rotation southern towards Hot Springs. So rotations coming from the east of the circle will be exciting.
Now, the good thing about this Phase 1 circle is it is only really about 25% water with a little bit of the sea and a little bit of the river. So there is quite a large land area for these teams to occupy. Yes, the high ground is going to be priority, but it wouldn't hurt for a team to do what Salty have done, which is basically get on the coastal line just above Milnar, because what that does is it gives them only a 180-degree perspective that they really have to worry about of the teams in front of them.
Yeah, we saw the exact same yesterday when it was Port. This time it's going to be Milnar, as you said. Oh my goodness, 2 of the players here are downed from Trust the Process. Ronak here, seems like he wasn't happy with how his teammates went down, tries to get 2 back in their favor as well. But where is the cavalry here for Trust the Process? Paratosh has the angle and the field of view onto 2 of the players. Saga may actually just walk into, or should I say, crawl into line of sight, which he does. And bye-bye to 2 of the players here from Trust the Process.
I do like that from Fnatic. They weren't presuming that they had those free kills. They played it very cleverly. Yes, they had to use a Molotov, but I think that's better safe than sorry. As the final 2 members of Trust the Process, they went for a 2-2 split, and it hasn't worked out. Just Shagar left standing.
Wow, maybe he's going to get smoked like a cigar. However, he did that amazing play, potentially the best play we've had of the tournament, on a Sanhok. However, I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. Doubling down and get it happen twice, excuse me.
Now, what was it? 6-minute mark, I said there's still only 4 teams in the circle. We've hit 10.5 minutes, and we've got 15 out of 16 teams are in the circle. So it's a little bit later than I would have wanted, but the teams have now started rotating in. The center of the circle is a frenzy of teams just looking for their location, looking for that compound that they want to hold on to until Phase 2 pops up, Alex.
Yeah, about 40 seconds or so away from Phase 2. And it's going to be interesting to see which half of this map is going to go, as everyone is centered towards Dino Park, towards Abbey, just north of Milnar. So if it does go south, it's really going to be beneficial for IND, INS, and Salty Squad.
And you touched upon this team earlier with their rotation, but I got to give a lot of credit to Orange Rock. Made their way so nicely down the east side, down the road, holding on to at least, I think all 4 members have a vehicle each. That's going to give them so much protection if they end up in the open. It's going to give them so much exit potential from a team fight, plus even entrance potential in a team fight, as you do see the map in front of us.
No one setting up shop in Winery. Instead, Orange Carrier going straight in towards Milnar. May see the crate drop as well. Only a Grozer in there, something too potent to really wield going forward. However, they're about to lock horns and charge into Salty, who are very situated already in their compound here at Milnar. Let's see then.
Phase 2 is centers up quite nicely, giving all these teams a very nice movement into where they want to go. Nothing really super surprising. Even Blind, they don't have far to go to get in the circle. Yes, you talked about Orange Rock potentially going closer to Salty. Not quite yet, but ETG Brawlers.
ETG putting the Brawlers in their name. Already the Molotov downing Ronak. All down to Paratosh now as well, as he does die as well. So it's a 1 versus 4. Brawlers just going to swarm them like moths to a flame. But let's see what he can get done. Try and isolate it into 4-1 versus 1's down 1. Tries to get more, but unfortunately, the trade there from Brawlers was perfect. And not even the kill as well, so they can revive him. Still 4 players. And now, Fnatic are wiped out.
Firstly, excellent push by ETG Brawlers, coming in as a 4-man team into that building, getting the job done. But that was a huge mistake from Fnatic, because they actually took each other out. That Molotov took out that member of Fnatic. It didn't work out for them. They'll go down in 16th place, but they did get 2 kills, not the start they wanted on the final day of play-ins.
Of course, Caster's Curse, we hyped them up so much in the preface before the game started, mentioning Fnatic, but obviously with the star-studded roster they have and the name attached to them now as well from the West, you have to.
In fairness, with all due respect to us, it's not just the casters that are hyping them up, it's the fans, it's the org themselves, it's the outright name that they're carrying on their backs that is putting them under a bit more pressure, but they're dealing with it very well. They did have a fantastic finish to yesterday. They are quite safely towards the top of the table. They just want to hold on to it and keep themselves in the top 16 for now.
If we do get the circle in phase 3 that goes towards the north, imagine all these rotations through Abbey, through Dino Park, where Entity currently lurk. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Well, they'll look to go around Abbey, right? Like Mayhem, they hold a nice position just towards the south of Abbey. We see Megastar, they're holding to the west of Abbey. You know, we will see Mayhem go around Abbey if it shifts up. North Entity hold a strong position for now.
Yeah, kill there as well for Team IND. I believe it was versus Orb Official. Yes, it was. Max Cash did go down to the G360.
But look at this. You talked about Abbey. Look how much space there is between outside Valnova, Winery, and Abbey. Blind, they're holding on to the far south coastal position. But if that circle shifts up north, if they do it within the first 30 seconds of that phase 3 being exposed, they will have a clear entrance into around the center edge of the circle.
Yeah, and also the earlier you get there, the better position you can get, the higher chance you have into the late game. It's all about the percentages, although a headshot there from Smokey, it looked like. Speaking of percentages, does down the player, but he is still alive, so he can just be revived behind cover, so no kill conversion just yet.
Good play coming out from INS right now as we hit the 15.5-minute mark of this game. Phase 3 about to pop up and expose itself for these teams. Plenty of space. It centers up once again. This is probably the cleanest game we've had so far in the whole of the play-ins when it comes to circles. The first 3 phases, no surprises, plenty of space, all the teams still inside the circle.
Nothing unorthodox as of now, but that also means teams can just stay put, really. Obviously, they're all inside the circle. No one's outside of it. The circle's going to be here for a while as well before we go into phase 3. Still got a minute and a half before the blue zone starts to commence inward. So they can just sit back and chill. And once again, airdrop number 3 grows in number 2.
Yeah, as we will now see what is going to happen. Like, Groza, indeed, strong gun to pick up. But look at this. Orb, Elementrix, SYN, Trusted Procenti. That's 5 teams in a small area. When you're looking at who's looking the strongest, I would actually have to say Elementrix. The reason why is because they've looked pretty aggressive in the early parts of the game, and they have the compound, and they have the high ground, Alex.
Entity have slowly crept up here towards Nepal Honey. Obviously, they were looking down at, I believe it was Megastars on the other side of the hill, and they thought, do you know what, let's go somewhere more advantageous for us as they stalk their prey, but Nepal Honey have no reason to move.
Nepal Honey, formerly Camp to Win team. They played in the spring split of PMCO. They showed potential, but they just couldn't quite hit the mark to get to the regional finals. Back in the spring split, they've mixed up their roster a little bit. They got in players that they feel are going to help them get the job done. But right now, when it looks in the overall standings, they are in 22nd, so they need to step up their game in these 4 games today.
Why do you think we see no one towards Dino Park or to VAR? Ooh, excuse me, let me just cut you off there for a second, Imperium. As HB gets spotted in the open. R2 as well has been seen as they go for a firefight across the map, but it's going to be a win more so for Qatar as the damage has been done to IR2.
Disconnect, he needs to move to provide that flank cover because there has to be more communication from HB and IR2 to provide that level of vision for Disconnect to move on out. It seems like Entity, they're getting better. They're being more aggressive as Nepali Honey, they look to back off.
Katak has healed up. A man as well spotted out 4 players now all in the same compound. Jonathan as well, far outreached can go around the flank. This isn't offside in rugby, so we can go for that one.
Indeed. Yeah, great notice of Jonathan moving around. But look at Aman and Gadak working together. Neo and Jonathan together. Great 2-2 split, 2-2 split play coming out from Entity, and they are looking confident right now in this Vikendi game.
Ooh, Aman, if he goes for the grenade, he's going to expose himself, excuse me. But the grenade goes out. We have NHB, IR2, Lackey, and Disconnect versus the 4 players now. 2 actually, though, from Entity going to be the flank. Jonathan and Neo coming from the side. IR2 is going to spot them out shortly.
The issue with Nepalis, they're too bunched together. They do not have the angle of cover and the angle of vision that they can communicate where Entity are. Entity have them covered like a blanket on a pig.
It's quite an analogy there.
Yeah, I meant a piece of bacon like a pig's and blanket. But anyway.
I mean, chicken dinner, roast dinner, same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Although it's mostly turkey. But let's see. Maybe this action's gone to cold turkey because we haven't seen too much happen for the past, 10, 15 seconds?
True, but Entity are biding their time. I like the way they're being calculatively aggressive. They're waiting until they see, but the action comes in IR2 with the Uzi.
The Uzi up close, dealing so much damage in fast, excessive amounts. Just the rate of fire from that weapon, dealing all the damage to attackers. He is going to be fully out by IR2. Neo down as well by Lucky. Jonathan going to go and fight back, though, against Nepali Honi.
Now Disconnect, he's moving in, he's looking for Jonathan, but man, he's able to get out. Jonathan connects onto Disconnect.
Oh, this is such an awkward exchange, but NHB, in the meantime, has got behind the players now from Entity as it's Jonathan versus NHB. This spray could be the winning team in this situation, and now it's just IR2.
Where are you, the rest of the Pali Honi? It's a 2v1 play. You should have been able to get that done. IR2, come on. Or get the revives, my friend.
Ooh, here it comes. Jonathan's coming around the side. This could be 4 players. He's going to be dishing up here. The spray! IR2 wins it, and that's going to be Entity Gaming out in 15th.
Oh my God. Gotta give credit to Nepali Honi, but I'll talk about it later on, because look at Blind, Psycho, XP inside that building, but Reckoning are getting the better of them.
They are indeed. Don as well from the outskirts trying to shoot inside the compound. The remaining players there from that team couldn't quite get it though, and you can see just going to wave the white flag, call it quits, and cut the losses as he moves away. Blind playing that one amazing. Basically a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, great play by Blind, but I want to take it back to that team fight between Nepali Honi and Entity. Entity, I said they were being calculatively aggressive. You touched upon that maybe they were kind of being cold turkey.
I was just trying to make a wordplay.
But you were actually right, because they did end up giving Nepali Honi just that little bit too much space. Nepali Honi pulled the trigger, and in the end, they got the job done. So yes, it was great play by Nepali Honi, but they shouldn't have won that team fight.
Definitely agree with you on that one. As the zone comes in, we're about to enter phase 5. And once again, most of the teams based towards the southern hemisphere of the circle. Oh, it's gone centered again.
Phase 4, it is indeed phase 4, and
Excuse
it has
me?
centered up. It's okay. I thought we were a circle ahead as well. It does indeed center up. So when we look at the teams that are looking strong, are you surprised ETG Brawlers? Oh no, it is phase 5. My apologies.
I was going to say.
Sorry. My apologies.
Right, that's a drink on you later at the bar.
Anyway,
Thank you very
it's okay.
much.
It's okay. So ETG Brawlers looking damn strong in the center circle, followed by INS. Mayhem on the east edge. They have plenty of space, as well as Megastars. All the action is on the west side, where you see around 6 teams. And you know who's blocking the entrance? Elementrix.
Yeah, stunning game of the last one. Try and see if they can have Deja Vu appear in this 3rd game of the day. So, as we said before, the centered ring has been very much consistent here. No unorthodox or strange plays just yet.
But look at Orange Rock. They put themselves in a strong position in between ETG Brawlers and IND around the center of the circle. If they hold on to that position, that will really pay off for them down in the next couple of phases, because they look stronger. Trust the process get taken out, and this game continues.
22 minutes, and we still have 12 teams remaining here in this 3rd matchup. However, how much longer for as the zone starts to come in. And Blind start to come in as well, down upon Team IND, as they are just moments and seconds away from the damage being dealt. And Blind, woof, nearly blinding me there, as the action's quite hard to follow here, as it's going to be Daljitski that eventually will be going down here shortly, I imagine, as he takes one down for his name, but obviously it's not the converted kill, so they can revive him back in safe cover here. 2 players actually, excuse me, as Psycho needs to be revived as well.
So, confirm the kill onto Legisk, get that point for your side, and then get the revive, because also that would have been communication for Slayer. However, Trance will be able to go off, the Molotov doesn't continue.
Wow! Okay, Blind is eliminated based off of 1 Molotov. 3 players out to the count, and just like that, eliminated in 12.
IND, you blow my mind. What a play from them. I didn't think, based on the perspective that we had, that it was going to work out, but fantastic coming out from them with that Molotov. ETG Brawlers, they will get a loot crate for their troubles, for their favor, as we did see FaZe shifting up. It is gone down a little bit south. Orange Rock inside the circle, ETG and INS.
Oh, Nima here from Salty Squad, downing 2 of the players here from Orb Official. However, they can actually be revived just behind the smokes here. They're going to be shrouding the vision from Nemo as he is spamming into the smoke, hoping for the luck of the draw to get some bullets connecting. However, Orb down to 2 players now, as it's just going to be the revive coming through as to Maznik as well. So, 2 players winning for Orb, 2 for SynerGE Retribution. Apart from that, most of these teams have 4 players alive.
Yeah, great, really good stuff coming out from SynerGE Retribution, in fairness, to take advantage of Salty and Orb coming together, because SynerGE Retribution actually stole a kill away from Salty, in fairness, but we are seeing the teams closing in. You still have Nepali Honi on the northwest coast of the circle. Outside, you have Elementrix on the direct west outside the circle. INS are essentially edge of the circle, keeping inside that compound. They have a really strong position, as do ETG Brawlers and Orange Rock.
Nepali Honi just coming into the circle now, but they have 5 kills, so if they can get high standing and high placement here, this is going to shoot them up the rankings, because we mentioned it as well in the first game, the, what's the best way to describe it? Discrepancy between the top and bottom of the ladder, where if you have one standout game, you can almost automatically qualify for the finals.
100%, 100% indeed. Now, Orange Rock are making the wise choice of going to the north of the circle, but it is splitting up the road, so it's definitely a risky play. It all comes down to what utility they have. They're still a full squad, and how confident they are feeling. But IND, they need to make a play to get into the circle. They're on the south, looking in as Elementrix and Salty Squad.
Let's see, then, all fighting for this Rockers. It's going to be IND coming in to join the party. Oh, he's getting a lot of damage done to him, though. More players from IND as well being damaged, as Trance is down, about to be killed, as well as AJ from Salty Squad. It's a very easy spray to deal with and dispatch of another player there. In the meantime, though, ETG Brawlers are suffering as well, as they have 1 player down and 1 player killed as well.
Yeah, Mayhem looking to exact vengeance onto the members of ETG Brawlers, but Elementrix being put under pressure. Hayuzo down, Poo Poo Man knocked down, Junior and RNG looking to get that revive off, as we have 3 teams around that rock. Actually, even make that 4 teams, because INS are in the distance.
They are indeed, but right now in the fray is going to be ETG Brawlers with more kills going in their favor. Currently sitting on 4 kills. That's second, excuse me, that's third. IND with 5, Nepali Honi with 5 as well.
But now we see what is going to go through this game. Megastars, Mayhem, ETG Brawlers, all in one compound area.
Oh, final boss here, the star player for Megastars, and right now having a star-studded performance as he takes out more players from the likes of ETG Brawlers, the heavy favorites here so far in the tournament. It's going to be more points as well collected, for Megastars. So, Liam as well going to join the fray. Got the Mac-10, easy spray down versus Iconic. Unfortunately, not the most iconic death for him, but then again, winning 4 out of 5 chicken dinners, that's quite iconic in itself.
We saw Dark being the damage dealer for his side, being a blowing player to really get the damage done, but Molotov has really put him down in health. But Megastars and Mayhem, they've got to move into a circle. None of these teams are inside the circle, and all they're doing is helping the teams around them.
ETG Brawlers have been naded out 10th. And there you have it. Mayhem as well, close proximity. Cloak, though, just going to get in the vehicle and be like, do you know what? Another day, please. If you've taken out ETG Brawlers, you may take us out too.
They should have done that earlier, and they're going to pay the price because Cloak is going to go very low down in health. IND looking in the north direction. They Salty Squad behind them, but we are seeing Elementrix getting knocked down one by one. Nepali Honi, Poo Poo Man gets the better of them.
Poo Poo Man with 1. Can Poo Poo Man make it 2? Is this going to be Junior spotting out more players here from INS? 3 versus 4 here in the compound that we have in our peripheral vision. Smokey going to be cleaning up a few more players here. And just like that, Elementrix go down. It seemed like a 3 versus 4. Then all of a sudden, 3 players just get wiped out immediately.
And they will end up with 5 points. Not the best result for them. But now, Nepali Honi, they've been very clever with their rotations, and it's working out for them so far. They're in the top 8. They've got 5 points so far. Damn, they are looking good, but as our Orange Rock spraying in towards the direction of Mayhem.
Yeah, Carry actually getting the kill there onto It's KK. Salty Squad suffering, though, it seems, as they were doing so well in the early portion of this matchup, but maybe where the ring has gone hasn't really been favoring them, as this team IND now going to be up against Salty Squad, and Nima caught in such an awkward position. He's going to come tumbling down the rocks there and meet his demise.
Salty Squad, just 1 player left. That is sad. What can he do in the position? He's trying to heal himself up in the blue zone. It is phase 8. That's going to rip through. They're not going to survive. Orange Rock hitting off against IND. We're down to 6 teams.
Let's try and paint the picture here. Salty Squad with 1, SynerGE Retribution with 1, Team IND with 2, but one of them's down currently. So the question is, can they revive him? Right now, though, Nepali Honi, with 7 kills, 4 players alive, currently the front runners into this matchup. If only they could try and chuck in an HE grenade there and finish off the remaining 2 players from Team IND. This game could be finishing quicker than anticipated.
Yeah, of course, 15 players left standing, and 8 of those are from 2 teams alone, as Joker connects onto 1 member in Nepali Honi.
Grenades going out as well, as SynerGE Retribution are going to be taken out in 6th. 4 teams remaining as Salty Squad are gone too. 12 players alive, 4 of them on INS this time.
And none of the teams are actually inside the circle, except for now INS with that vehicle. But that's it. Every other team, every other player are outside the circle. Look at Trigger. He's making the call, making the push with that vehicle, but IND are there.
Yeah, IND can spot him out. Trigger being taken, dispatched of, just abused right now here by Slayer. Although, ironically, doesn't actually slay him, so he can just try and heal up behind cover. Hope that he is safe. And there's some return fire and the zone as well. This is so awkward right now for Slayer, as he's trying his best just to stay in the zone, but it's going to be Existence here from Orange Rock to take out 2 more of the players as they come assaulting inside the circle. IND out 4th.
IND out 4th, 3 teams left. As I said, only INS are inside the circle. They have all the control of the 2 teams around them, and they connect on to 1 member of Nepali Honi.
10 players remaining, 3 teams. That is all that leaves us here in game number 3. Trigger coming in for more. He spots out weakness here with Orange Rock. Gets the kill onto Santu as well. Goes for more against Existence. But maybe slightly overzealous there as he is downed himself by Carry. However, Bishma from INS wants to clear up more of Orange Rock now, as all the players have been dispatched off. Orange Rock out 3rd. It's going to be INS versus Nepali Honi. And here we go, 2 versus 4. And that's it. It's going to be Team INS, Joker, Bishma, Smokey and Trigger taking their first chicken dinner here so far. And they were 19th. And now, who knows where they're going to be lacking in the scoreboard.
They were on 20 points in total. From that game alone, they're going to score 30 points. That's over double their total points in 1 game alone. You talked about a team, any of these teams in the bottom 8 or even the bottom 10 getting a strong result and pushing them up forward. That's exactly what INS did. Hell, even Nepali Honi and Orange Rock, 3 teams in the top 3 needed those good results. It worked for them in Vikendi.
Yeah, it really, really did. And this applies more pressure to Team IND because they're still waiting for their big game. Obviously, some of the important outings was Fnatic going out very, very early. Then again, they're currently 5th. They're not going to be worrying about tomorrow. They're probably locked in already.
It even kind of put pressure on the likes of Salty Squad. Salty Squad, the Brotherhood from Nepali, they did finish in 5th place, but they only got 2 kills. And when you finish kind of between 2nd and 5th, you need to get at least 4 kills, between 4 to 8 kills. That deems yourself a good result because of that drop-off after a chicken dinner points, which is 20. So not the best result for Salty, as they were lying in 23rd overall.
Indeed, that is so, but going into the latter games of today, we have many more for team, or should I say, Group C, so many more chances for Orange Rock, etc. to come back into this. Or should I say Fnatic, sorry.
Yeah, and that's the thing you mentioned about the 3 more chances for Group C. There's only 1 more chance for the teams in Group A.
Yep.
Then it goes out of their control. And I know for a fact, in any situation, you do not want your result to be dictated by other teams' performances, Alex. You want your result to be dictated by your own performance, by your own results. And that's going to be tough for the teams in Group A.
Yeah, for me, we need to see a bigger performance from Mega Stars, because if they don't, they're going to be sitting around that average position, 9th, 10th, 11th on the leaderboard. And then there's basically 3 more games to sit back, watch. They'll play 1 more. Then they have the rest of the day to sit there while they're eating dinner and watch the other groups play and just hope that someone doesn't overtake them. I don't want to be in that situation.
No, you do not want to at all. And Mayhem, yes, they didn't have the strongest result, but they did frag out a little bit. They did get at least 2 kills onto the members of Fnatic. Yes, they have that game advantage against the teams around them. So all of those points will help quite nicely in their push to stay in the top 16.
That is very, very true. Which teams, though, are you going to be anticipating that has to really step up now in the remaining 3 games? I know I put you on the pressure, put you on the spotlight, but look, you can handle it.
Even 8-Bit. 8-Bit still have 2
That's
more games
true.
left today.
Yeah, exactly.
You have Blind, you have IND. It speaks for itself. The teams in the bottom 8 need to get the job done. Salty Squad especially, they're one team that have been a little bit lackluster when it comes to damage. They failed to hit the mark, and considering where they finished in the group stage, being the top of the table Nepal team, they've fallen apart right now.
Saw Scout there playing an actual just public match in between games. Obviously, it was the first game of the day and they didn't do too well. Maybe they weren't feeling too warmed up. Potentially.
No.
Potentially.
Sorry, but when you're at this level and every performance counts, you have to go into every game, the first game of the day, the last game of the day, warmed up, Alex.
I've got to give a round of applause as well to the RNG of the circles, making for a very competitive game. Nothing unorthodox, nothing strange, and led to us watching and witnessing some amazing PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, of course, and it's actually, the RNG of those circles, it was the nicest game, and I really like that because, yes, as a viewer and even as a caster, I love when the circle kind of goes in a crazy direction or kind of, hard shifts in one direction, but honestly, I also love when the teams have the freedom to go where they want and play where they want, Alex.
Yeah, speaking of consistency as well, the next map will be Erangel. It's the team that it's the map, which is most favored by most teams.
Yep.
And therefore, we should be getting some amazing action there. Following that, Sanhok, and the final game of the day, the 6th, will be Erangel as well.
Yeah, of course. Very excited for those games. And Paratosh, as I said, he did actually knock down his teammate with that Molotov, and that helped essentially cause them being taken out. But Entity, they got taken out by Nepali Honi, and that worked out for Nepali.
Yes, let's hear from the Entity. That is the 3 men on the desk. Jason, what do you think of that one?
Thought it was a crazy match, actually, considering the team we finally had come through and take home a chicken dinner is the team Illustrato has to be happy about. It's a team that he's been talking about for the majority of yesterday and today. INS finally able to do it, especially when it came down to it as well, considering they were in 21st place before this game ended, and at 20 points, they couldn't have asked for a better result.
I think this is the time, as I said, that more experienced teams need to start waking up and performing. I think that's what happened here for INS. They finally said, okay, it's clutch time, it's do or die. And that's what INS did. They actually went in, performed absolutely phenomenally for the first time all tournament long, or rather all play-in long. And now they have their first chicken dinner on the board.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this game, only 8 kills on leaderboard from the 4 games yesterday. Coming in strong, like you mentioned. I feel like they were playing the edge quite a lot this previous game and just gatekeeping a lot of these squads trying to work their way on into the west-hand side. So great game from INS. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, they were holding the western side of the circle for a very, very long time. They did a lot of gatekeeping, actually, and very large amount of clean team fights from them. You can see that their coordination is starting to improve and get a lot better. I'm expecting this to get a lot better as the days progress. I know a lot of maybe the other talents and casters, they don't think that INS can do it. I think that they can.
Okay, there's some big words there. See if they
Wow.
can back it up for you.
Okay.
I mean, hey, with that victory alone, they over doubled their points, so that pretty much puts them almost safe into the top 16 to make it into tomorrow's games. But nonetheless, this is coming down to do or die time. And also, one thing I liked about INS was that they weren't afraid to fight. They weren't afraid to just charge, and you saw them in the highlights against Elementrix. They just charged straight into a little bit of the compound. We're not afraid, and we're able to take those kills and add it to that tally.
The thing with INS is that, historically speaking, they do rely a lot on Joker, who is their sniper, to get the opening pick, and then they'll usually go in. That's one of the beautiful things I've seen from the gameplay of INS. However, in these past days, in this past day, that wasn't really working for them. So I think they've started to change up the pace, starting to play a lot more as a team. Bhishma actually has been opening up the map a lot more for them, and I think this is definitely working out in their favor.
Yeah, maybe, like you mentioned, not rely so much on Joker to carry the team. So I feel like you're trying to get an INS jersey as well. I'm not going to lie. Hopefully you'll get the hookup. I mean, they are doing a phenomenal job. Will they be able to breach the top 16 mark after this first game? Maybe not, but they're going to be definitely close to doing so, especially with Group A only having one more game left.
Sure. I think it's going to be tough. I mean, Orange Rock, they have one game left. It's going to be tough for them. It's a tough ask.
They got third place.
Yeah, they got third
6
place,
kills.
which is progress. I definitely don't think that they're safe because they have to spend the remaining amount of games hoping that everybody else messes up. And when teams like INS are starting to really perform, you got to be biting your nails.
And the word on the street backstage is Orange Rock will be hunted down. So we'll see if teams are going to follow through with that, as we do see game number 9 standings, like you mentioned, INS getting 20 placement points with 10 kills that game.
That's a lot. 30 points. That will probably make them have a comfortable spot, safe into the top 16.
Well, they only had 20 points coming into this
the whole
match
day.
here.
Yeah,
so I mean, for them over doubling that with just getting that alone based off placement points, they have to be happy about that. But also another team we got to talk about, currently number 2, Nepal Honi. That was a team that was currently sitting at 22nd before that game kicked off. And
yeah, great game from them. I mean, 8 kills. They were on a steamroller this previous game. We had LR2 on a mega flank on Entity, was able to get behind Entity, open it up for the squad, and then HB was using their window from that compound to kind of provide that cover fire for LR2 to wrap around. That was a very good play from them. And then we actually saw there's another fight with them. LR2 saved the day with the micro Uzi because they had 3 members from their squad knocked down. It's a pretty sloppy fight, not gonna lie.
it was a 2-on-1 to start with as well, and then they lost out on his player and he kept them up.
Exactly. But they were able to recuperate, thankfully for them, and getting 2nd place that game. Great job.
Team IND is a team that we haven't really talked about as well, but they managed to come in 3rd and actually take 8 kills along with them. So that's going to definitely boost their standing, and this is what I've been trying to say. Teams that are on the cusp, teams like Orange Rock, teams like 8-Bit, they have to be really, really worried at this point because they're starting to get the points. I mean, the other teams are starting to get the points that they need to qualify.
So here's 9 through 16. Group A, one more game. We got the Brawlers in Group A trying to get their final chicken dinner. If they get a chicken, it would be 6 out of 8? Oh, man, that would be something else.
5
out of 8? Okay. Oh, they didn't get the 5th one yet.
Yeah, they did.
Not having such a good game this last match. Only 2 placement points, 4 kills. Elementrix, another squad that you guys mentioned earlier, 3 placement points with only 2 kills as well.
And a team that much surprises me to be on the 12th spot, Fnatic. Didn't have the best game. I don't think...
they lost 2 really early on, like Circle 1. It wasn't even 5 minutes into the match yet. They lost 2.
Orb Official as well, a team that did really well in the previous matches. Now they're sitting a little bit quieter on the scoreboard. They're not having the best games either. And your boys, Trust the Process and Entity Gaming, they had a pretty awful start here.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do besides continue to trust the process? I mean, they should be qualifying when it comes to that top 16. It was Brawlers who breached onto Fnatic and took them out with the mollies at the end. So kind of the top dogs in the lobby fighting each other, opening it up for these smaller teams like Orb to kind of make the breach, Reckoning to make the breach, but they're not using these big names getting taken out early to their advantage because they're also getting taken out. So if they see kill feed popping off, Brawlers, okay, they're eliminated. Fnatic, they're eliminated. They need to go into like 100% focus mode, try to survive because those big teams, those kill-hungry teams, they're out the game. So it should open up the match and make it a little more easier,
Exactly.
you think.
Exactly. I mean, the bottom teams who are looking at that are like, all right, this is a godsend. This is perfect for us
Exactly.
now because with them gone, we have a chance to make up some points. If you had, ETG Brawlers, Entity, Trusted Process trying to play strictly for late game, well, then there are going to be points taken away from them. So maybe into the next map, maybe we get on Erangel, we can see them start to do that. I think a lot of teams are hoping that ETG Brawlers continue to play this way and Trusted Process continue to play this way because it gives them a solid chance.
Yeah, I think the ATG Brawlers, though, I think they're also just having fun. At some point, they're going to stop.
Yeah, you have to.
And probably be like, yeah, it's okay. We're just having fun here. And at some point, though, they're probably going to turn it back on and start killing everybody again. I don't know. That's my opinion.
And to be fair, they did get pinched by Megastars and Mayhem over there in the north. The Brawlers, I think they're like 3 alive, and both their squads at the same exact time started firing onto them. I think Brawlers got knocked, one of them got knocked, and both teams recognizing that, trying to take them out early, trying to prove something here. So Brawlers, they got a target on their back like we keep talking about. Here's the circles from that previous game. We had John Allen in the back. He was like, Dino Park, Dino Park, Dino Park. Didn't quite get the Dino Park you wanted.
Yeah, not at all, actually. It was like so far away. He was hopeful for a while because it was around the Dino Park for a bit, but then nobody ever even went there. Not even for a second, not even to loot it. So, sorry, John, no Dino Park for you.
So we're going to see in a little bit, we spoke about Elementrix, IND, Salty Squad. All 3 of those teams were hovered around one boulder, if you can recall. Yep. And then one of the members, Nimba from the Salty Squad, actually was able to get on top of the boulder with the high ground, looking down at both Elementrix and IND, but just not able to get anything out of it. They were quickly spotted, taken down and out. I was really hoping that Nimba could have made some plays from over there. We'll see in just a moment that rock I was talking about. But IND being the only team to make it out of that standoff.
I'm a little bit disappointed with the Orange Rock overall result because if you look at their rotation, they started off the whole game in the top right corner of the map in the northeast, eventually taking vehicles and going all the way to the bottom. I mean, you would think that they have all the loot that they need and enough mobility to get through to the position that they wanted. However, when it came to the final few circles, they were just holding out on the open, and that's why they lost a couple of players transitioning to those final few circles. So a little bit disappointed in how they played those last few circles.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm happy we finally got a Vikendi match, not a circle number 1 over at Port.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It was, did you see all the teams were ready for it? They were all
they were getting ready for it. I mean,
and then it just debated everybody, and the circle was at the bottom.
Well, we're starting to see our top 5 players from that last match, and for me, it's nice to see some new names in there. Nepali Honid getting a player in towards the top at number 1 position, even Joker. I think he deserves to be there, to be honest. And finally, Orange Rock as well, join the ranks here at the top.
Yeah, this is really surprising to me that Joker is making his first appearance here. He's honestly probably one of the best snipers here in India. It's just a little bit of a surprise that he is only making his appearance now.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking Vikendi. It opens up the map for those snipers with DMRs or whatnot, so it is to be expected. Hopefully we'll see more because we are going to have a Miramar match coming up as well. I like to see the Joker, like you said. I feel like Nepali Honid, that's Imperium's favorite team. He's been non-stop talking about the squad backstage. Finally getting some decent points onto leaderboard. Great game for them. Hopefully they can use this as kind of a boost, kind of a momentum, confidence, and come into next game playing it the same way.
Yeah, for the first time as well, we're starting to see members of IND coming into the board. Slayer making his first appearance here with 4 kills and 658 damage, so definitely no joking matter. That's a lot more damage than Joker had, so you can imagine that he was definitely playing a lot more aggressive, securing those kills and those downs. And OR's carry actually right behind him with 3 kills and 536 damage.
So you guys, is it time? Do you want to see something? The magic snap of my finger. Yeah, that is true. The magic snap my finger, we're going to see the overall standings, see currently where the teams are standing. You can't hear it, but you did see it. No, well, these saw it. You guys didn't see it. Doesn't matter.
I saw it.
You saw it. Thank you. You got my back. But you can see currently the teams that are pretty much guaranteed safe. I'd say at least 60 points should be enough at this rate. And of course, Fnatic, even with that unfortunate demise in the last map, is still currently at number 6.
Yeah, you can imagine how strong their position was, despite the fact that they didn't have really great games in the previous two. They're still hanging on strong in 6th place. They did drop 1 or 2 placements, but that's still fine. Elementrix heading on over a little bit upwards as they tie up now with Fnatic. They do have 66 points each and 67 on Entity Gaming. Not much separating these top teams, to be honest.
Yeah, you know what?
We'll have to see. What's
Let's
the next
see.
page?
Let's see the next page, because this is where it's all about, right? These are the teams who are susceptible to dropping in, well, dropping out, I guess I should say, out of the entire thing. And there we go. Soul's still going to be in there. Orange Rock making a big leap forward. INS as well, getting clear into the top 16. But Mega X, SynerGE, even INS technically not safe, even Insane. There's a lot of teams on 50 points who are not safe at all.
Yeah, I mean, what, 1, 2, 4 teams with 50 points? Oh my goodness, and then underneath that, 48, above that, 51. So if you are in 11th position right now, especially if you're in Group A, or they're in Group A, they're going to be sweating bullets coming into this last match.
Let me ask you something real quick. Look at Mayhem. 25 kills, you have 21 above them, 20 above that, 22 above that, and below them 21, 18, 18, 15. This is a team that's putting out some big numbers when it comes to kills, but their placement points are a little bit lacking.
It just goes to show how important it is still to place. I mean, the kills are much more weighted now, and it's much more important to get kills nowadays, but it's still important to get those placements. I mean, Mayhem, sure, you may be messing up other people's games, you may be getting kill points, but they're not placing high themselves, as we said earlier.
Yep.
They still have not gotten a single chicken dinner in their favor.
Yeah, I believe coming into today, they were like number 3 when it comes to a team with the most damage. I mean, they had so many kills. They haven't really moved much here when it comes to kills. And we said, listen, if you're Mayhem, you got to go for placement points. They haven't done that either. So they're kind of just coasting today. Other teams below them are doing a little less better than them, I guess you can say, because they're still moving up. But I don't know. If you're Mayhem, you got to put something else into the game.
Well, if you're SynerGE and Mega X, you definitely have to start worrying here. The difference is, look at this though. The difference from 12 to 16 is 2, and 11 to 16 is 3.
Yeah.
So which means that anybody right below them, let's see how far the difference is. It's like 9 points. It's like 7, 9. I suck at math. But yeah, 7. So all you got to do is get 7 points, and then you'll be able to qualify.
Especially if you're in Group A.
Yeah.
Last game.
It's terrifying.
Oh my goodness. So some of these teams in Group A, 7-point, 10-point difference between moving on into the next rounds and being taken out, because you have to assume, you know, they're done this game. Groups B and C, they still got 2 more games after this, so they'll definitely be able to catch up.
It's, I think, pretty much Reckoning Esports, though, that I feel like are not going to qualify with 10 points.
The Polyhony, they have shot up their rankings as well. They're currently in 18th place, so 2 shy of making it through into the top 16. Luckily for them, they still have 3 games to play today. It's been exciting to see if they can continue that kind of route. But moving into, well, potentially our next map soon, going to be on Erangel. Do you guys feel like this is going to be a map that we could see Orange Rock finally have that chicken dinner when they had it so many times before?
I'm going to hold my tongue on this one. It's going to be too tough to call. Oh, the camera just shook and it's saying no for me. So, okay, I guess not. But we'll hope that they perform a little bit better. They have a good placement. They're 10th place. It's not too bad. But just remember that the point from 11 to like 16 is like 7. It's like 3 points, I think.
Well, let's hope that Orange Rock was nice to the Brawlers in the group stages. If not, the Brawlers, they probably know where Orange Rock's going to drop. They might drop on top of them and knock them out of the competition.
Well, you know what? Do you want to say something before we head to them? Because
Yes,
they're actually on the stage right now.
Oh, they do? Okay,
Yeah.
no, let's hear from them.
Okay. Well, there you go. Let's just go straight to them.
Okay, Orange Rock, you have Carry. Carry, you are on the top 5 kills of this match. What is going to be the next match? Is going to be a last match for Orange Rock in the qualifiers. You are on the 10th position right now. You're not out, but you're not completely safe. How do you feel right now?
We definitely feel that we are tied on the ropes right now, back against the wall. We definitely have to give whatever we have. We have to give our best and have to... Anyways, we are not going for the top 10. We just have to qualify for the finals.
What do you think happened from the time you came in? You guys were like the top contenders for the overall championship. And now we're looking at a place where you're not even looking at top 10. You're just wanting to be in the top 16 so that you make it and see another day over here. What went wrong in the beginning?
I guess we were expecting a lot more competition in between the other teams, that we will find some less players alive in the last zones, but that's not happening. People are staying alive, and when we are moving into the last third or fourth zone, we are finding huge number of players, and
getting wiped out while giving the rotations.
Okay, so basically the other teams are performing better than you expected, and they're not really killing each other as much as you thought they would. So you have one last game coming up after this break that we're going to go into. What's your strategy going to be for that? Because this decides whether you make it or not.
I guess we're gonna just give over the PUBG studies we have done, whatever the homework we have been doing from so many days. So we're just gonna give it all and just hope that the god of PUBG has something to offer us.
And I hope so too. I hope you get some chicken dinner this time because I don't want you guys to go hungry. Best of luck. And we guys will be right back after a break.
You from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo. A real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Lite Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you. Other than the normal zombies, a mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows your repayment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, Zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Hallow Weeks.
Well, we're 9 maps in. We're into our 10th and pool, getting close to our final matches of the day. Only 16 teams can move on through into our finals, and we have to say goodbye to 8 of them. And now we have to also say goodbye to Mustache Dave. Is being replaced by, well, I wanted to say like full beard Imperium, but that doesn't have the same kind of ring to it. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's an absolute pleasure to be on the analysis desk with the guys here, with
the
yourself.
beardless Illustrado.
But yeah, beardless Illustrado. At least I make you look a little bit taller, so to speak.
Well, for now. Oh, wait. How's that?
There you go. That works.
It's fine. When we get a wide shot of all 3 of us, I'm just going to tower over you like a giant. Actually, not that giant today. I guess they did.
I love that it came out just as you said it. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I'm kind of a big guy. But anyway, so Imperium, we haven't gotten to talk to you. How have you been enjoying India so far?
India has been amazing. Hospitality has been amazing. The people here have been absolutely fantastic. And the teams, in fairness, have been showing up. Most particularly, of course, as we see in terms of leaderboards, ETG Brawlers. 4 wins is incredible.
It is. I don't think I've even had 4 wins in my career in playing, to be honest. And, I mean, look at me. Kind of makes sense. But anyways, going into now our 10th game, Erangel, I want to hear, like, who are some of your favorites? Again, we haven't really been able to chat with you.
Of course. Nepal Honi, after their previous game, their performance that they pulled up really stepped up their mark. You have IND, of course, is going to be a team that really has to pick up their pace even more. And then Salty Squad, I'm very, very worried about them, considering coming in to this, they were the favorite Nepali team. They were the top rank, and then afterwards, they haven't really been able to pull into performances.
Yeah, it's actually their Nepali brothers who have been doing a little bit better. Speaking of Salty, it is actually Nepali Honi, like as you mentioned, coming up with one good performance and then getting a few kills on their own. However, I still don't know if that's going to be enough, because as we remember, the score difference between 11th place all the way to 17th was like, what, 3 points? It's insane. It's nothing.
Well, you know what? We don't even need to necessarily imagine what the score difference is, because we can take a look at it. It's actually popped it up on your screen and see currently who's in the hot seat right now between 9th and 16th, because these are only teams that are going to be able to make it through. As you can see, Seoul going to be in first place currently. First place, 9th place at the moment with 58. They're, I'd say, relatively safe, but obviously one more good game under their belt, one more final game could be enough to push them through.
Yeah, Seoul at number 9, that's fine. I think they're pretty much, well, I wouldn't say safe, but they're in a pretty decent spot. It's like, I'd say 10 points until 16th, so that's not too bad. It's actually teams like SynerGE and Mega X and everybody else like Mayhem and Insane that have to really worry here. As we said, it's like a 3-point difference from 11th to 16th, and so it's going to take like a strong gust of wind to knock them out of the position.
Well, we're seeing currently at the moment that Orbifish, I mean, you mentioned 51 points, currently in 11th place. You have Mega X 16th at 48, but let's look at the third page. I think that's going to be the real crucial one, because we're going to need to see these teams be the ones to really step up. You saw 48 was the threshold. Currently, IND going to be 7 points off at the moment from that one at 41. Nepali Honi starting to rise up the ranks, though, which is going to be very important. But 8-Bit, they've had a little bit of a switch around. Their in-game leader being switched over to Ted. But they've not been able to fare as well as we maybe hoped.
It worked out on their first game, and it never worked out in any other game after that. They had one good showing where they got a lot of kills, they placed highly, but then after that it kind of quieted down yet again, showing us that there's probably a little bit more problems than their leadership here. So maybe we'll see them improve.
Whoa, so harsh. Whoa, man.
I gotta say it like it is, man.
They told me in the break, they're like, you know what, we want to give Illustrado one of our jerseys. And then you just had to go and say that. I think I'm getting it now.
You probably will, but I don't think it'll fit you anyway.
I mean,
this is XL I'm wearing. It probably wouldn't fit you anyway.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, a nice little crop top, sure, a little mid-riff for me. But Imperium, I mean, again, we have so many teams on the cusp, on the precipice of breaking through top 16 and Group A. This is their last match. If they do not perform now, they're going to be sitting there on the sidelines hoping that the other teams perform poorly.
You hit it there. You never want to be, as a competitive player, as a competitive team,
have your result dictated by the teams around you. You want to qualify for the next stage of any tournament based on your own performance, your own results. And it's going to be really hard for the teams in Group A. They're going to be worrying after this last game that they have, and it's really going to put a lot of pressure on them. It's going to get into their heads. So really the mental state is going to be so important coming into this last game.
It's so hard to say whether you've done enough or not, because you always think, have I done enough? And then some crazy team just comes out of nowhere and then starts wrecking face, just like Brawlers or Nepali Honi just now, and actually even just INS. So you think that you may be safe, and then some team just comes out of the woodwork and just shows you what's up.
And yeah, as you said, because the points are so close, there's nothing between these teams at the end of the day, it's so crucial that they extract all of the ability out of their performance when it comes down to positioning, rotation, movement. Every single step that they take on this last game for Group A teams is going to be so important.
All right, let's give some predictions. Last time we saw this map, we did have ETG Brawlers take it, but we've only seen it once so far. Quick prediction.
INS still, I think they're going to keep rolling here.
Trust the process.
All right, trust the process. All right, I thought Mustache Dave wasn't actually going to be here, but I guess he is here in spirit nonetheless. But we're going to go over to our cast. We swapped in 2 new people. It's going to be John Allen and Blank to take you underway.
Thank you very much, Jason. I know Mustache Dave isn't there, so we can do the Instagram plugs for ourselves. John Allen casts _ on for Instagram on me, and
blank _ cast. Get in there, get the drip going. You know?
PMCO, ready to get going. Of course, yes, South Asia, last day of the play, and super excited, raring and ready to go. We're fresh off the block, and we are into Erangel. That's going to be our next battle.
And there we are, already getting straight into it. We've got Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel to finish off today. So OG Maps and Sanhok as well, just in the middle of there to throw a bit of action our way. So it's nice and fun going through. We do have the map screen, you guys don't, but you will very, very shortly. And it is going down from Zarki all the way to Sosnovka, so Gatka, all that area are going to be very open here. People will be able to go to Rozhok School, Pachinki, all very free, but any team that wants to head over to Yasnaya, Lepovka, or Milta is going to have to find a vehicle and make their way over that way.
Shouldn't be too much of a bother. We've seen a couple of teams make the rotation westwards, various different regions, including South Asia, so the eastward rotation should be a pretty decent mirror. Yasnaya, as you say, early drop out of the plane, you can send yourself over that way if you have the penchant for heading out to the east.
The pure bravery to head over the top. Shooting range to Severny, drop down to Yasnaya. Tends to be a pretty standard rotation for a lot of team. Megastars are heading on the way up to Severny, as you can see on your screen there, but now you're seeing all these players starting to split up, flood out, find their homes, find their areas, find some guns, find some weapons, get some gear, and get ready to go.
See what they can get on board. Orb looting a little bit of North George and actually sending cash all the way out up to the north, seeing what he can get as well. Grabbing a vehicle so they can make those rotations. This is a very kind circle for the playing path as well, Blank.
Yeah, most teams are already in here. The big question now is that teams will be very much heading out to find their homes quite quickly, find a foothold within the circle, potentially go quite central because a lot of these areas are already taken. So it's not a case of you have to rotate in unless you are Fnatic, unless you're a trusty Process, who are down in Sosnovka, will have to leave the bridges. But that's actually a really big problem for them. You're most likely going to see them head over to the eastern bridge, rotate even through the east side, through Shelter Farm, head up to Potato Hill, which tends to be quite a standard rotation path for a lot of these teams. But we do have Blind on the screen here. Blind, obviously, down here in Pochinki, having a pretty good time.
Of course, this is going to be the last game for Group A. This is the last time they're going to have a chance to go in, and Orange Rock, one of those Group A teams, losing Marvi early. Really not where you want to start. They do need to make sure they're solidifying their performances, moving on forwards.
Terrible start again. So let's head back. Let's cast our minds backwards to the beginning of yesterday, where it was Erangel once again. It was Marvi who died first, right? Now he's the scout member. And losing him is really important for this team. You have to force someone else into that role. Maybe they're not so comfortable with that. I know still just even going past that, 3 players at the beginning of the game is not fun. You're forced to play passive. And in a game where it's their last game of the play-ins, they want to have a high-scoring game. They want to ensure their position, their place in the top 16. It doesn't bode well for them, does it, John?
Not really, no. At the moment, you've got Entity on your screens, just playing in South George at the moment. They're looking to actually maybe try and challenge out Elementrix in the South George crates.
Yeah.
At the moment, they have quite a few rotational paths available to them, Plank. They can move south, they can head towards Everest, maybe try and play around that sort of area.
Exactly, and I think this is a little bit scary for a lot of the teams who are round South George, because you've got Reckoning who immediately made their way out. They went down to Rozhok area just by ruins. A lot of these teams are looking to leave early. Nepali Honi actually have had a fantastic run so far. Like, not too bad at all, but they are really split right now. Another team we have to touch on is Elementrix again. Like, how good is this team? They've played really well. We saw them not do so well in the group stages where they had a really strong beginning and it ended quite badly. But, John, you've pointed this out to me on the screen.
Yeah.
Nepali Honi, quite split.
They're playing 1-2-1 at the moment. You can see 2 of them on your screens currently in apartments. The other over towards, well, just near a bridge, near the river, just to the northwest, just to the east of George. And then you've got a player moving all the way over towards Yasnaya Lake as well, over on the northern side of the bridge. So they're very, very split. And if they do get spotted out by Mayhem, who we saw very close to them, that could spell disaster.
It could do, yes. This is a really tough situation for Nepali Honi, because with this circle as well, you can go for this kind of split in the beginning, and then if you get a circle that shifts over to the east, you know everyone has to move that way. You can kind of sneak in with the crowd, pull the HUD up and go over to your location on the map. But with this, everyone's already situated. Everyone's sat down already. You are trying to make some rotations where people will absolutely see you trying to regroup and attempt to take you down that way. And there is a lot of open area around Rozhok area as well as Potato Hill where teams will fire upon you. So Nepali Honi, they're going to have a difficult beginning to this game. We'll see if they can make their way into the mid-game.
Of course, the crates driving the teams a little bit closer to each other. Entity should have an inkling that there's not enough loot for it to be a fresh loot. They should know that there's a team here, even if they haven't spotted them. I think that's going to give the game away. Some shots have been fired. Some shots have been found as well. It looks like, though, Elementrix are just going to be able to sail on out. They've already sent most of their rotational strength away, and they're moving south towards Everest now.
Taking position up here is really strong. Like, you can control both ruins as well as South George and those crate area. You know the Entity have to make their way through there. And if they want to rotate downwards, which is the classic path where you go past Hospital, they're going to have to contend with INS, who are currently in the Gatka field, looting up all the buildings around there. So maybe a little bit tough for Entity right now. They could quite easily stay put, wait and see where this next circle goes, and depending on that, do they have to go anywhere? We'll see.
And you can see on your screens where everyone currently is. 2 teams drop Sosnovka military base, which means that they will have to pick a bridge and stick with it. At the moment, looks like they're both going towards the east. Fnatic and Trusty Process will need to make their way out in just a moment's time. Although not too much pressure from the circle just yet. There is a little bit of a clock on them, so they have to try and find those openings and make those rotations, which, by all means, not going to be super easy. But at the moment, no one controlling Potato Hill might be it might enable them to insert themselves into the running.
Nepali Honi back on our screens for just a second. It's Disconnect, making his way down from ruins into the water. He's going to try and sneak past. He's going to be getting very much soaked by the river as he tries to tumble his way on down through the rapids to try and get back to his team. INS now, obviously in Gatka, they have now regrouped. All of them have a vehicle, so rotational strength is very good for them. Even if one player gets taken down on the rotate, at least they will have other players within vehicles who will be able to make their way to their destination together. So I think that right now, INS are looking really strong. Definitely agree with Illustrator on the desk. This might be the game for them.
See if they're able to capitalize on their pressure right now. Just parking up in the compound, protecting those vehicles. Obviously, Gatka is such an open place. If someone from any sort of vantage point spots those vehicles out, just pop the tires. And immediately, your rotational pressure, your strength in movement is so severely diminished.
That it is. It just becomes so difficult, especially in Gatka, where a lot of it is open ground, a lot of the fields. Driving across there, you're more than likely going to get a tire or two popped out, potentially even the vehicle exploded by several teams looking your way. And what I said earlier has come to pass. Fnatic and Trusty Process move away from that western side. They go to the eastern bridge. Currently, Trusty Process is in Novo, though. Whereas Fnatic, they can definitely take advantage on the other side of the bridge, try and hold up in Lighthouse and defend from that way. It's really up to them, but I think that a move needs to be made soon. This is what Fnatic kind of had difficulties with before, which is waiting too long for another team to rotate out and try and catch them off guard. They had this with Salty Squad. Obviously, they only lost one member in Ronek, but it's not good going into the game with 3 players when you can quite easily have 4. It's not an issue.
That's the thing. It's the crack in the dam, isn't it? It's the one where, it's not. Don't worry. It's just a little trickle of water that's coming through. But eventually, time will erode that to become a gaping chasm in your strategy. It can become so important moving towards these final circles, and only time will tell how they're going to handle that pressure. Nepali Honi, as you can see on your screens, still very, very split at the moment. There's a duo of the squad over towards the east, just to the west of. Near Shelter, sort of around that area. You've got Disconnect just to the west of Rozhok, as well as LR2 over to the west of Yasnaya. So they're all going to have to meet up at some point, but there's about 3 or 4 teams who are going to try and stop that.
It's quite amusing that Disconnect is the one who's disconnected from the team.
I do enjoy that.
Maybe a plan. We don't know. Maybe he's living up to it.
It's a fashion statement.
Fashion statement. Orange Rock, they went up to Stalber. You can only imagine they did that to try and get a little bit of information from Observatory, right? But they are now moving down from there, coming over to the top side of the circle. Maybe hoping that there's no one up here, but Megastars, they are actually going to be holding around shooting range and that forested area, but they're continuing to walk through. We might see them try and make this rotation down through South George Bridge. And currently Elementrix are holding Everest still, so they'll have to worry about them later.
Taking a look at the 2 military-based teams, Fnatic are mounting up now, so a Trusty Process. They figured out, oh, hang on a minute, the blue zone's here. We need to think about getting away from it. The next drop coming in, that's over to the west. IND, the closest team to it, just on the southwestern side of the circle, has the M249, a hugely impactful weapon when it comes down to that late game. Suppression is so easy with it, and looks like they might rotate just straight past it. Not going to go for the drop.
Sometimes it's the best thing to do. You know that a lot of teams will be looking at a loot crate. You see the plane go over the top. You see the parachute come down. Teams will try and use that crate as a bait quite often. Fnatic actually deciding to rotate over to the western side, thinking they'll fare better that way. They know that they don't want to lose any players here, and they'll just go over the bridge up past Ferry Pier. On screen right now, INS taking shots at ETG Brawlers, the powerhouses within South Asia at the moment.
Pretty much no way they're not getting through. This is their last game, though, and it looks like they are going to lose Dark, who we know, super strong fragate support in inverted commas, by the way, is going to be taken down early on. So ETG Brawlers down to 3.
Looks like INS do have information on Elementrix being on top of Everest right now, so it'll be quite interesting. But here's the big fight that we're waiting for between Entity as well as Elementrix. Elementrix currently have the high ground, so they will have a little bit of advantage in the terms of the sight lines that Entity will be able to hold. Out comes the shot, so Josu's down.
So is Orange. He is going to get knocked. Beautifully orchestrated by Entity with the pressure from INS on the sidelines. That's going to allow them to advance, to start to push on up and see what more they can do. Junior atop the hill in the buggy, trying to just run on out and rejoin with his teammate Pupuman over the crest of the hill, and they get knocked off the eastern side of Everest.
Yeah, Neo pulls out the pan, whacks Orange in, makes some orange sauce.
Gadunks.
Gadunks. Very nice. But it looks like Elementrix have just resigned to the fact that they were not winning that fight. They're going to remove themselves from Everest. Entity now have control of that. A very strong base of operations for them going forward.
Oh, they might be running straight into IND, though. This could be unfortunate. Poo-Poo Man, hope you have your wits about you. Goes for a swifty swerve. Junior following suit. The buggy drifting out wide, and they turn 180. On a dime, they're able to do it and get out with their lives intact just for now.
Yeah, a bit of a South Asia drift there for us all at home. IND were just not quite able to slip the bullets in through the windows. So now Elementrix actually swerving away directly into a fresh little crate. They'd be like, that was dangerous, but this makes us quite happy.
They were right there. I have no idea how IND did not get that spray down. I will be honest.
Yeah.
It was literally served up to them on a silver platter, and he was able to do it.
Poo-Poo Man actually, he didn't even have the gas on. He was trickling towards them. He was crawling.
Chilled.
And he just like, I'm going to take the right turn now. Put his blinkers on. And they right turn straight into the next circle, which is incredible. Orange Rock now in, obviously player down, Marvy no longer with them. They're playing very tight-knit together, which I like. I think this team definitely needs to do it.
The next circle split pretty much bang down the middle with the river in the central part of the next circle. A lot of Georgia Pole over in the north side and Georgia Pole crates as well is in this next circle. Like you were talking about, Orange Rock will be in there, but INS, they are right on the southern side of the circle and trying to control a lot of these teams from moving on up. The Brawlers, though, under pressure as well.
Yeah, Ivan found the first shot onto them. Brawlers just having none of it. Sangwan, the IGL, extremely aggressive fellow. They recently changed IGLs and it's worked out wonderfully for them. But now Reckoning, hoping to bring some Reckoning over towards ETG. You can't have those chicken dinners for yourselves. Leave some for the boys.
See what we can get done. They are still trying to hold down the hillside. A really strong position. You can see how they're moving. They are keeping Brawlers on their toes. But if there is a team that can stand up to this sort of pressure, it is these guys. Sat in the yellow house as the Reckoning Esports squad try and roll them down. Dave will have got a spot on that one. Looking for a spray in through the window. They're pinned now. 2 in the corner. A single nade might be all it takes. They might have flashbacks to last game, Blank.
Indeed. This is the good thing about ETG. They make decisions on the fly
here comes the nade.
quickly. This could be good.
Oh, no, please. No, not again. Only going to get one this time around, but it's going to have the impact desired as Dave able to open it up. Now Sangwan and Nova split from one another. He goes out wide. He goes in and gets the knock. Dave doing the work for Reckoning. And the Brawlers in their final outing here in the play-ins looking on the ropes.
It's all down to Nova right now, and really his only option is to get out. But is there a vehicle in sight? There is a buggy just over yonder.
In comes Salty Squad. They are looking at a third party this situation. This might be the opening Nova needs.
Salty definitely need this one though, John. They're towards the bottom of the standings. They need some points and they need them now. If they get rid of Reckoning and ETG Brawlers at the same time at this position within the circle, they could set themselves up for success later on.
Nova still just hiding out in his shack, but Salty giving him some respite as we were talking about earlier. They're vying for the spot. It's just pretty much just to the east of the center of the circle right now. There goes Nova. That is going to be the Brawlers out. 16th place for them, but they've done more than enough. I'm sure we'll be seeing them in the regional finals.
Reckoning though, Ivan. Massive shots coming from the DP, the dinner plate, putting them and serving them up. Salty now have to move in a little bit slow, but there's Vcash with the spray.
Nicely done. 2 knocks now over onto Reckoning. They're a little bit low from it. The nade goes in. They're looking to try and get a little bit more damage. Riser getting the reses off. Damage from the nade, not going to be seen. In the meantime, Fnatic rotated all the way out to the north. You saw it in the kill feed there. Dream actually going down in the blue. Does have a teammate with him. Might be able to get back up.
Next circle, now directly on the river. Splitting it directly in 2. Everyone on the southern side is going to have to share a lot of space. We've still got this fight going on our screen. Not quite over yet, John.
No, they're still trying to hunker down. You can see on the outskirts, you've got Reckoning trying to have that last chance. They played that ridgeline so well earlier in the assault against the ETG Brawlers. They're trying to fall back to it now and regain some of that strength.
Trusty Process now coming from behind, though.
Huge nade coming in from Mayhem on his own team.
This is not looking good for anyone within this little compound right now. There's Trusty Process, INS, all waiting in the wings. But Trusty Process actually taking shots onto INS. This is crazy. This is what I was saying. All these teams have to squash into such a small area and so many firefights going on at once.
Everything's popping off now as everyone's crunched on down. Players getting eliminated left and right as they try and rattle it down, razz it in. Fnatic going for a long northern rotation here. You can see Mayhem. They are 3 players alive somehow. Nepali Honi trying to sail it on past. They were together for a bit, but now they are split once again. Trying to hedge their bets on the northern side. Scout is taking fire. Not doing the best either. They're right on the edge of the northern circle against the squad trying to block them out of the way. Not doing super well.
Yeah, Fnatic has made a massive rotation here. INS currently battling it out between them and Trusty Process. Now Riser starting to get into this fight too. Salty have completely slowed things down, put their foot on the brakes. They're just going to ride this one out. They know there are a lot of teams here waiting to third party, and if they begin the fight, it's only going to end badly for them.
Polyhony now regrouped, but at the moment, Trusty Process feeling the burn. INS starting to rattle up some kills as well. They get themselves 4 on the boards and eliminate Trusty Process in Deprocess. And it's a nice pickup for them. Gets themselves a little bit of ground on the southern shore of this next circle.
Southern Shore again. Let's take a look at some teams. Mayhem. They've got the Massive Junction all available to them. They're holding on a little hillside. This is excellent for them right now. They'll be able to see anyone that's coming towards them. But it's INS they have to worry about who's coming from behind. They will hear the vehicles, so you'd imagine that INS would opt to go on foot as to not alert anyone of their presence. But now we're looking at Fnatic versus Megastars, John.
They're getting pressured out by the blue zone as well. A nice nade from Final Boss, but he gets traded. Ronak able to pick it up on the knock. In goes RV, looking to try and get the confirm. He's going to be able to get it as well. Scout, no chance in hell that he's getting out of that one. Nicely picked up for RV. See what more they can do. As it is Fnatic looking to try and escape. It's Oace and Ronak. 2 very, very strong players. So much prestige at their back, but RV is on a tear. Ronak is on fire, and he's got a real tall task ahead of him if he wants to try and get in. He is into the next zone, so he does have some time to play with now, Blank.
This is pretty mega for the Megastars themselves. Ronak looking for the revive, as is Megastars right now. RV has been an absolute god with this mini Uzi so far. It might be small, but it is mighty.
Oh, he turns the corner, goes for the knock, will get it. Really low HP. There's a player on the ground. It's Oace. Fnatic looking to try and get it done, but they cannot go any further. 13th place. They get eliminated, and the next circle is going to push Megastars quite the distance, so they're going to have to pick up their pace.
And once again, we're down river, John. So little space to be occupied on the southern side. And this is where the majority of the teams are. You have to make that Hail Mary across the bridge or you are donezo. But even doing that opens you up to all these teams who will be looking on you. Orange Rock, they're just on the bank side looking across the river, not having the best time.
They've got 2 crates right in front of them as well. They're maybe trying to zone away either the Megastars or Elementrix as well. You can see Poo Man is there on his own. His teammate, Junior, all the way out to the east. They are completely separated. Poo Man actually taking a couple of pot shots. Megastars have made their way down, but at the moment this fight rages on. Salty and Reckoning still combating over this compound. They have not managed to make their way out just yet. You can see Reckoning have removed themselves from the situation, but they are so open from the northern shore.
They still have priority when it comes to circle, though, John. Salty, they've got to make their way in, and obviously this means moving, and moving over open ground, majority. There's a little bit of trees over here and a hill on the western side, but you still have to move there.
Bishma now last player standing for INS as they get the pressure pushed on towards them. It's going to be IND rolling onto their position. Blind as well, not doing super well. They've got 2 players now left standing as everybody vying for control. The river in the middle is pushing everyone closer and closer together, and there is so little cover here. IND in a really nice hilltop.
There's a really strong position for them. But look at this.
Look at all the colors.
Just teams. Yeah, look at all the colors. It's a rainbow of players ready to be just completely slaughtered. It's a bit of an oxymoron there, but it is how it is on this southern side. Like, no one can make their way over. You go in the water, and basically everyone else is like, you're going to go first? Really? Really? You're really going to go first, because we are just going to shoot you.
Salty losing players left and right. They're down to 2 with one of them knocked as well. Mayhem doing some work. They have 3 players, 4 kills on board already. So they do have a little bit of a shout to try and move on forwards, to keep up that pressure, do a lot of work.
Orb Official, what a location that they have found. It's extremely good. Orange Rock, they've headed over towards the bridge side. Vampire, very much in the open here, and Vex will be happy to remove him from the game.
Reckoning, it's unfortunate for them, they are going to go down. No longer will they be vying for that compound as Salty come out on the top of that combat, but at what cost? They're down to 1 player, Nima, last standing. Everyone vying for control, and IND, look at this structure that they've managed to build. Unfortunately for them, the circle is not going to go their way.
Yeah, so the foundations, their victory will be absolutely not here. They have to move up to where Orb Official have found something that's been pre-built. It's a compound. They're very happy with this one. Circle directly onto the top of them. They don't have to worry about anyone behind them. The road is giving them perfect vision off to the northern side. All they have to worry about is the east, the south, and the west. And really, on the eastern side, it's only SynerGE Retribution. They've got a couple of cars, and it looks like they're going to razz it down the way and try and pull in on the bank side.
5 solo players, 2 teams with just 2 alive as well. There is really a lot of stragglers just knocking about at this stage. Orange Rock trying to cling on to it, try and confirm themselves into those regional finals as well. The Megastars, they've been doing pretty well as well. IND finally showing up, but a lot of teams still with a long way to go. We'll see how the penny drops as everybody sends straight into the river. It's a heel fest going on, and no one wants to leave first. Look at this. What is this, a group swim?
Absolutely, John. They're doing laps. It's the 100 meter. They're getting the exercise in whilst they can. The weightlessness. Maybe feeling that in the water, but you're feeling a lot of weight in terms of pressure as trying to make it across the river right now. Hitman, he's absolutely been a hitman right now. He's hitting all the shots. This is terrifying. It's a couple of fishermen. They're ready to pick up their dinner.
So we're looking at the teams on the northern shore who are going to be able to get this fish barrel shot at. Unfortunately, though, the Megastars lose a little bit of their foothold. Not really going to have too much pressure. Orb at the back, able to do a lot of work. You got Orb, you got SynerGE Retribution really as the dominant forces on the shoreline.
Sandu does go down. Orange Rock out. They will only attain 7 points. Is it enough to keep them in this one? It's pretty terrifying. We've still got 2 more maps to play today. Megastars. Kratos, come on.
He's going to get it done. IND managed to cross the river unscathed. All 4 of them still left alive, and we're down to 4 teams. Nepali Honi as well, still in the mix. Beautifully done to get this far, but they will go no further. IND now vying for those last spots. SynerGE Retribution and Orb Official stand in their way.
Orb is in such a terrifying spot for a lot of these teams. Crate comes down. No one can touch that one. Orb Official see you coming from a mile away. Slayer with a VSS. Call him Cody Banks because he is a secret agent down here.
Going to be able to get a lot of work done. IND, 14 kills. The surprise entry from the southern shore of the river, making the cross, and against Orb and SynerGE Stronghold, they are doing so much work. Look at them go. These guys, they are out for blood, and they are ready to take these frags.
IND surprisingly doing such a wonderful job here to stay in. Mazik will smoke off. The crate, Yash, very, very low. It's all IND players now making their way in. They've got some great crossfire going on. Can they make it in? That's the question. Mad Dog moves away the UAZ, trying to move way down on the roadside.
IND have the open ground for this next circle. Orb have to leave the compound. It is so difficult to do this. It's really, really tricky. If IND are able to pick it up, they get 20 kills on this game, by the way.
This would be a wonderful performance for them. And it looks like the compound is now out. Orb Official will have to move away. IND can stay nice and slow with this one. They've just got the lip of the hillside. This will provide excellent cover, excellent sightlines for them. The smokes are now being unleashed, John.
Mazik makes friends with the bugs as he is going to crawl forwards, trying to open up some ground. But they are just sending a barrage of damage their way. It's going to be so difficult for them to find these openings, and Mazik has to send it on back to regroup with the rest of his squad. They can hold right on the edge of this compound blank, but next time around, they might not be so lucky.
Trance now making his way up, energy drink in hand. He needs a little bit of caffeine there. Keep him awake in this game. Slayer looking for the windows. Really, IND right now, every single one of these players has got a really strong position. Mad Dog and Yash decided to get the UAZs out early. They've popped the wheels on the left-hand side of your screen here to make sure that the vehicle is straight to the floor, flush with it, so they cannot be shot underneath the vehicle. That's why that's happened.
There's a beautiful ridgeline in front of Trance and Slayer right now, but if they have to breach it, it might not go so well. With the vehicles up and available, they've got a lot of hard cover. There's those tires being popped you were talking about, Blank. Really smart stuff coming out from them. They set themselves up. And now, as the circle closes, it is going to be do or die. This is what Orb are waiting for, hoping against hope that it's going to go their way. And it might just do so.
Yes.
Sending it up to the north, and it's over onto the vehicles. This is beautiful for Orb. Only 2 kills, but they've already managed to get so far into the circle.
IND have to leave this slope, which has provided them so much protection so far. Out see come the smokes now. And by God, do they need them if they're going to make it the way in. Huge nade coming to the top from Mazik.
Nicely done. Might look for another. Kratos looking for the heel. Is going to stay still. Gets popped. Yash is going to go and get himself a nice little pickup and opening into the fray. And now it's 3 versus 4, but looks like Daljit might just be able to get the res here. Star player for his squad right now. 7 kills on this guy. He is popping off.
This is real scary stuff for both these teams. 4 players alive. This is the most close we've seen it in quite a while, John. It's just open area, gun skill, and that's all it's down to right now.
The smoke line coming out from IND. They're trying to play this ridge line. They're trying to breach it. Oh, the spray comes out. Daljit looks for another. Mazik goes down. They confirm 1. And now we're into a 3 versus 3 as they trade it back. Trance, who has fallen for IND. He looks to be confirmed. Nope, Yash misses that spray. But the rest of the team looking to put the pressure on as well. It's 1 for 1 once more. And they're going down left and right. It's 1 player left for Orb now. IND looking to try and close it down. They have the pressure. They have the presence. Will they be able to find Max Cash? He's behind the vehicle, right at the back of the zone. He can stay put, but Slayer and Daljit have their work cut out.
Slayer now creeping towards him, shimming away. They know they've almost got this in the bag. Mad Dog is now, he is just a bit of information for the team. Max Cash drops out. Slayer will take him down, and that's the end of that one. IND, excellent performance from them.
A little bit of a lackluster start to the days earlier, but now they are really starting to shine. Beautiful stuff. 4 kills at the end, tots them up to 20 kills, 40 points on the day. That is a huge bolster to their scoreline.
Ridiculous game for them there. So good. Interesting circle. Every single one of these teams had to pull out the speedos and swim across that river. Not a fun time whatsoever for anyone involved, but IND, they set themselves up for success, and with 3 players remaining at the end there, sure, a couple were down. That's incredible they were able to keep that many members alive. Remember, unofficial, they had 4 members, but they had a very secure compound to play in that whole time. IND, on the other hand, they've just played smart. They rotated well. They made sure to take advantage of the surrounding terrain around them. Very well played to them. Cannot say that they deserve that 40-point game anymore.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming out from them. And I mean, the crowning achievement for me was crossing that river with all 4 players alive into 2 teams who had such strong positions as well coming on through. It's beautiful stuff, and the way they were able to execute it, the smoke usage that they had right towards the end as well, keeping that utility back. They are playing so intelligent on that Erangel map. And if they're able to keep it up, then, well, I hope we're going to be seeing more from them. With 40 points, that's pretty much going to be guaranteeing to send them on up as well.
Well, this is what we were saying before. We discussed this, I think, Byfield as well as Imperium on the last cast, they were discussing this as well, is that really the scoreboard is so volatile. At the beginning of the day, for context, ETG Brawlers, they had a 25.5 per game average, which is ridiculous. But it also meant a lot of the points had been gobbled up from all the other teams, so it's super close. A 40-point game is going to slingshot you so far ahead right now.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic stuff. The players congratulate themselves, of course. They are going to be swapping out Group A. That was the last time they are going to play in these play-ins. A couple of the players there will not be seen again, unfortunately, but we've got quite a few who will be happy with their showing.
Absolutely right, John. We may potentially be saying goodbye to a couple of these teams right now, depending on the next couple of maps. We'll see how the next groups fare. Only got a couple of highlights on the screen. This is Orange. Wonderful push from Entity, you have to admit. And there were some ridiculously good nades this match. Just simple geometry. I think it was pretty upsetting for Scout because the nade bounced off the window, then bounced off the wall into his room. I don't know if that was intentional. If it was, absolute gigabrain. If not, very upsetting for Scout overall. I don't think he was expecting it, neither was I.
No, it's pretty difficult. I mean, if you cook the nade perfectly, there is no way that you can do it. Here we go. There's that nade. Just sends it on in.
That's the one.
Yeah, there's so many ricochets coming through. RV, though, for the Megastars, on fire, doing so much work with that micro Uzi. Just turns the corner and rattles everyone down. Waste on the backside, looking to try and pick it on up. Beautiful stuff coming out, but in the end, it was IND who were able to claim victory. You saw them on the south bank there. They crossed the river. They were able to ford the stream, and with it, claim themselves that chicken dinner. Nicely done, but we're going to send it over to the desk to give us the score lines, to break it all down and tell us what we looked at.
20 kills and 20 points for the chicken dinner. They had 41 points before this match kicked off, and now they basically doubled what they had in that sense. That is a phenomenal job by IND. You have to talk about how well they played that. The circles we saw later on in the game, especially when it came down to the river, being one of the first teams across and having 6 vehicles to do it was kind of interesting.
I actually think that they were one of the last to cross, technically speaking.
Well, they had one player
They had one
across.
guy go ahead, and then everybody else lagged behind. So what happened was, IND had this crossfire within that river, and they just sort of, it was like shooting fish in a barrel, basically, what happened there.
Not gonna lie, it was ugly. It was ugly, guys. That mid game where we saw, I think it was around 8 to 10 players just kind of basically rushing to the river. It was not the nicest gameplay we've seen, to be perfectly honest, but at the end of the day, I think it was worthwhile when we got to those final 2 teams. Orb and IND, they put on a damn good show the last 4 or 5 minutes when it came down to Phase 7, Phase 8. We had that 3-on-3. Gotta say, it should have been Orb's game that they should have taken it, but it came down to, in my opinion, Mad Dog and Cash. They didn't really space out enough from the other 2 members of Orb to give that level of vision and position against IND.
Yeah, I think there was that one last player who was remaining alive just to make sure that they weren't getting flanked. Unfortunately, I think it was because they didn't expect that all of the rest of the members would be in front of them. That's why they probably had that position left over. Problem is, like as you said, they didn't rotate anybody further on once they realized that everybody else that they're fighting was on that other side.
Exactly, and I always feel when you're the team, especially towards the last couple of circles, when you have it on your side, you got to take control of it, right? I'm all for taking control of the end of a game and basically saying to your opponents, whether there's 1, 2, 3, 4 teams left, saying, look, we control this. You want to get past us, you have to basically take us down. Whereas Orb, as I said, they just gave IND too much space. But IND, 18 kills, pushed through all the teams. They were accurate, they were responsive, and they also healed themselves up so effectively in that game.
Yeah, they had that compound for Orb's side, and you would have thought that they would have an overwhelming advantage, especially because of the fact that compound was actually overlooking where IND was. However, that didn't necessarily convert to a victory. In my opinion, I saw a lot of tentativeness from the side of Orb, because once they got that nade kill down, they should have actually been more decisive and rushed in, tried to be a little bit more confident, kind of like what we saw Entity be a little bit earlier. When they get those downs, when they get 1 down or 2 down, they immediately swoop in, which is pretty nice to see that teams are feeling more confident now.
Can we talk about something, by the way? We talked about it a little bit at the I guess at the end of the last game. The fact that we had ETG, Fnatic, just an entity all fall early on in this game. They were the first 4 teams to go down, and that leaves it open for the teams to start to pick up some big points. And one of those teams I wanted to talk about was Reckoning, because they were not afraid to take fights against ETG. They were not afraid to take fights against Fnatic, which they did early on, killing Mavi. This is a team who was in 24th place with 10 points, and only 5 kills were looking for blood and looking for that big play.
Well, I think at that point you realize if you're Reckoning, you might as well have a little bit of fun. And
I don't think fun is. I feel like they realize we have to make a big play, right? We have to make a big game or we're out.
Yeah, that is true. That too. I mean, have a little bit of fun, because whatever you're doing previously just wasn't working. Maybe they just let loose a little bit more. Maybe they just wanted to change something. I don't know, but it seems to be clearly working.
Yeah, I think it's just like, if you're going to go out with a bang, right? Go out kind of putting in your best performance so you can at least look back and go, hey guys, this is what we can do. This is where we can go within the game, where if we just kind of let ourselves loose. Because maybe it was just getting to their head in the previous games and the previous day, because that's what a LAN situation can do for these teams. I do want to touch upon Fnatic. They landed in a military base. I questioned their early game decision to head towards the East Bridge. I felt like they should, because they had plenty. Yeah, they had plenty of space to enter into the West Bridge early on and get a nice strong position in the center of the Phase 1, Phase 2 circle. But they left it far too late, and it meant that they had to go far up north, and they still found themselves under pressure in Phase 4, Phase 5.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, it was Fnatic who took a long time, and then they went to the West Bridge, actually.
Yeah, they did
that's why, because they lagged,
exactly.
As you were saying, they were with Trust the Process, who claimed the East Bridge. Because they took so long to claim that East Bridge, TDP actually was the one to go there, and they had to go all the way around.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's take a look at the standings from that last game. You can see IND, 20 kills and 20 points for that chicken dinner. Puts them up a whopping 40 and almost secures them a spot through into the top 16. And also some notable mentions. Orb starting to get some points. SynerGE Retribution waking up. INS off the back of a chicken dinner in the last match, able to take a 4th place.
I'm not entirely convinced that INS played the best game. They made a little bit of a weird decision. Actually, you and I were talking about it backstage, Imperium. They took way too long. Once they realized that circle was not theirs and they had to cross the river, they should have acted immediately, but they didn't.
You've got to be really decisive with your reactions and how quickly you make that call. We don't see teams do that enough, and that you get punished for it. But IND, just to point out, that's going to put them on 81 points. That's the same total as Godlike in second place so far. If that doesn't secure them in place, I don't know what does.
Spoilers, we haven't gotten to the overall standings. Let's take a look though at the second page. Let's see where 9 through 16 did place off at the end of Game 10 today. And of course, you know we're going to see Fnatic, you know we're going to see ETG Brawlers, Elementrix as well as a team we're going to have to talk about when it came to the Everest Hill, which is something I wanted you to go into in a little bit, Imperium. But even Orange Rock, 9th place. Question is, will 9th place there be enough to secure them their spot?
I think so. I think it's enough because they ended the last overall in about 10th place, something like that. And the score difference was around 10 something. I think they're okay, but we're not 100% sure. We still have like 2 more games today.
I'm actually going to be devil's advocate. I'm going to say it's not going to be enough.
Okay. Well, you know what?
I don't know statistically and kind of mathematically, but I'm just going to be devil's advocate.
Well, we'll look at it in a little bit of time. Let's look at the top 5 players because there has to be IND lighting up the board when it comes to them. You can see 1, 2, 3 players making it in there. 10 kills. What is happening?
I think that's the highest we've seen all tournament long.
Daljit, how did you get 10 kills? I guess he was the man across the river, right?
Yeah, that might have been it, because I think if he was the one to cross the river first, it would have been literally like shooting fish in a barrel, right? Because everybody was in there. Oh, yeah. It was basically a fustercluck, the whole thing.
I don't think I could have said that better myself. It was mayhem, it was madness, but IND came out strongest. As I said, they were just so precision, and it speaks for itself. The stat speaks for itself. And even one thing I want to point out is the headshots on the first 2 top players. 5 headshots out of those 2 players, which means they were damn accurate with their shots.
And this goes to show, only getting a chicken dinner is not going to be enough. If they just got the 20 points, great, you got up to 61, good for you. But the extra 20 kills on top solidifies that spot in the top 16. So you can't see it, but he's doing this. It's exactly what's coming through on that one. But now we move into game 11, to match 11, and things are starting to get tricky here as Group A, they have to say goodbye. They have to leave the stage and wait for their fate to be decided for them for the next 2 games we have today.
That's the worst part. I've said this time and again, waiting is the most painful thing a team can do, especially in a format like this. You have to wait. You can't do anything about it. Your fate is in the hands of all the other players. You hope they mess up. And it's the worst thing. You hope somebody else messes up. You never want to be that guy, but you have to.
Time goes by slower, the games go by slower, and you're thinking too much about everything. But look, it is what it is. However, the teams of Group B, they now have 2 more games to show up. The likes of Salty Squad, the likes of Nepali, Honey, you need all the points that they can get. They have to take advantage of it.
You think they will? You think squads like Nepali, Honey, because I know that you wanted to talk about them a little bit earlier, and Salty Squad, do you think that they have a good chance in the upcoming matches?
Definitely. Nepali, Honey, they started off a little bit well, getting nearly 10 points. This game wasn't quite as good. They have to really pull it out of the bag. They've been in this position before back in the spring split and they did fail. I'm sure they've learned from it.
Well, we're going on to Sanhok as our next map. Before we do hop into that though, you know what it's time to look at? I know you know what time it is. Do you know what time it is, Imperium?
It's clobbering time?
Well, kind of. It's the overall standings time. But take a look at where currently teams do lie. And look at that. IND boosting up to 2nd place with the 81 points. Godlike, quote-unquote, falling down to 3rd, but we're starting to see some teams settle. The dust has been put down as ETG have now played out all their games. NC have now played out all their games. Trusted Process, Megastars, and they look pretty solid to make it into the finals.
Yeah, IND going from 17th to 2nd. If that's not probably the biggest shift we've seen in overall positions, I don't know what is. Trusted Process, they slipped down to 6th, but I feel like it's enough to get them in that qualifying position. And of course, Elementrix holding on to that top 8.
You know, 81, 81, 72, 71, 71, 68, 67. That's not a lot in the first half. I think they're going to be safe, though, but it's not going to be the most comfortable safe, you know what I mean? Especially as we look into the next half of the upcoming bracket, the upcoming standings here from number 9. Should be quick prediction. Do you think that Orange Rock is safe?
Well, nah.
No, right now in this upcoming one. You think they've made the 16?
Let's see.
Okay, they have.
63. No. 2 games, and SynerGE, who are in 16th,
they're only 13 points ahead.
Yeah, but
Out
there's
of
2
2
games for, what, not even 14 teams, maybe like 8 teams. Yeah, 8 teams. Well, I don't know, because the stands of the groups is already confusing, but there's only like, I want to say realistically 4 to 6 teams that could pass them. And they would be still in top 16.
That's true, but in this next 2 games, you don't have ETG Brawlers that are that have been kind of absorbing all the points. You've got a bit more of a distribution where we haven't seen any of the teams in Group B and Group C really kind of rack it up.
Let's hold this spot as well, because we need to talk about necessarily who was in Group A. Orange Rock, Megastar, SynerGE, Orb Official, Elementrix, ETG Brawlers, Entity Gaming, Trusted Process. These are teams who no longer have a chance to move through any further. And now you look at Nepal Honi, this is their opportunity. Look at that, 17th place with 50 points, and they have 2 games left to play. There's a very realistic chance they can pull ahead and make it.
There are still other teams, though. If you take a look, there's still 8-Bit. I still think they have a chance. I think if they pull it together, they can go through. Maybe Mega X as well, but we need to see them come alive a little bit more. Because Mega X is in Group B, and they still have 2 more games to play, and it's not like it's a giant deficit that they have to climb.
As far as I know, if I'm not mistaken, SynerGE Retribution are the only team that are confirmed not to make it through because that was their 4th game.
Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate for them, and they have to just watch the rest of this entire tournament from the sidelines. And it kind of sucks. You know, it is kind of one of those situations now, if you're one of like the, let's just say 10 to 16, that you're sitting there, every time you see a team that's below you get another point, you're thinking about a mistake that you and your team made. And that's just going to ride on you the entire time until these last 2 matches are done.
Now, what do you do at that point, though, if you know you're eliminated this early on? You just have to sit back.
Go have a drink.
Go have a drink.
Go have a drink. Go chill. Go hang out with Mustache Dave. Go follow him on Instagram at Mustache Dave _.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure to do all that stuff.
If it's anything like we've seen from the Indian community and the fantastic fan base, they're going to be supporting all the teams around them. They're going to be supporting the teams that need those points, and they're going to be providing that support, the motivation for them to get the points, and that's what I expect.
You know, that's the thing about the Indian esports community that just is quite staggering. It changes so fast. The landscape, it changes so fast. I mean, a couple months ago, we never heard of a team like Revenge, and then suddenly they win over Orange Rock. Yeah. And now Orange Rock is being very, very questionable in their performance as well.
Well, you know what? 41 points is what they were able to pull off in the last match. Let's see if they can continue that. As we're going to go to the stage with their season, hear what they had to say.
IND. From the 17th position, you guys are at number 2 on the table. Wow. But first I want to talk to you. You were the guy on the other side of the river shooting fish. You took down 10 people. How was that?
That was amazing. बहुत मजा आया मुझे. Like एक तरह के फ्री किल थे. और मैंने प्लान किया था कि मैं गाड़ी लेके जाके कि ट्राई करूँगा कि हील कर लूँ अंदर पानी के अंदर ही सर्वाइव कर लूँ. बट मैंने कहा चल पत्थर पे जाके लेट जाता हूँ, फ्री किल मिल जाएंगे. तो किसी ने देखा नहीं मुझे, तो उधर से मुझे फ्री किल मिल गया इसलिए.
So basically what you're saying is you were like, I'm going to just drive through some people in the river, come on to the other side, chill on the rock, no one's going to check me out, and then I'm going to go fishing. That's basically what you did. And you got lucky, but that was skill. So, I mean, I'll give it to you. That and the number of headshots, good stuff. But now as a team, IND, do you think this is a good place to be? Are you definitely into the finals? Yeah, I think so, yeah?
Since yesterday, we were really worried. Like, we were on 17th, and then we went back to 19th. And what we thought in the morning was, like, we have to make it anyhow, because last time we were the runner-ups. So this was the moment to come back, and we had to do it anyway, so we did it.
Okay. From the teams who are now in the bottom pool, which you guys are not right now, so congratulations. Who do you secretly wish does not make it onto the other side?
I think there's no such team, because I think the competition is really tough, and it's very unfortunate that 8 of the teams have to be out by tonight. But still, you have to try hard, and everyone can just come back. We did it. You can do it too. So.
What a player. That's words of motivation coming from Team IND. We are going to go into a short break, and we'll be back for the final 2 matches of the day.
prevents you from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo. A real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Light Hallow Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you, other than the normal zombies. A mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiments, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows you a payment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Hallow Weeks.
We're coming into our closing moments here in India. We have our penultimate match of the day. Game 11 will be kicking off on Sanhok in a few moments' time. And now Group A is just be waiting on the sidelines, hoping that the other teams don't perform as well so they have a chance to make it through. Mustache Dave now back on the desk here. Trusted Process getting knocked out a little bit early in the last game. Will they be able to come back? Or no, they can't come back because they're going to be sitting on the side.
Yeah, they're done. I mean, I was back there. I was in the game swimming with all the players in the water. It was a pretty hectic game. IND, your squad, racking up so many kills that game. I believe setting a record with 40 points. I think that's the highest.
41, yeah.
41, so they got an extra one because they are looking good while doing it.
10 kills on one of the players as well. It's actually insane. 10 kills.
Yeah.
How? That's it. How?
It happens, but you know what doesn't happen?
What?
Orange Rock qualifying.
You
don't think they're going to qualify?
You don't think they're in 10th place, 63 points, going all the way down to 19th place. That's only an 18-point gap.
Yeah.
They're done playing.
But how many teams
Are
out
still
of the
playing.
8 are above them? Or sorry, out of the... I can't do math.
That's okay.
I can't do the math.
It's
What the
okay.
heck?
It's okay.
So 8 out of Group C, right? And then you have 8 in Group B. How many of those teams are ahead of them and how many are behind them?
I think there's 6 teams.
That's the question, right?
There's 6 teams behind them. So they are 10th place, I think.
Well, I know...
I think they're fine, to be honest.
I mean, it's
there's
only
only 2
18
games
points.
left.
It's only
This
18
is us trying to do
gap,
math on
though.
air. It doesn't work out.
Fair enough, but there's only 2 games
Because
left.
I believe 16, 17, and 18 all have 50 points.
Look,
so that's kind of where I'm drawing the line right here.
If we look at the groups, though, I'd like to beg to differ because you have teams
Napoli,
like...
Hownee's been doing a great
Yeah,
job.
they have,
I
though.
think they're in 17th.
Fnatic, they're kind of doing not so great.
Yeah, but Fnatic should be through.
Yeah.
They should be through.
I don't know. You know
We'll
what?
see. We'll
Lucky
see.
for us-
Hopefully I didn't jinx you. I know you got the jersey on.
Yeah.
You know, I know you want to get it signed after they qualify today. I'm just hoping they qualify for your sake.
Maybe I'll just try to do it today, then.
Yeah, get it signed before the end of the day while they're happy. So
Well, that's if they make it through. We'll see. Obviously, we're waiting on the side. Sanhok on the next map. Then we'll be rounding things out in Erangel as our last map of the prelims. And then tomorrow we'll be kicking off the actual finals with 6 games a day for 3 days straight, 18 in total, to see who's going to be going through into the main event, the global finals, and who has to go through the prelims, and who unfortunately gets to watch it from home and not actually be there.
You know, Sanhok is next. This is like the great script flipper, if there is anything.
Yep.
So I'm going to say that because of this, we're going to start to see teams that don't normally perform at the really high level start to do that as well. INS did really well last time on it. I think we're going to see them do great on it again. We'll see, though, as we now see them at 11th spot. See, Orange Rock was at 10, 63 points. It is like 13 points between them. Okay, you're right. That is not a lot.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah. So 15, 16, 17, I believe, are sitting at 50. So, I mean, if you're Seoul, Insane, I mean, you're definitely freaking out, of course. But are those teams, I think some of those teams, yeah, they're still in the game. So they can at least fight for their chance. It's just those teams that are done here, like you said.
Well, that's my question, is how many of the teams that are still
below.
playing are below them and how many are above them? Because the ones below them is the real key factor. If there's only like 5 teams playing, even if those 5 teams pass them, they're still not going to drop out of top 16.
Well, let's see. Seoul is, I guess we'll only look at the teams that are like 15, 16, 17.
Yeah,
I guess we can look at all of them.
I think Orange Rock is fine, but I think Seoul is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, for sure.
I think they're done here.
Whoa.
I'm going to say it.
You're lucky the fans aren't here yet to throw something at you.
Yeah, I'm glad no one's in front of us directly just yet.
State your name. Who said that, by the way? It wasn't
Mustache Dave underscore.
Whoa, whoa.
I mean, that kind of works both ways for you, right? You get your Instagram plug and he throws you under the bus.
Yeah. Okay.
Should be happy about that.
Seoul fans, you're going to qualify, I believe.
Okay.
I'm a believer.
That's one of us.
I listen to Justin Bieber. I'm a believer.
I'm not touching that. I'm letting you guys have your own little battle there. And
I'm looking forward to it, though.
yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's what's so great about this, is that we're coming to the final moments, the final games. Anything can really happen. We don't know who's necessarily set in stone, except maybe those top 8, top 12 teams, top 10 teams, etc. But it comes down to this, like, anyone can have a big game. You saw IND, they catapulted themselves forward with that big 40-point game. And then someone else do it.
Well, they did it twice in a row. You have to remember this. It's not like they just had one great game and they suddenly found themselves in second place. They had a good game before that.
They almost doubled their points from where they were right before that last
fair
round.
enough. So they doubled up twice in order to be where they
Yeah.
are, which is insane. Now, I'm not saying that other teams can't do that. It's just going to be hard to recreate that success.
And I wonder if IND can kind of catapult themselves up even further, kind of similar to what the Brawlers were telling us. Once when you get that chicken dinner, you're feeling extremely good. And then from there, you're just loose and you're just ready to play. Maybe that's what they needed.
You mentioned Brawlers. Now, they've been doing pretty terribly in the past few games. Do you think it's because people have read them now, they kind of know how they play, or are they just resting on their role?
Remember, they said they're coming into today trying everything new, trying new things. So they're not playing the Brawlers that we saw yesterday, right?
Yeah.
That got them to the point that they were at today. So today was like a fresh start in my sense for them. They can try whatever. If it didn't work, oh well. You're still in first place. I'm not worried about it.
So they're going to go back to how they used to play it when they come into the finals.
Probably. Most likely. I mean, it worked, right?
Yeah.
So you can't really change what worked.
Well, speaking of fresh start, we do have a fresh start for some teams coming into this. It's going to be Group B, and there's a lot of names in there that are not necessarily going to be safe. Seoul have 2 games left to go. You see Mega X with 2 games left to go. 8-Bit as well. It's kind of unfortunate. There's a lot in there that are like kind of on that precipice, on that cusp of breaking through the top 16.
0 Degree, that is one team that have been amazing on the first day. They got 2 great games in a row, but ever since then, they kind of have been sitting very, very quietly. Now, I know you pegged them as one of the teams that could really cause a stir here. They have, but what's it going to take?
Yeah, I mean, definitely placement points. They need that. I mean, I just want them to get placement points so that they can prove to me, at least, that they're a team that can do it. Because even if they do qualify in the top 16 position, without those placement points to back them up here, I'm not confident that they'll be moving into that top 5 position after the next stage. That's what I'm looking at. I already know some of these squads, they're qualifying. Okay, we're going to see them tomorrow. But now I'm worried about how are they going to breach that top 5 gap tomorrow, the day after, and then after that.
There's a lot of squads here in Group B that are at the precipice of getting eliminated. You talk about 8-Bit, RIP, SynerGE. They're like
Seoul,
very
like
close to Seoul as well. So these teams in these last 2 games, they're going to have to fight for their lives.
Yeah, and the last game we saw from Seoul, I think they had a scout. They sent them out there. They got picked apart, and then someone else got picked apart. They're just not staying together.
And they're not communicating, I think, the way that they normally would be. There's a lot of individual decisions
that have been making that are costing the team overall, whether it's Mortal yesterday going in head first into a whole squad, whether it's getting picked off as Clutch God. So it's really, really frustrating for, I suppose, all the Soul fans here to see this.
I was just checking. They do have the headphones on, so they didn't hear what we were saying about them.
Because I know you wanted the jersey.
Yeah, I still want the jersey. We're also going to be looking at 8-Bit. Right, they made the change today. They got Prince in. They changed the IGLs. Hopefully, that will be enough to breach them into that top 16 for tomorrow.
The question is, will they be able to do it? Time will tell. We're going into our penultimate match of the day. A lot of teams still fighting for their chance to break through into the top 16 to make it to tomorrow. They know he's going to bring you all the action. It's going to be John Allen and Blank to cover the entire match.
The clock counts down. We're ever closer towards the final throws of these play-ins. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We're in the penultimate map. It's Sanhok. We are ready for a little bit of chaos to ensue.
And chaos is exactly what we'll get here on Sanhok, Mr. John Allen. It's going to be crazy.
That's Mr. John Allen to you.
Mr. John. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's Mr. Hyozu to you too. Don't call him Mr. Hyozu. Put some respect on the name.
Oh, yeah.
This is an interesting map because it is so chaotic for a lot of these teams, and it tends to be that in Tapmok, Cow, Paradise Resort, Camp Bravo, not necessarily places where you tend to go a lot just because there's not too much loot up that side. So you get this I call it the great migrate of the Southern players who all move up past Quarry. They all get funneled in going past boot camp, and it's just a terrible time for a lot of people, and you'll find that a lot of teams from bootcamp will move out, head up to the hills off to the eastern side, and just gatekeep a lot of these players. The Polyhony, on the other hand, they've got other ideas. They're going to get straight down to docks. A nice peaceful area to start off the game with. Reckoning Esports, on the other hand, heading off towards Camp Alpha to split loot the western side of the map here, John.
Blind dropping out early, straight on top of Soul and SynerGE. They might have a little bit of an argy-bargy over there. Of course, at the moment, Blind sat down in 22nd place, so they are really going to be looking to rack up the points. 33 for them so far. Soul a little bit more secure on a 10-point, just below 10-point average. 58 points for them so far over the 6 games they've played. 2 more to go, of course. We're into groups B and C. They touched on it early. Only one team has been confirmed to go home. That's, of course, SynerGE Retribution. Commiserations to them. Hopefully, we'll be seeing them moving forwards. But we're on to B and C, and now it's all up for grabs. Of course, 7 teams will have to join SynerGE Retribution and sit in the stands to watch the finals.
But they will, John. Got some new teams, obviously, like you're saying, heading into this game. 0 Degree is back, as is 8-Bit. Mega X2, these are the teams that I've got my eyes upon. Very, very strong teams indeed. 0 Degree finishing out the group stages with, I think they were in 18th with 88 points total. And now they're here, set towards the top of the standings. They're doing a really, really good job. Circle Pops off on the northeastern side. Now this is pretty bad for these players because, like I said, they're going to have to go through that funnel to make their way up and find some homes up over here. Ban, not always the nice area to go through because it's just a huge valley. So teams are going to have to make some interesting decisions going forward. Fnatic, on the other hand, they're completely controlling boot camp. They've got so many options available to them, but we are going to go over and watch the Blind team fight it out down in SynerGE.
Yeah, they're down south on the southwestern island. Looks like Soul has the surround right now, but Viper's a little bit split. If Blind do rattle off one of them, they might not be able to get back up. But in the meantime, as you say, center of the map dominated by Fnatic. Pretty close to them. IND, obviously previous games winners, now sat in 2nd place, tied with Godlike on 81 points. So they might try and give Fnatic a run for their money. Of course, Fnatic down in 9th on 67 now. They've still got 2 more games to go. It is so tight in the middle of these tables. And I mean, the analyst desk has talked about it. We've been talking about it backstage, Blank, as well. The volatility that can be seen over these next 2 games is incredible. You know, if someone else gets one of those 30, 40-point games, Rip Official, 8-Bit as well, a team that I'm going to be looking out for, it's going to be huge. They will be able to just send themselves up all the way to the top.
And that's exactly what a lot of the teams here are looking to do. It's scary because Group B is just they've got some very, very strong teams in there. Mega X, obviously, coming off the 2nd place of the group stage. They really want to prove themselves. They had that wonderful chicken dinner at the final game of yesterday, which was very, very good for them, and was able to put themselves in a position where today it looks possible. And that's exactly what you need. You need it to be possible for yourself, to give yourself that bright future that you can walk towards. Again, Blind, not facing off versus Soul, but we are going to go over to the previous winners of last map. It is I and D over here, and we are sat on board with Daljit.
They have moved back over to that northwestern island at the moment, so they will be taking control of that shoreline, getting some loot on board. The good news for a lot of these teams towards the south is that there are teams, quite a few teams actually, out to the east of Quarry. That means they won't be participating in the bootcamp Quarry funnel, which means that there might be a little bit of an easier crossing for a lot of these teams, especially the victor of the Blind Soul conflict down in SynerGE. SynerGE as well from Painan will have a bit more luck moving forwards, but at the moment it's INS on the western side of Quarry, and as well you've got the squad split out around the side to try and look for that and have a little bit of pressure there. It might be pretty difficult. They are split 2 and 2 on either side of Quarry.
As ETG Brawlers aren't in this game, SynerGE have basically had all of Painan to themselves. They've had the Pai and the Nan and eaten both. So they're absolutely fine. They've got all the loot that they need. So this is a very happy coming up towards this funnel and they're able to move through. Just feeling quite confident in themselves, I suppose. INS here on the vehicles. They're going to be making their rotation past Quarry. Going to try and make that as fast as possible. Get up towards the northeastern side of the map, which is completely unoccupied at the moment. You've got Mong Nai Cow. And Bravo is occupied by official RIP. So they're the only place that is really contested right now.
Paradise Resort currently occupied by 8-Bit, but at the moment it's Team Insane, 2 of their squad anyway, taking on SynerGE on their rotation. Major Alpha catching Major Flak. Major damage as well. Has to heal up behind the tree. They know exactly where he is, though. The rest of the team might try and respond. The question is, will the rest of Team Insane be able to respond in the same way? INS will be at their back. It's going to be pretty tricky to pull off, and at the moment you can see they do not want to have any part of this fight, but they might not be able to get away with it. Just over the crest of the ridge, behind a tree again, getting some healing done.
The Shrine is disallowing any form of retreat here. M16, this thing is deadly after the latest patch. It's just so laser-like now when you flip it over to that DMR mode. Again, we're starting to see a lot of these teams crunch towards the middle of the map, where Salty are currently sat in that junction, just holding down those compounds, which are very, very much sought after at the beginning of the game, because it provides you a lot of good sight lines, a really good place to rotate away from as well. And you want that safety that compound provides, especially on Sanhok, where a team can be anywhere and everywhere, be it from a bush to the top of a tree, waiting to leap down upon you.
Oh, unfortunately, it is going to be Omega going down. Will get confirmed as SynerGE pick themselves up the first kill of the game. Being split did not go their way, unfortunately. Team Insane going to struggle a little bit more now. Sat in 15th currently with 50 points. Not the best start to proceedings, but SynerGE, they're going to be happy with that one.
That they are. This is a good start for them, moving up from Painan. I thought they'd be a lot more looted, but it looks like a lot of the players on side there, they went to Painan, got the basic necessities, and then they just moved northeast. They prioritize having a foothold on this map, a place to call their home more than the loot itself. And I think what they can do here is just loot up anything that Team Insane has on board if they can win this fight, and then go from there, because they're kind of trapped on the slope going down to Quarry, and SynerGE can kind of just push in and almost squeeze them.
8-Bit holding down now. They've moved out of Paradise Resort, pushing a little bit south. This is the sort of guarding that you were talking about earlier, Blank, with being on the edge and being a little bit closer there. Soul, they have now escaped from that conflict. They didn't really spot each other out too much, and it's Reckoning rotating as well into their path, so they might try and find a little bit of a fight going forwards. But in general, everybody's just going to be super happy with how this circle has fallen. Not too much action going forwards. Interesting about the combat between Insane and SynerGE as well. Both of them sat on 50 points currently, right around that border in the three-way tie between Insane, SynerGE, and Apali Honi. Currently sat in 15, 16, 17. So every single one of those points matters immensely at this stage.
Hugely so, and Salty are the ones to first take casualties here. Not a good moment for them whatsoever. Salty desperately want to have these points on board to secure their position on the standings.
Yeah, they're currently 23rd with 24 points total. They need a miracle, really. They need to be one of those teams with that huge chicken dinner, really, in either this game or the next. And you don't want to give up the ghost this early, unfortunately for them. They've had some really strong play, but it's just not really come out.
They were holding on this position. It's a position that people hold down very, very often because it's quite strong. But unfortunately, they pushed out a little bit towards Rip Official, who are controlling this hillside, which is a really strong position for them. So I think that Salty could definitely have waited a little bit longer there instead of trying to press the issue, in which case Rip Official, they're very happy to issue something back in the form of a bullet to the head.
It's going to be pretty unfortunate to lose players this early, as we're talking about. 2 kills for them, and again, it's so crucial down towards the bottom of the end of the tables. Every single point, a godsend to each of these teams. 8-Bit up the top of the hill, just near them right now as well. A team currently looking to escape that bottom bit of the table yet again. They changed up a little bit coming into today, and at the moment we've seen them have a little bit of an impact coming on through, but they've yet to escape from the 20s in terms of placement.
Now, one thing that I was talking to a couple of the Hindi casters as well, the Hindi analysts, they were saying that 8-Bit, this is a team that we agreed upon that was very aggressive. They're a team to take a lot of fights, specifically on Vikendi. This is where it catches them out a lot, where they're not really scouting around too much, and they'll take a fight and then find themselves sandwiched between 3 teams, unable to escape, and it kind of limits their chance at winning or puts them to bed early, in fact, most of the time. So hopefully here, 8-Bit have learned the lesson. They're playing a little bit more passive on this hillside. They got some good kills, but they didn't press that. They didn't try and force the aggression onto the team below from Salty. It looks like they are really, really looking to make a good showing in these last 2 maps today.
A good showing is exactly what all of these teams need. It is do or die at this stage. And Palihoni in that 3-way tie right on the border of elimination on the red zone. They need to try and push on forwards. Of course, the bottom 8 teams will be going home. And they do not want to be a part of that group, not a part of that gang. Representing Nepal as well. Coming into an Indian-dominated field, it would be certainly a prideful performance if they can qualify towards those regional finals.
Godlike on the screen, just trying to crawl in. Next circle pops, you can see it. Goes off to the western side. IND can be happy with this one, but they have to contend with 0 Degree first. We see how bloody strong 0 Degree are in terms of firepower. They're not a team that you want to get on the other side of an iron sight, I'll tell you that now. But interesting enough, Fnatic are using the same rotation they've used time and time again. Go from boot camp, loot that up, head up to the hillside, try and watch for any other teams making this rotation past Quarry. For the moment, it looks like a lot of these teams are wise to that. They've moved over the eastern side, but here it is, Rip Official.
Ooh, he's not quite able to get the knock. I think his teammate did pick it up there as well. Gets confirmed, and Rip Official lose their first. Tempest is going to fall. The storm is calmed. And yet, the rest of Rip Official up the hill, maybe looking to push through Mayhem. They are currently in the zone, so there isn't super huge amounts of pressure. But they do still need to think about what they're going to do next, where they're going to go. The amount of water actually in this zone is actually pretty impactful, especially given the fact that it isolates the western islands, which means that you are looking at about a 60% circle in terms of playable ground. And then when you think about what other stuff is featured there, boot camp, not too many teams going to be wanting to try and get in there, which reduces it even further. So it is quite a shrunken circle when you look at, the features of the land that sit around here.
Yeah, pushed together. We'll put a couple of pliers around the circle and just really gave it a bit of a squeeze here. Fnatic, though, one thing that I wanted to talk about really is because they've made this rotation just up the hill, and then they're going to chill here in this compound. It's a really, really strong position for them to hold. And being really, really well looted from boot camp is extremely important for them right now because they didn't have to fight anyone there. They're central. They don't have to rely on people coming to them to pick up loot, so they don't have to force those fights, but they're very happy to take them in the strong position they currently hold in the center of the circle.
Ooh, INS taking a little bit of a fight with Insane, finally. The Quarry squad starting to battle it out as they try and extract themselves. They want to get a little bit more central, but INS not finding the best of luck there. Not having the best of times indeed. Team Insane as well. We saw them earlier lose Omega. And this time around, it looks like they're going to be struggling now in a 3 versus 3. In INS, down in the Quarry, it's a little bit more tricky for them to extract themselves from it. They might try and go for a different angle for this push on out.
New angle might be a good idea. But again, it's
tricky.
It is tricky, especially on Sanhok. You've got to be very wary of where you're going. Mega X really haven't had to move from Paradise Resort, and it looks like they're playing on like the cliff side right now. We are looking at Soul again. We're taking a fight with Reckoning. Dave falls to the floor.
Mortal.
Excellent beginning from Mortal.
Rattles off the shots, takes Dave down. 2 players in the sight lines at the moment for Reckoning. A nice nade from Clutch God. Looks to try and zone them away, to push them out and see what more they can get. There's the third party, of course, across the river. Might try and just sneak on in now. Reckoning under pressure. They've already lost 1. And Mortal continuing to anchor at the back of the rest of his team, makes their way forwards. Dave isolated, downed, will not be able to get back up. I think he spotted that one. He goes for the cross, goes for the challenge, and there's Mortal to pick up the pieces, but out they go. The drop shot is in. Mortal falls, and 2 players from Seoul are down now. In comes Regaltos to save the day. And it will be Seoul to hold on Painan, but they've got Blind waiting in the wings, looking to try and come on in. Over the bridge they go. It's X-Panic, it's Soldier, as well as Psycho and Evos from the sidelines. Will Seoul be able to get back up?
This is a real tough situation for Seoul right now. These smokes are well imported, but Regaltos just about makes it away. But now Mortal does go back down. Viper is in the process of being revived, but it looks like Mortal is going to have a difficult time getting back up again. They've got bigger things to worry about, though, John.
Oh, a nice nade comes in from Blind as well. As the pressure is on, another nade across the river.
Oh
but
my.
they are going to trade it back. 1 for 1 now, as that was Nepali Honi coming out of the wings. They're trying to third party this as well. This is a 5th party, I think, coming into this fight. Regaltos trying to hold it down in the middle, but he will not be able to do it. It's 1 more for Seoul, and they're going to hold it out. Viper goes down, and Blind wipe them off the map. And now it's Nepali Honi going to be edge guarding against Blind, who have racked up 4 kills in the fight.
Viper could have changed everything there in the last moment. Crazy plays coming out from Seoul, but it's just not to be. This is really bad for them. I'm sure they get some points on board, but going out in 15th, only 1 point awarded to you. Not good at all.
They did get a couple of kills, though, on board, so they haven't lost everything. Of course, 58 points, tied at the bottom. They will need to try and pick it up in that next game to try and solidify their position right now. But Blind, a similar story. If they go down, if they pushed out now, go down to Nepali Honi, they're in essentially exactly the same spot, and they're a lot lower down on the table. Nepali Honi would pick up those kills and be very grateful for it to try and escape that 3-way tie around that red zone border.
Insane here, still alive, still chilling out on the hillside. Looking at Mega X, who are pushing down onto Salty. Obviously, Salty's been in this position for a very long time. It's no surprise that Mega X know exactly where they are.
Just getting it done at the moment. Vcash sends for the hills. Gives up the ghost compound. Given over to Mega X. A welcome gift. Welcomed with open arms, but not the best situation for Swag there as he falls to a nade.
I think that was a nade from Snacks as well. I mean, if you're giving out snacks, make sure they're not explosive.
They're not very tasty.
No.
I'll tell you that.
Have you tried one?
For anyone watching at home, explosives do not make the best snack. Try some, granola, something like that. Very healthy.
Great stuff.
Helps the digestive system. Best stay away from the HE grenades.
They're not great.
No.
At least you are supporting the public. You're telling them what they should be in the morning. Granola, it's
Absolutely.
a great decision.
I'll tell you what the best meal is,
in there.
Chicken dinners. And whoever gets one here might just be able to catapult themselves up out the table and try and get towards the top throws of the standings. Of course, volatility, the name of the game right now, for everybody involved.
Fnatic, 8-bit, 0 degree. There's a bit of a triangle going on here. An 8-bit moved over towards IND, were rotating in, but now IND just shimmying, sidestepping.
Yeah.
Down the coastal cliffs.
They will be able to step out near boot camp and actually rotate through there relatively unchallenged. So they'll have a decent time of it.
Yeah, they'll be able to make the exact same rotation that Fnatic made. Coming to that compound you can just see just to the west of boot camp there. A great position to hold. And if they can follow Fnatic, they could potentially get a third party when Godlike or 8-bit decide to move in. You can see right now Prince is desperately looking over to the northern side, trying to scout that one out. We'll see if they do spot out 0 degree. Depending on the next circle, might have to move down and past 8-bit. The problem is that 8-bit is trapped between 0 degree and Fnatic right now. If it goes south, 8-bit's going to have a tough time getting away, and they will have to deal with 0 degree at some point.
At the moment, Salty down to their last player, as you can see on the map there. The next pop sends it over towards Boot Camp. 8-bit Fnatic in the zone. IND will be able to take some nice buildings there. And a really nice spot going to be found for them. 0 Degree will have to push straight through 8-bit if they want to get into the next.
Yeah, this is perfect for 8-bit right now. That's what they wanted. They didn't want to go too far south that they had to move in themselves. But be able to stay quite stationary right now allows them to take down 0 Degree. Ash is already pushed very far forward towards a compound. He has a lot of information gathering potential here, as well as good protection from the compound itself. He's now probably calling over for the recruits to come in. But there is a fight between Salty and Godlike right now, which Mega X have also caught wind of.
Salty, last player remaining as well, will go down. That is going to be them eliminated. But now, as you say, it's Mega X and Godlike challenging it out. But in the meantime as well, down on the southeast, you've got INS, you've got Team Insane, and actually over in the wings, you've got Rip Official waiting to come in. Ahead of them as well, it's Mayhem, and that is quite frankly exactly what we're seeing on our screens as Team Insane get eliminated. But there is so much more to do for this push.
INS take a couple of casualties here. In comes a nade over the top, just about misses Drigger, who is on the floor right now. Rip Official looking to finish this one off.
Nade back in as well. We'll see how that one turns out. Mayhem trying to run along this ridge line. At the moment, Nepali Honi have their forward plant at the foothills. 0 Degree taking a lot of punishment as everybody starts to clash. INS now down very, very low. Not having the best of luck. 2 of them down. Only 1 remains. It's Joker. You can see he's lobbing out the smokes. Will be trying to get the res, but the blue zone is at their back. Another nade over the top. It looks to be potentially in there, but he sends another one through as it explodes in the air. This might be perfectly cooked. Dryger getting resed on up. Joker relatively low. It's not going to hit just yet, and they get the res.
8-bit still pounding down on 0 Degree, having a very bad time up there. INS, though, this is what you got to always be aware of on Sanhok, John. If you take a fight, you win it. You best be prepared for another team to immediately run in. Rip Official going to leave early. Going to try and set themselves up within the circle to gatekeep INS, who are going to be severely down on resources. And Rip Official, they can take this hillside, take the brow of the hill. They're going to be looking very strong versus INS in the latter parts of this circle.
This conflict is going to put the pace up on Mega X as they have to push straight on through Godlike. A couple of players there ready and waiting to receive. Hopefully going to be able to pick up the kills for them. They are considering the push. The smokes are out. Kiki, OP looking to go wide with the Vector. Spots Swag, allows him in, allows him some ground. Paradox trying to back him up as well, but takes the majority of the damage. All from the backside as well. You got Mayhem starting to chime on in, as well as everybody else just looking their way straight away. It's Rip Official coming into the end of this fight. And the side swipe is strong. This might give Mega X the chance they need, but the reload is just in the wrong place. And Godlike fall. They're going down so low, and they get eliminated on the push. Mega X make their way in, but the hard shift comes through. It's over onto Bootcamp, and it's over to IND yet again.
Perfectly executed from Mega X there. Really, really well played. They were patient, but also aggressive when they needed to be. Like you say, circle goes off to the western side. IND, that whole swim all the way down the coast into Bootcamp has perfectly worked out for them here. You can see Fnatic rotating backwards. They're basically reverse rotating from their original position, taking a few shots down to SynerGE potentially. And now 8-bit, they can make their way over to the Lumberyard. It's a little bit difficult to play from this area. There's not too much cover, and those warehouses aren't nearly as secure as you might think.
SynerGE trying to push into Bootcamp, but Fnatic has spotted the rotation, and IND are ready to try and pick up some kills as well. Got some teams on the south who will spot it out. It's a really tricky spot for them right now. Certainly unlucky. Fnatic, they've got themselves some buildings relatively close. Oh, he spots out just the tip of the helmet, and I don't think you're going to be able to make that run, my son. Down to the knees you go. Not going to be happy with that. Scout takes a little bit of damage, though, back and scurries for cover.
So many teams ahead of Fnatic right now, coming in from the southeast side of the circle. Circle is closing very, very quickly on the side. You're seeing so many players go down. Rip Official doing an excellent job to remove Mayhem from the process. IND now kicking back with a couple of shots their way too.
Mayhem guarding out the rotation from Rip Official as they stay out in the zone, trying to push it on forwards. The Parley Honi down to 1 player, out in the blue as well, trying to make this run just to the north of Mayhem. As Rip Official lose a couple of players on the outside, Mega X going very, very low. There's Fnatic trying to edge guard right now. They're holding down this compound. It's just Ronak who is down. They'll be able to get this res. They got Rip Official and one player from Mega X as well who just goes down. There's teams dropping like flies right now. SynerGE looking to try and push it on forwards, try and break that three-way tie as they outlast Apalihoni and Insane, who they were tied with, down towards that border elimination.
We know Fnatic are going to have a bit of a boot camp after their new facility is built in India, but for the time being, they cannot even get down into boot camp. They're stuck on the western side, and another hard shift goes over to 8-Bit and IND, who have a perfect position towards the center of boot camp right now. Fnatic can have a really, really tough run down this hill. Let's see if they can make it.
Trying to push on forwards, trying to keep the dream alive. Maybe try and regain a second place spot against IND. 8-Bit, though, really the story that I'm looking at here. Currently sat down in 21st, already up into 4th place. Doing so much work, 4 kills on board. This is a really great result for them in terms of trying to stay alive in this tournament.
They're playing so much more patiently, John. It's what we wanted to see from them. And it looks like they've had a bit of a break. They've had a talk amongst each other. And now they're coming out on top with a new reinvigorated form of improvement. I'm loving it, what I'm seeing here, but Fnatic, they are not letting up. Scout already made his way into the Lobster building here, looking to challenge out versus IND.
An urban finish is on the cards. 3 teams, actually 4 teams still going. A SynerGE down on the southeast corner, throwing out some damage and actually doing a lot of work against Fnatic. Paratosh falls down. Owace looking to try and pick it up, and Paratosh gets confirmed. We're now down to 3 players for Fnatic as Ronak is getting rezzed.
Circle moves away from everyone. This is really bad for them. Ted gets a nice nade onto Owace right now. Fnatic having a terrible time. Just Scout alive, scurrying around towards the bottom of the building. Looks to see if he can pick Owace up, who is on the top. But right now, 8-Bit is just getting ever more towards the center of the circle, securing that great positioning. And now IND, they have to work from the back foot. We saw them do it from last game. Let's see if they can do it again.
The next circle popping out to the west, and it's going to favor 8-Bit if they can move fast enough, as they can use that hard cover. SynerGE in the building now as well with IND. Schreider looking to play up close, looking for the breaches. They know they're pressured. Goes out for the spray, finds one, but goes down. Schreider, it's disastrous. IND rattle it off and try to push on through. They're looking to try and finish it off, and IND holding strong right now. SynerGE not quite able to dismount them just yet as they get eliminated down in 4th. Fnatic still going. I think they've still got 2 players up. It's Scout, it's Owace, but 8-Bit are trying to stop the push out from this building. Scout over to the other side, able to just send himself away. And IND try and go for the push. Owace falls down, and again, it's just Scout, but he's got so much to do. Cannot get it done. Out in 3rd, and it's IND versus 8-Bit. 8-Bit with all the cards. They're playing them right now as well, as there's 1 player alive. It's Slayer, and he's going to try his best to come out on top, but he cannot get it done. 8-Bit with a huge victory, sending themselves up the tables.
Ridiculous charge into there. IND trying to make it, but 8-Bit, this was the perfect performance from there. Kratos may have come round the corner, the God Killer, but it was Ash who was saying, come here, boy.
I'm ready for ya. I got the belt out. We're going to give you a good old whooping, and they are going to send them back. 8-Bit take the victory, take the chicken dinner at a really crucial time for them. They were sat, as I was saying, relatively low down the table in 21st with 35 points. And I think that was a 6-kill victory, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 7, which is going to give them a much-needed boost, but they've still got a way to go.
Ridiculously good game. Like I said, I'm super happy with 8-Bit. They look like a new team here towards the last 2 maps. And that's the kind of rejuvenation that you kind of need to see towards the end of Playins. Because you need that strong performance to leap your way back up into that top 16. Remember, they're not looking for first. They're not looking for second. They're just looking to enter into that top 16 bracket and stay there.
Speaking of reinvigoration, though, IND coming on in. Beautiful stuff coming out from them. They had some good rotations there as well. Really smart. You saw them shimmy along the cliff. They took boot camp. Relatively lucky to be able to get in there, but they played it off very, very well, and in the end came in on 2nd. A whole host of kills as well, a boot. Brilliant stuff. A nice high scoreline.
We'll see if they can continue it. Keep it up. IND, like you say, John, very happy with this team. Dalji, a very experienced player. She's been doing really well, but it is Kratos a lot of time who's leading most of these charges. Slayer and Trans also doing a wonderful job. But again, you just have to speak about 8-Bit's patience, the way that they played that They took a few fights, but they took them reservedly. They didn't have to finish them off, especially with Salty. I love that play from them. They took out a couple of players, and they were like, that's enough. We don't have to push down to the junction. Pushing at the junction, we know it's really hard. There's so much open space down there. We can chill out, we can hold this position, and rotate where we need to afterwards. Gonna get some of the highlights on the screen right now. You can see Regaltos there. But really, now I want to see what the analyst desk has to say about this one. Jason, what do you got, mate?
Well, hopefully we got a lot to talk about here, to be honest, because that was our penultimate game of the day. And good to see, again, a new winner, a new chicken dinner claimer as we move through into the last echelons of what we have to offer here in the prelims. And then also thinking about how they did, we have to talk about how a little bit of luck came into effect. We have to say the L word.
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
For who?
I'm sorry to
For
people
who?
want to do it. For 8-Bit, in terms of their position around boot camp. Boot camp, the circle shifting north instead of south. Mustache Dave, you disagree?
Hard disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
There's no luck.
Me
Tell
too,
me
actually.
oh, okay.
no
all
luck
right,
that
Mr. Everything's luck. Okay.
No, there's no. I mean, it was circle number 4.
Well, did they take into account the crates and the direction of the plane?
Yeah,
And
the
the
brawlers,
wind?
the brawler strat definitely playing effect here. And then not only that, the waves, the tide was low. So
true.
When
I
it's
forgot
low
about that.
tide on Sanhok, you know where the circles are going automatically. 8-Bit though, it was circle number 4. They were in the north. A very important fight they had to win there against 0 Degree. Those teams, we didn't catch it on screen, but they were fighting back and forth. All right, 8-Bit, they got the win. They had the north all to themselves, and then as Jason mentioned, the shift to boot camp. They were in a prime position to easily rotate. No teams were around there.
They actually had one person left behind out of the
Ash.
circle. Ash, yeah. So what they did, that formation, that's why I think it wasn't luck. Because their formation was 3 inside boot camp, 1 to guard the flank, and just in case that they get caught off in rotation or someone to flank them, they have their bases covered, which is why I really think that that was all planned out, especially that last decision making to go in for that third party against IND.
And look at what we have. Even though 8-Bit did take home the chicken dinner, they only won by 1 point because of 11 big kills coming through out of IND yet again.
I have to give it to IND though. I did think that they deserved that win, but I think that 8-Bit coming in at the absolute perfect time when 2 players were down from IND, deciding to go and take that fight was brilliant decision making from 8-Bit, despite the fact that they did not have all the information. It was courageous, but fortune
It's
favors the
cleanup
brave.
crew, right? They kind of third party the match or the fight versus Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, it was 8-Bit and IND. They were kind of gatekeeping. We had Fnatic, SGE, all trying to breach on into the east. And then IND was the only team to kind of stick around in that lobster area where we saw that close combat engagement happen at the end. Did they need to stick in the east in the lobster? No, but they chose to get these kills. So could they have gotten first place this game? Probably, but they were going for those kills, so I definitely commend them for that. I mean, only 1 point behind, you're not going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I do want to mention Fnatic though. They just got unfortunate getting caught in the rotation in between SynerGE and IND. So as they were trying to rotate into the circle, they got hardcore like crossfired between both teams. That just got them eliminated so earlier on. But every team fight before that, they looked really good progressing through the map, getting kills.
And you know what else?
What?
They dropped boot camp.
They did
They
drop
eluded
boot camp.
boot camp.
And they ended up in boot camp.
They ended up back in boot camp. I mean, they didn't go too far from it, but just that the circle ended in boot camp. I mean, if you're Fnatic, gotta be like talking amongst the teams like, guys, maybe we should have stayed there.
You're kind of like, this is home turf. We should have won this, right? But I guess
Possibly.
So there's something I want to talk about here. You see in 6th place, Mega X, in 5th place, RIP Official. Now the reason I'm bringing this up is because we did see Godlike take this map earlier on today, but we also saw them kind of gatekeeping Mega X on some of these circles. They had the opportunity to hold them back, hold them in the blues, and are forced to come to them with the advantage of the rocks. However, RIP Official saved Mega X by third-partying against that, taking out Godlike. And Mega X is a team who needs points. They need to get something going for them if they want to have a chance to make it through.
Well, at the end of the day, though, the point is really what counts for me. And Mega X, they only got 10 total, 3 kills. Just goes to show you that even though there was a lot of interference, it was just not enough here. And I see the face that you're making. I know exactly what you're reacting to. Team Soul going out at 11th. That's just absolutely deadly.
Yeah, it was Pi Nan. That was the hotbed for Team Soul. We actually saw Team Soul. They fought off the last 2 members of Reckoning Esports. They did take them out, but they had some casualties on their side as well, and they didn't have enough time to heal up. They didn't have enough time to regroup, and almost a second later, after hearing the engagement between the Reckoning and Soul, Blind came in to clean it up, and they took out Soul.
Yeah, and now this does not fare well for them, rather. 4 points only on the side of Team Seoul. Nepali Honi gets 6, but they're not that desperate for points. It's not like they're in dire situation like how Seoul is.
Speaking about desperate for points, my boys Reckoning Esports, only 1 point unfortunately for them, but I will give them the respect to play because they went aggressive early. They realized, hey, we need some points, we need some kills, let's go in for it. And yeah, they lost 2 players in the very get-go. But you know what? I respect the hustle. I respect them realizing where they're currently standing within the tournament and making a play for it.
Yeah, and for that hustle, they get participation points. 1 point going to them. So
Okay, guys, you're giving them credit. I think they're overthinking it, though. They dropped all the way in the west, I believe, near Camp Alpha. They had free and clear rotations to get over to boot camp. Instead of doing that, they overthought it, in my opinion. They went all the way around, down south. They passed about 3 different squads. In the process, they lost 2 members, and that's how they ended up against Seoul with only 2 alive. I think they're overthinking things right now. I think the nerves might be getting the best of them because pressure is on since they are so down there. 1 more game to go.
You think they can do it?
I mean, a chicken dinner maybe in 16th place. But that's asking a lot from a squad that we haven't seen much from here in the past 2 days.
Yeah, and I think it'll have to be a chicken dinner with quite a significant amount of kills as well. Not just any chicken dinner with maybe 1 grenade kill.
Yeah. Or a run over kill.
Yeah.
We still only have one of those.
I still haven't forgotten that.
Well, maybe we'll get more. We still have, 3 days of action to come after this. We still have 1 final map to come up today. That's going to be on Erangel. What a way to start it, with the same map that we're ending it with. And obviously these 2 teams, their last chance, or sorry, 2 teams, 2 groups, their last chance to make it through in the top 16. And that's what we've been talking about time and time again. And if you're a team like ETG Brawlers, they're probably back at the hotel, relaxing, chilling, probably looking at some VODs, obviously, because they want to keep momentum going to the next days of games. But for those teams that are on the cusp,
yeah,
they got to be running out of nails.
Yeah, they're probably, 3 inches out of nails at this point. It's really, really a scary thing, considering how close the points are at the very bottom of the bracket. I do not favor their position, and especially for those teams who have no more games left played, it's got to be difficult.
I'm excited. I'm waiting for the overall leaderboard. I mean, Seoul doing really poor that last game. I believe they're in 15th coming into the...
Just watch if there's any fans just eyeing you out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I hope they do qualify for the fans'
I can
sake.
feel the death glare coming at us, actually, by the way, as you said that.
Oh, they threw a hot dog at my face.
That's just a random food. Okay, well, let's take a look at the circles that actually did break down, and I guess you can see maybe Reckoning in there. I can't see from my angle.
Yeah, well, they were all the way. Yeah, they're in Camp Alpha. Look at this is the wide free and clear that I was talking about. They could have just swam across the boot camp. Instead of doing that, they go all the way down south by Quarry for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why they would go around all the way there, but it did not end up in their favor. Do want to point out 8-Bit, though. I love their decision-making in this last part. They do not go ahead straight for boot camp, but they know that they have an opportunity and that they know that they have to take boot camp at some point. They do it in an amazing fashion, leaving Ash behind, creating sort of a crossfire, creating sort of a one-man back scout.
Right there. That's
yeah, exactly, Ash. And they clean it up with fantastic decision-making at the very, very end.
Yeah, and the pressure from both 8-Bit and IND just to gatekeep those squads trying to push on it. I mean, you know what Lobster is? It's that rectangle building with the 2 claws.
Yeah.
That's where we saw the fight. Some people might not know what Lobster is. I don't know
I
if
thought
it's
you were legitimately asking him, do you know what a lobster is?
Well, I don't know if it's like a NA terminology. So if it is, well, you're welcome. You just learned something new.
It's a moist lobster because it's in Sanhok. The perfect place for a lobster to live.
I'm going to let you have that one.
Yeah, well, let's just move on from that. Let's start talking about lobsters. Take a look at the top 5 players from the last game as well, because that's going to be very important to see who was bringing the kills. And SynerGE actually sneaking in there. I mean, it's kind of a low-kill game. You can see across the board, but still, getting some nonetheless, get on the board.
There's Ash you were talking about.
Yeah. He did a really good job cutting off rotations, and I think despite the fact that he was really far back, he was one of the first players into the final fray right there, getting 600 damage and only 3 kills. So you have to admit, there was probably some kills that he couldn't have finished off himself.
The most damage that game amongst the other members that we do see up here. So some more interesting stats that I was kind of looking at behind the scenes when it comes to damage, since we are talking about that. Before this game, Godlike Anto, number 2 on leaderboard for damage, 2,000 damage so far. And then a sort of an interesting stat, Soul, Viper, highest healing with 1,300 HP.
You know why I think that is? I think it's because they have been playing out of the zone for a lot. Like, they do not actually play into the circle, into the middle, they actually do end up in the blue zone quite a significant amount. And I think that what might be one reason.
They have to use those bandages just to remain full HP.
Yeah, and they actually do get caught off quite a bit and end up healing. But that's obviously besides the point.
Well, you know what is the point right now? The overall standings. Let's take a look yet again here as we move into the final game of the day, the final game of the prelims. And you can see, of course, those teams on your screen. Mayhem actually sneaking through in 8th place. They should be relatively secure into tomorrow's finals. But we have a lot of teams in there. Fnatic not having the greatest performance today, but still a good performance nonetheless.
So almost 50 points still is the lead of ETG Brawlers. They have been performing very poorly, and they still have an almost 50-point lead. That just goes to show you how insanely they've been playing.
Yeah, and even if IND have another phenomenal game, they got 40 points the game before. They're still not even going to breach the gap. They're going to be a couple points behind. But all these squads are here
actually looking at the standings to make sure they're safe.
IND, second place. You guys got some work to do if you want to breach the Brawlers. So yeah, the players are kind of funneling on by. Trust the process. They're not playing no more, but they didn't really do too much today. They didn't need to do too much. I mean, they already qualified. Maybe they're saving their secret sauce for tomorrow's games. Like you said, some of these teams are backstage kind of reviewing the other teams already, you would assume, trying to come up with strategies on how to deal with them.
Oh, there we go. Team INS making their way to the 9th spot. So I think they actually qualified. They probably have done enough. Although, as I say that, the difference between 9 and 16 is basically non-existent there. That's like 7-point difference between the first and the 9th and the 16th spot.
Yeah, and 8-Bit just breaching into the top 16 with 61 points. And they just got a chicken dinner as well. So it leads you to kind of assume how poor they've been doing today. That last game, great for them, but they need another great performance if they want to maintain that spot and not get relegated.
You know, a team we have to look at, 0 Degree. They had a phenomenal start on day 1 with the first 2 games that they did play, and now they're starting to get edge backwards, I should say, out of the top 16. Just a couple of points separating them between that. And let's actually take a look at the third page. Let's look at the last 8 teams remaining, because this is where it's really going to come into effect, the kind of difference between 16 and 17 and Mega X with that last
3
game.
points.
Two or 3?
61 was 8-Bit.
Okay, so 3 points is the difference between Mega X and the 16th spot. That's basically nothing. Nepali Honi, they had a good showing. They had a couple good games. Unfortunately, they still find themselves at 18th spot, so that's got to be a little bit troubling for them. But I do think they still have a very good chance at getting in here.
Trying to see if there was a team out of 17, 18, 19, 20 that can actually do it this last game.
Maybe RIP. Maybe.
You think RIP? I would say Mega X. I mean, they already did it once. They got a chicken dinner once. That's kind of why you see their placement points so inflated with 40. You would like to see them kind of get more kills, because this last game is all going to be down to the wire. 3 points. Same thing with 8-Bit. I mean, they're going to need to perform their best right now so that they don't lose that spot.
That's the thing about Mega X, though. They have gotten a chicken dinner, and you would think that would be enough to have them safe. But
yeah, it's not.
Just one chicken dinner. It's not enough. And the fact that they only have 18 kills just adds to the point that you need to get these kills in.
It's going to be a close game.
We've been talking about 8-Bit. We do have them on the stage as Xerxes, and I'm really curious to hear what Ted has to say about switching up the roles and in-game leading now for his team and getting them through potentially to tomorrow.
8-Bit, guys. You are on number 16. You guys just entered the table, and behind you is Mega X, 3 points away. You've had your first chicken dinner. They had their chicken dinner. Now, final game to decide which one of you makes it forward. How do you feel?
Yeah, we are feeling very great, and we did good job.
But do you think a good job is going to be enough to take you into the finals tomorrow, or do you think you need another chicken dinner maybe to make it go all the way through, huh?
Yeah, we want another chicken dinner.
You think you can give me a few tips on what you would do, or actually tell me, okay, you can give me your strategy, obviously, because that's going to be out there. What do you think they're going to do? What do you think Mega X is going to do so that you don't get the chicken dinner, or, they just get a few points ahead of you?
Like हमारा Mega X का rotations like don't clash, so I don't think so they'll be able to, try to cut our rotation and all that stuff. So we'll try to play our game, and we'll give our best.
So basically what you're saying is going to do a clean game. The way you guys rotate is not similar, so you guys are not going to clash till the very end. So you're not going to eliminate each other at least. I mean, you're not going to target them. They're not going to target you. That's what you're hoping for. And that's what we are hoping for, a nice, clean game to see who finally makes it into the top 16. That's me, Xerxes, and we're going to go into a short break now. See you later.
prevents you from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be quick. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Light Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you, other than the normal zombies. A mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows your repayment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement, Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
Well, this is it. This is the final match of the prelims, and all these teams are waiting on the sidelines or playing in the server to see if they're one of those lucky 16 to make it through into tomorrow, into the finals. And guys, we need to start to talk about this because this is where teams are going to have to pretty much do anything they possibly can to make it through. But if you're one of the teams already guaranteed through, you can make it a little interesting.
Even if you're not, though, I mean, we were doing the stats real quick, trying to calculate the numbers. We've been talking about Orange Rock a lot here, and it was for a good reason. They were #1 dogs when it comes to group stages. Coming into the final match, they are not playing, but the statisticians backstage said if 8-Bit, who are in 16th place, get 2 kills, Orange Rock is out.
What? Just two kills. Just two kills.
So it's either Orange Rock making it through or 8-Bit making it through.
That's actually insane here. I mean, you think that they were safe because earlier we looked at the boards and we thought they might have done enough because they were like, what, 9th or 10th with a pretty decent gap between them. But I guess not because 2 kills, that's nothing.
I mean, you realize if they don't qualify until tomorrow, it's probably your fault for not wearing their jersey anymore, right?
You took it off. Why'd you take it off, by the way?
It was getting hot in here, man. There was a lot of heat.
Well, I think it's getting hot for them as well, considering they're watching this game, having no chance to affect the outcome of this, and you can see right there a couple of teams on the crest. 0 Degree, Soul, 8-Bit, Orange Rock, maybe even SynerGE in there if we can see any of the teams below 16th place get a big victory.
So I'm still doing the math in my head, how 8-Bit, if they get 2, I suppose that they'll knock out Orange Rock potentially.
Well, they get 2, then they get 3 points total.
Yeah, 3 points.
And all the other teams get 1 point total.
That
for playing.
is true, yeah, and Seoul gets 1 point just because they're still here in this one.
Yeah.
So there's still a pretty good chance that Seoul can come in if they just survive until the end, actually.
I think Nepal, Honi, Mega X still have a very good chance to qualify here. You need to have like a decent game with a couple of kills here or there. There's still a very real possibility we could see some of these teams rise up.
Yeah, I think Reckoning can make a comeback in this last game.
Hey,
like move up one placement?
Hey.
Okay.
If they get a chicken dinner with 20 kills, they can do it.
They can do it.
All right?
Yeah.
It's possible. We saw IND do it.
Yeah.
Reckoning, my boys, you got it.
And it's on Erangel. I mean,
where are they at?
Everybody's definitely comfortable on this map. Reckoning, they're all the way down there somewhere.
You guys got it.
They got
believe.
it. High fives, air fives. So
if there's any map that they can do it on, I think it would be Erangel, to be honest.
Yeah, the most hours played, most likely, from all these players. So we heard real quick from the break, 8-Bit, they just won, right? They're in 16th, 3 points ahead, like we mentioned. They seem pretty calm for only being 3 points out of relegations.
I think it's because they know that they finally have woken up and kind of like, oh, we got a chicken dinner. They're definitely not safe by any means.
Not at all.
But I think they know the standings. The only thing you can do is be confident in yourself, so you might as well go through.
You look at how day one went for them. Would they have expected to actually be qualifying at the moment? Like, this is a big victory for them, switching things over to Ted in-game leading. They could pull it off here, and if they did, that has to give them so much confidence going to the next phase.
I mean, leadership is so important. It's so vital. The moment you change it, you change the entire dynamic of a team. So taking a risk like that, that's got to be really impressive, and props to 8-Bit for doing it in a very, very clutch situation.
I mean, we say that, all right? But they started today in 16th place. They're in 16th place right now, so even with all the changes, they haven't moved anywhere.
They looked better, though.
Well, they won one. So.
Okay, I give you that. They did win one.
That is true, and now we're about to hop into our final game. I'm curious. I want to hear your 2 predictions. I know we haven't done it too much over the course of this initial prelims. Orange Rock, will they make it? Will they survive? Yes or no?
I think Orange Rock will somehow magically pull it through.
I don't.
Okay, well, we got 1 and 1. We're split on the desk. Let's hear what the casters have to say. We head over to them. It's John Allen and Blake.
Absolute chaos into the final game of the play-ins. Orange Rock, their life is on the line. From top seed coming out of the group stages to really being down to it. 8-Bit, 2 kills is all they need, and they are going to knock Orange Rock out of the running. It's so exciting to be down here right at the end. My name's John Allen, with me Blank. We're going to get underway. Erangel is the map, is the arena in which these teams will fight for their place.
It's the old Classico that we're going to end it on here today, ladies and gentlemen. Group B and C match number 12 coming at you before the finals tomorrow. So very, very interesting stuff for us overall. It's a nice, kind playing path. We talked about it before, we talked about it all day. There's a volatile leaderboard right now. Anyone can make it in. We're not just looking at a couple teams that have to work their way into that top 16 bracket. Every single team here potentially has a chance to get in.
It is really all up for grabs right now. Everybody looking to try and get it. Normally coming into this sort of stage of the tournament, we're looking at maybe 2 to 3 teams who could potentially isolate themselves into those border positions. Right now, I think we're looking at about 8 to 10 teams. It's absolutely insane the amount of pressure that is on these guys to try and jump on up. At the moment, we still only have one team confirmed to be going home. There's still 7 places yet to be locked in. Obviously, Orange Rock hugely, hugely at risk. But then you've got to look up the tables. You've got Elementrix as well, who right down on the border, pretty at risk as well. Orb Official will have to worry to boot.
Orange Rock going to be praying and hoping. And this kind of circle is going to add for a bit of chaos into Erangel here.
Oh, this is what we like to see.
Yeah.
Final game, and it looks to be eking towards a military circle.
An absolute stonker we're looking towards here. Very, very excited. You see it on your screen right now. We got Mayhem versus Salty. Obviously, Salty, they need a real cracker of a game right now. We are just here out in school and apps. That's an interesting position. But if we look on the map, we have basically just a massive line of players coming down from Severny to the east side of Ferry Pier. This is so many teams so close together who have to make their way down to farm, so much open area. You can imagine that this one's going to get hairy very, very quickly.
Certainly is. It's hair-raising stuff. As I say, it's all on the line. Qualification for those regional finals and the chance at the shot at the Malaysia Grand Finals for the global stages, playing off against some of the best teams in the world. And with the games that we've been seeing here so far, so many of these teams look like they deserve it. 5 of them will be heading over to Kuala Lumpur later on. The double barrel in hand for Vampire. He seems to have spotted out one of the Salty players, but Vcash gets spotted first, and Mayhem draw the first knock.
It's Cloak, but it's not Dagger. He's running in a car, so he's pretty obvious where he's coming from. Paper bag on the head of Vampire, keeping himself out of the sun.
Trying his best to avoid getting any tan on board at the moment. Sat atop, shouting pull, trying to get some clay pigeons sent out for that double barrel. But I don't think they're responding like he'd like, unfortunately. Blind down on the south, near Milta, duking it out as well. Another team close to the border, Nepali Honi very nearby. Godlike fighting with them.
Yeah, we've had a couple of teams split off right now, like you say, John. SynerGE, Nepali Honi, Godlike, Blind, all in close proximity of one another. SynerGE currently looting Lipovka. And Mega X making their way down over the bridge into Yasnaya, but it looks like they're just going to razz it straight down into position. There's this nice little gap on farm where people know that probably shouldn't go there. Probably quite obvious and people will see us. There's a position where people will be holding later on. But you can imagine the coast is going to get quite crowded.
That is very unfortunate. Sada goes down the only off angle that Salty were playing with right now. As Mayhem try and rattle it on through. A lot of spray coming out. They still have the rooftop to contend with as AJ falls. They are just going to try and flush that one out. Continue to just finish that off as Vcash backs up the stairs, leaving his teammate to the dogs. Running on up, and Salty, it's the end of the line. They're very low. He's going for the adrenaline. 3 players alive for Mayhem. They're backing it up. Cloak sends it up the stairs. This might be the end, but no. They stay alive just a little longer. Blank, they're right up on the roof. Oh, it's like the end of a zombie film. I'm ready and waiting. Is it going to be more Walking Dead? Are they going to survive for multiple seasons, or is it going to be very much a case of done and dusted?
Indeed, John. We'll see what happens here, but right now, the reses are coming through. A lot of times in Walking Dead, there wasn't many reses at all. Most people just died in a very brutal way. We'll see the same happens here within the apartments.
It's Moustache Dave haircut. Might see him strong, though.
That's what you need. You got to channel that powerful energy that Moustache Dave brings to the table.
Oh, he's been spotted. Oh, okay. Vcash able to get away with it. Just about on the res, leaving one on the roof. Nima trying to post on up. They're actually able to get the res over onto the sidelines as AJ is actually still alive. So three of Salty are actually standing. He's gone outside. They won't be going for this flush. Somehow, against all the odds, they've managed to keep so many of their squad alive. And at such a crucial time, AJ is down finally, but oh, he is going to get flushed out. It's unfortunate. Nima falls.
Yeah, Vampire with a shotgun. The Don't Kill Me mask on too. I don't think Salty are going to go for that anytime soon. But like you say, John, 2 still alive now. Vcash, Sadhar. Just waiting away. This fight between Mayhem and Salty has been raging on.
Yeah, the Eastern Bridge on Military Island, huge cluster of players around that area. They're looking to try and cross as soon as they can. At the moment, we're on board with Fnatic on the other side of that bridge on the east. Team Insane looking to try and push their way. All 4 players alive for both of these squads currently.
Team Insane, another team that's in a bit of a scary position. They've not had the best of games so far, and they're looking to make this one a good one. If they can take out Fnatic early, that's going to be extremely strong. Look how split the guys from Fnatic are, but it's Ronak. This could be an excellent grenade. Tossed over the top. Could go for 2.
It's just going to miss.
Jumping out of the way there. Well played to Insane indeed. Ronak throws another, and another is in hand.
Mayhem not quite able to flush out Salty, but they are continuing to put the pressure on. Salty very low, down to 1 player alive. It's Vcash, but still Ronak lobbing out these nades. He knows exactly where they are. And they are just trying to find it on out. Fnatic relatively spread out. Insane pinned into this compound right now.
Dream subbed out for Paratosh. They're playing supportive roles here. See what he can bring to the table. If they were just shy of that chicken dinner. But it looks like it's not him that they're bringing to the table. It's the nade over the top side. Absolutely blowing the legs out from underneath him.
Beautifully cooked, perfectly placed. The next nade not going to find anything. Ronak makes the cross. That might give away the position, though, if Team Insane were looking out for it. They've lost 1 now, down to the off angle. The split from Fnatic coming back to pay them. Waste does fall. The VSS shots able to get a lot done. Another nade over to the corner. They're not there anymore. They're going to be able to get away with it. They continue to put the pressure on. Fnatic not going down without a fight. Only Noise knocked now.
2 down from Insane. Fnatic looking to set himself on the hillside. He's got a DP. Strong long-range weapon, surprisingly.
Oh, Ronak with another nade in over the top. 1 is down. He knows exactly where they are. That nade's in, but not going to find anything. Looks like Ronak wants to send it, wants to go into the side room, looks for the spray. They're very low, but Ronak, no, he's taken down. They should be able to flush that one out and Dream to fall as well. Fnatic, it's all crumbling down, but Team Insane picking up the pieces. 2 kills sent their way.
Extremely greedy from Ronak, you have to admit it. Potentially thought only 1 player was in there, but did not expect the res. I think he saw the pan peeking out from the wall there, but you know what, you can get the information, but it doesn't matter if Insane's got the gun skill to answer with.
Pushing on up. 8-Bit still yet to chime in, of course. That is the team that we're looking at in terms of only needing 2 kills to displace Orange Rock, to put them on the ropes, but Fnatic down to 2 players now, continuing to go for this fight. It's Mayhem, and now it's Reckoning as well. Salty managing to get away. Only 1 player alive. And Vcash sends it down. He's now south of Potato Hill, as you can see. But Mayhem not going to be left to rest as Reckoning do roll on through. Unfortunately for Reckoning, though, I just don't think it's possible that they're going to be able to make it here, Blank.
I don't think so either. Really, this is something that we see time and time again with Mayhem, is they'll try and play off the back foot. They should have left ages ago, but they chased Salty around for so long. Amps provide so much cover to leave as well. As we can see from Vcash, he just goes straight to Potato Hill, and he's going to look for placement points. Maybe he doesn't make it all the way to the end, but if you can try and get to that top 4, get some placement points that way, hit that 8-pointer, that's good enough for him.
And this is the thing as well. At one point, Mayhem had 3 members of Salty Squad down. They didn't push for the kill. They just waited, they healed up a little bit, and they didn't back out. They were going for both things all at once, and it just did not pay off for them. Fnatic escaped with 2 of them, Scout and Oasis. Will they be able to hold it on? They're pretty secure in their placement towards the regional finals at the moment, currently sat in 80 points, so they'll be happy sort of no matter what. They should be okay. Obviously, you don't want to go down this early just to try and double make sure. Of course, that's the way to play. Trying to go forwards, but Cloak falls down near the rock. No teammates really nearby able to go for the res. Here comes the roll on. Everyone's just out for blood. They should be able to pick it up.
0 Degree heads down to the coastal side, picks up the spawns in terms of the vehicles, going to move their way across the river. I think they are actually just swimming. Might need to head over to Sharkfin to try and find some more vehicles over there. But Nepali Hodi, they're also playing on that coastal side. They've hit up those lovely shacks that are just over the top of the hill. Omega X, they're waiting on the side of the hill going up to Radio Tower. It's a great position to be in. and they're playing it nice and safe. But Fnatic, they've moved all the way down the southeast coast. It seems like the smartest thing to do for them. They want to play this one safe, John.
Certainly the way to do it. If you're Fnatic, it's so much more sensible to just try and play for placements, deny points towards the volatile center parts of the table right now. It's going to be very, very difficult to try and push on through. 8-bit still yet to chime in. There are two ways in which they can do it. We talked about how they can get 2 kills, and that's it for Orange Rock. They could also place up in 9th, get 2 points that way. 3 points total in terms of placements is all they need. They would lose the kill tiebreaker at the moment as it stands with Orange Rock, so they do need to outright beat them.
Indeed they do. It's pretty stressful for a lot of these teams right now as we head into Phase 2, coming up on Phase 3 shortly. SynerGE, we talked about how they had a magical run in the final game of group stages, and they've been playing really well so far. One player I've got my eye on is definitely Schreider. This guy's been shredding people left, right, and center. It's great to see, but now we're starting to see players flood down into military base. Fnatic now heading over into Sosnovka military base proper, potentially going to go hole up in C block.
Just trying to sequester themselves amongst the buildings. See what they can get done. Moving on forwards. IND have got a little bit of a post up, and they found Mega X as well in the sidelines. They are going to get a cheeky little knock on over there. They're not going to pursue it, though, at the moment. Mega X very much at risk right now. 58 points, currently sat in 17th position before the start of the game. I think they might have actually had 57 before the start. I think I've added on the extra point already. We'll have to wait and see. But they are very, very close to that elimination zone. Very, very close. So they do not want to be going down and out this early on.
And we know this team is a strong contender, right? We saw it in the group stages. They had a boatload of damage, placing up all the way in the high numbers when it comes to statistics. It's strange we've just not seen them lash out during the play-ins.
It's the same way with Orange Rock, though. I mean, they just have not had the performance that they wanted. And coming in as the top 2, both of them now at risk of elimination.
Indeed, it's pretty stressful for both these guys. Rip Official through the southern side, see there. Crate with an Orb in it would be a really excellent pickup for a team like Blind, who are now coming on their way over.
It's just by the roadside. They might stop and pick that one up. Get a little bit more power on board, a little bit more firepower. All 4 of them still alive, so it would be a really nice little
big boon.
Yeah. Oh, I was going for the same word there.
The big boon.
Big boon.
We'll see if they pick it up. You'd imagine they would. It's like they are just going straight past it, though. I think you have to be worried if you are Blind, to be fair. Coming down this bridge, you are definitely going to be coming into someone. But right now, it's only Anto playing security guard on the other side. As for ID, and Blind just going straight past.
They pay the toll, and it's pretty light this time around. Anto not quite able to get any knocks this time. And they will see themselves safe. But for now, there's still a couple of the Blind players over on the other side. Evos still to cross. Nepali Homni have managed to beach themselves. So have INS, as Vikash still survives, but he's right behind INS. And of course, we'll be running into plenty of teams moving on.
Rip Official still playing this southern side quite safe, really. I like this play from Mega X. They've got Encore just off on the western side, just scouting within the middle of military base. Obviously, around military base, there's a big old fence. And if you prone outside of that, you get a lot of information going into military base as well as outside. Seoul is a team that a lot of fans have their eyes on. A massively popular team. A lot of people describe it as a family here in India. We'll see if they can take the family all the way to the finals and do their fans proud.
Certainly all to play for here. Pride on the line. It's so volatile. It's the word of the day. Everybody looking to try and find anything they can. Every point so impactful as Mega X lose one of their players down on the south side. A huge shift, actually, sending it out east towards Insane over near Observatory as well. Look at them. They're just going to post up. They're going to have such great vision over the entirety of this next zone blank.
Yeah, it's ridiculously good. Not only does it protect them from the north side, but it also gives them that huge amount of vision coming over to the west, where most people assumed, as it would seem, They thought that the circle would end up there. Now they all have to make their way in. Blind's going to be probably the most happy about this. After coming into the circle late, coming down the eastern bridge, and now finding themselves a great position on the roadside where there is so much vision all around them. They do have to be careful of Insane, like we were saying before, on the radio tower, but I think they can find a couple of buildings to post up in. They'll be absolutely fine.
All right, 8-Bit in a fight now. This could be the turning point. This could be where we see Orange Rock potentially meet their doom. A knock did go over onto Ted, however. So they're not starting out in the best of form. Mega X lose another player in the meantime. And everybody's starting to crunch on in. Of course, the fabled fifth circle really not doing super well. Anto trying to beat the air. It's not going to get you any points, I'm afraid. Beat the war drum instead. Send on, get some kills. That's what you want.
Takes a quick shot there with the M24. The M4, sorry. An interesting shot that we do see Kiki die out in the zone.
Oh, no
This is
kills right now.
important. Yeah,
this might
is
be one.
important.
They are not in the zone just yet as well. So Ash has to push down the hill. They've already got the majority of the squad into the zone. So Ash is completely separate right now in the buggy. Did a lot of damage, but he's taking a lot of damage as well from this zone. 3 teams out in the open. IND, 0 Degree, as well as INS, all vying for control of the hillside.
Yeah, if we look at the map right now, on the western side, there is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams all posted up round the side of the circle. And it's terrifying for everyone else trying to make their way in. They know there's a bit of a valley in the middle where the road pushes through. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for these guys making their way in. And Mega X have now moved all the way up to the northern side and now are eliminated in 15.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of their run, I believe. They do not get too much more. 58 points at the start of the game. I don't think they're going to be able to leapfrog. Unfortunately, looks like we're going to be saying goodbye. Mayhem eliminated as well, down to 14 teams. As it is crunch time for so many of these squads. 7 teams still to be confirmed, and now make that 6, because, of course, we know on the borderline it's going to be tricky. 8-Bit still very much in it, but down to their last legs right now. Prince, the only player. The new addition today really needs to come up big for the squad to try and confirm their spot moving on forwards.
Look at Vcash, finally made his way into the circle. This boy has had a good time. I mean, so great in apartments, was evicted rather early, but has made his way all the way down into the circle on the northern side, so congratulations to him. We do got to get 0 Degree on our screen right now.
Oh no, one of the players from Fnatic gets knocked on out. Now only Oace left standing for the squad. Still relatively safe. Teams that aren't safe, however, 0 Degree right now. Not quite into the zone. They have to push out east and see what they can get done. The next zone comes in.
Nasty circle here for a lot of teams. All these teams have worked for an eastern position, and now the circle says, no, back west.
They have to dismount the hill. SynerGE and Insane have to make this rotation. Prince has a difficult job ahead of him. They want to be posting about 5 points to confirm themselves moving forwards into those regional finals. He has to try and stay alive for as long as possible. 9th place, 8th place, 7th place might just do it for them.
He has a long way to push in, though. He has the rocky side of the mountain to play around. But first, he has to wander past Insane. He has to wander past Soul. Riverfisher will also be on the hunt for them, knowing that 8-Bit are coming from this side of the circle. And now Blind, they're the ones who are going to razz it in. Look for a compound position, potentially on the side of this hill. Gatekeep any teams coming in from the southeast. We are seeing 0 Degree on the screen there. Fighting versus INS.
Nepali Honi still with some strength over on the northern side. Another team very, very close to that borderline. All 4 still alive. And a decent shout in controlling a lot of this ground, split up by these roads. So difficult to play. Here comes Prince making the bold rotation that could see them safely, could prove fatal.
Makes his way up. Looks like he has found his way in, but he's going directly into 0 Degree and INS. We'll see if he stops short. But surrounded.
Very, very low. Only Viper left. Regaltos and Clutch God down, but not out just yet. Mortal, however, is eliminated. A lot of teams got to be going down on the southeastern side, Blank.
Nepali Honi, like you were saying before, all 4 players alive. They need, I believe it's 9 points to qualify. So they're in a good position to get that. We are still with 13 teams remaining. There is still 2 positions left where you will only be awarded the 1 point.
So close at the bottom. You can see Mega X currently 1 point, Salty 2, 4 for Mayhem. So they are locked in now in terms of their scoreline. Mayhem should be okay with that one.
He knows.
But he knows their Prince now under fire. 0 Degree. They don't want to try and take this extended fight. It's so close down to the wire as 8-Bit. Oh, he's going to send it. God might just try and look at it. But no, he's going to get away with it. How has he managed to do that? Prince sends it on in. It is so dangerous, but straight into the waiting arms of IND. They might have spotted it out. He's down. 8-Bit not able to make the run. 1 point, and they are super duper at risk right now.
This is very unfortunate for them. Insane also trying to make their way into the circle. Nepali Honi, another team we have to keep eyes on. They've got a great position as a new circle now pops. They can make their way in so easily. It's over on the northwestern side of the circle we just saw. As you can see, just about on the top of your minimap.
8-Bit now need to hope and pray for something more that they can get done. Mega X Nepali Honi probably need to go out right now, otherwise they are just going to rack up the points and overtake them. They've already got 3 kills. They might have just done it now. Don't think 8-Bit can push any further. We'll have to wait until the end of the game for the final standings. But in they go, in for the fight, INS over the top, but the backstab is in. Oace still waiting in the grass for Fnatic.
1v3 here, already taken down 1. He knows where Smoke is coming from. Excellent shot coming from Kratos, though, from IND.
With the nade, finishing it off. Fnatic eliminated now. IND continuing to reign dominant. 8 kills right now. They are unstoppable in the second day here. And they are going to roll on through towards INS. They have 0 Degree at their side, and everybody's looking their way. But will they be phased? No, they will not. INS taking them down, and they're still yet to find any casualties on their own side. Look at these kills rack up. 9 already. It is a bulldozer raining over down on the military island.
And IND, he's going about 50 miles per hour in this bulldozer. He is taking nothing. He is going hard and strong here for his team on IND. Moves down the hill to a rock placement now. IND, though, they have had a great turn of events. And like you said, off that chicken dinner, they just seem to have come into their own right now. And that's exactly what happens. We were talking to ETG Brawlers. They were saying, look, you get some chicken dinners on board, you feel like a completely different team.
Nepali Honi still in the danger zone right now. They need to get a couple more kills. They're not quite out of the woods just yet, but they've got a really strong spot. Close to IND, however, might prove tricky. They rack up another kill. Rack up another kill now as IND on the ropes. 10 kills already. They've done enough. We'll be seeing them again for sure. So do move on forwards. The question is, who is going to join them? It's so tight. It's so close. And everybody down to the final ropes. Look at this. 4 solo players, 3 duos, and it's only Nepali Honi with all 4 remaining standing. IND peppered from the sideline. Slayer low. A sliver of HP. Tucks himself back in. Staying alive for now. Looks to go for the res, but in comes INS. Oh dear. Bishma falls to the play zone. And IND get eliminated as well. The placement points are going to be enough to push Nepali Honi over the top. We'll be seeing them again almost certainly as everybody else now vying for as many points as they can find.
A great game going out from Nepali Honi. This is exactly what Nepal needed, and they will potentially be seen in the finals. This is an excellent score for them.
They've already managed to get, I believe, 8 points off placements, 4 points off kills. It is a really good turn up, but they've been spotted. The M249 catches a leg, but nothing more. He's going to be able to get away, not unscathed, but certainly with his life intact. The next circle favoring the solo player from Reckoning.
Godlike Anto, M4 in hand, looking to drop that 1 bullet, 1 kill onto one of these players from Nepali Honi, potentially even the playing field. Anto goes to the spray. This man's a one-man army so far.
Look at her try and get it. It's 2 players actually for Reckoning. Anto doing so much work on the sidelines. Nepali Honi staying alive throughout it all. And it's Rip Official making this push. They are in the red zone currently, and they need to try and rack up the kills. They have so many kills, and they continue to raid it through. Godlike as well, eliminated in 5th. And now got Rip Official with the chance. 0 Degree chiming in. Nepali Honi on their last legs.
Godlike Anto may have just opened it up for the rest of these teams versus Nepali Honi doing a ridiculous amount of work. Might as well say he's doing overtime for his team.
So much pressure being placed on their shoulders right now. RIP official. They need everything they can find, but it is so difficult with just Tempest alive. They're right on the border. They're trying to push it on through, but in comes the firefight. RIP eliminated down in 4th. Will it be enough? We'll have to wait and see. I've lost track of it. There's so much chaos going on blank right now. But Napoleone continuing to stay alive.
Come on, take the shots
him.
on.
Oh, come on. Goes for it. Is able to confirm, and now it's just down to 2. Reckoning right in the center against all the odds. 6 kills apiece for both of these squads, and it's a 1 versus 2.
Lucky, he has to be OP right now if he wants to make this one happen. A 1v2, definitely doable. But the ability that's provided from the cover that Reckoning has. Lucky, he's in a tough spot. He's in an awkward position. Will he be burned to a crisp?
Around the trunk of the tree, he goes up and he goes down. It's going to be Reckoning to hold it down. And they're going to be able to claim the chicken dinner. But it's all up for grabs. We'll have to wait and see. Napoleone, pretty sure they're going to confirm their place. But for the rest of the squads on the line, it is going to be nerve-wracking until the final scoreboard pops on up.
Look at these boys. They are so happy. What a day we've had today for PUBG Mobile Esports. Incredible scenes. Reckoning making their way down from apartments. They looted up. They had their dinner there, and now they've had a second one in the form of a chicken dinner all the way down in Sosnovka military base. Really well played to them. Out of a hut they made it. They did not need any type of mansion to make this one work.
No, this time around, just the hut, but smiles on plenty of faces, furrowed brows, trying to bust out the calculations and figure out if they've made it or not.
But there is one man that we have to congratulate. Potentially Godlike don't make it into the top 16, the finals, but Godlike Anto, you absolute champion of a player, the Spartan in the Gladiators ring, doing work for his team. What an amazing player here that we saw. Ducking, dodging, and diving behind trees, unleashing the fire. So well played.
I've got a little preview of the scoreboard.
Oh,
I do. I'm not going to spoil it though. I'm going to leave that one for the desk when we head over there.
We will do.
It is.
We'll let them break it down because, you know, those guys are the guys with the brains.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Us, no brains at all.
No brains.
No brains at all.
We do
None
shout,
to speak of.
we do shout, we do play-by-play, we do a little bit of casting here and there.
Oh,
it's
look at
all
that.
good. But this is what we're really here for. It's the players. It's India. It's this scene. It's the setup. It's so amazing. We're so glad to be here.
Fantastic stuff, and Nepal going to be represented as well moving forwards. Fantastically performing. Look at that, Imperium down in the bottom side. I think that is Napoleone that he's shaking hands with. And with a performance like that, no wonder. Fantastically done. Some of the Fnatic members there. There he is.
This is the beautiful thing about the esports that is in India, right? Is that they're all friends at the end of the day. They all know one another. They might be coming into this as enemies within the ring, but they are not enemies outside. They work together, they talk, they are so friendly. It's been lovely to speak to them today as well, and yesterday too. It's been incredible, John. Really enjoyed myself.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I've loved about these last 2 days is the number of teams that have completely turned it on its head. We've spoken about at the start how there's been so much time between the group stages and between these play-ins now, and quite frankly, they have used it to the best of their ability.
It's weird, isn't it? It's been basically like all these teams have been fed repeatedly. They've got the Game Shark on, they've got the 99 rare candies, and they've just been feeding those over to the teams, leveling up one time and time and again. It's crazy to see, John.
Well, they certainly have been evolving, changing, but so has the scoreboards, and we're going to be heading over to the desk for them to break it down. Guys, the final standings are in. What have you got?
Well, before we get to the final standings, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to make you wait a little bit of time, but let's talk about that final match of the prelims, because what a hell of a match it was. And Illustrato, I'm going to let you say it. Who won the game? Who got that chicken dinner?
I just wanted to say, I said this earlier, if there's any chance that RE can do this, it's on this map, and they just pulled out a win out of nowhere in what seemed to be a completely Nepali Honi dominated match. They had 4 men strong. They lost 3 of their members. It ended up in a 2v1, and with nades. Wow, what an upset that we just saw here today.
Yeah, they got the chicken dinner and then the 7 kills on top of that. So they weren't just camping out, they were also fragging out as well. That's exactly what they needed. The question is it enough to get them in that top 16? We'll have to wait and find out. One thing to note though, 8-Bit getting taken down extremely early. They dropped Pachinki, they did an ultra wide rotate all the way down south. Ash was in the blue trying to take some shots at Rip Official. They got stuck up. And then of course we followed Prince. We saw Prince trying to survive, selling it to the middle. Killed in action, unfortunate for 8-Bit. So that kind of opened up things for Rip Official, Insane, Napoli, Ni Hao, and the Reckoning. So, I mean, it's good for those squads.
Well, the question is,
for 8-Bit.
Orange Rock, did they survive? Technically, they didn't get knocked out right away because
By 8-Bit at least.
didn't make it through with 2 kills at a minimum, but we don't know if they made it through to the top 16. I bet they're waiting, hoping, just praying that they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, whatever gods they may have, they're probably like kneeling down right now. The PUBG gods to favor them. It's going to be absolutely incredibly difficult to predict for the simple reason that there are so many teams that just came out of the blue. You could talk about Reckoning. Mega X got eliminated way too early as well.
Yeah.
There's just so many teams that sort of shifted up and down. We have like absolutely, there's no point in predicting it, to be honest.
I mean, we're going to find out. I mean, Rip Official, they got 7 kills that game. Insane, I believe they were around 5 kills that game. Napoli Ho Ni around 5 as well. So these kills are definitely going to help them with the placements. Here we go. Let's check out the game standings here. Reckoning. I still can't believe they got the final chicken dinner here.
Hey, I can believe. Oh, Shada can believe.
You
Why
guys
can't you
can
believe?
I can't believe. I didn't say they were going to win this game. So I mean, hey, this is all you.
We did say though that if they would qualify, they needed to get like a chicken dinner and like I don't know, 10, 15 kills,
like 20
kills, something
yeah.
like that. I don't know if this is enough. That's a lot of points. They got 26 points, but it's not crazy. It's not like 40 points.
Yeah.
And IND again, 10 kills. They came out the gate swinging as well. Like the thing is, they got most of those kills relatively early on in the game. They died a little bit early on as well. I mean, obviously finished with only 5 placement points.
Yeah.
But they put up a phenomenal performance, I should say, over the course of today.
Yeah, I mean, they knew they were qualifying, especially after the last 2 games they had. So placement points, who needs them? Let's just come out here and frag out, and that's exactly what they did. This is what we were talking about. Rip Official, they were underneath 8-Bit on leaderboards coming into this game. They got 15 points this game. That might overtake 8-Bit alone.
Yeah. And Nepali Honi, they were in a very, very strange position. I think they were like 17th as well at some point.
Yeah, all these teams right in that spot, right in that pack.
Exactly. And with this current situation, do you think that they qualified?
I mean, Mega X, I mean, 1 point. 8-Bit, 1 point.
Yeah.
Soul, I mean, we're going to have to pay attention to that one. They only got 3 points there, and I think they were like in 15th coming into this game, so they might even be eliminated.
And SynerGE as well, they only got 5, and they were also on the cusp. If I'm not mistaken, they were at about 16 team number. They were 15, I think, or 16.
Oh my goodness,
so
Soul's out.
It's all up in the air. It's all up in the air.
I really don't know. I mean, that last game
guys,
was just...
You know what it's time for?
Leaderboard!
No, not yet. It's
wave.
time to keep talking about that game, and of course, all the matches we had over the course of these 2 days, because this leads us into the finals. We have to talk about the highs and lows. ETG Brawlers pulling off, was it 4 chicken dinners out of their 8 games played total, and in 2 of them, they just rushed things really aggressive in the beginning, so they weren't even trying for that. This is the team that every team out there has to look forward to taking down to take home the trophy.
You know, ETG Brawlers, I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to just flip the script, change everything about what they've been doing, because everybody's now looking at them. Everybody's looking at ETG Brawlers. How do we take these guys down? Because they've proven time and time again that they are the team to beat at the moment.
You say the Brawlers. Yep. I'm going to go with IND, though. I mean, after today's performance, yes, the placement points were kind of iffy, but they were coming out here. They were fragging out. They were making the comeback. So going into tomorrow, IND, Brawlers, that's going to be a matchup to follow.
I don't think you can count Fnatic out either. I think they were maybe taking it a little bit easy considering they knew they were basically qualified through for the first day of matches. I think there's technically a lot of teams out there, godlike as well. They came into this day, they told you before we started, Mustache Dave, like, hey, we're hunting for kills. We're hunting for frags.
See, that's the thing. As we go later on into the day, teams that are a little bit more relaxed because of the fact that they know that they're in, talk about Brawlers, talk about Fnatic, they know they're in. Now it's probably like other teams' time to shine. That's when we see teams like Nepali Honi come in, Team IND, and I think that's what we're seeing here, actually.
Well, also keep in mind, 8 games played for each of these teams, right? In the finals, you play 18. you play 3 times, no, not even 3 times, like 2 times more games, if I can do my math correct. I swear it's very difficult to do. But you have to play a lot more matches, so not only do you have to take home more chicken dinners, you have to play very consistent and have to keep in mind that teams are adapting to how you're playing over each day.
That is where I believe sort of experience in having a veteran IGL really starts to come in. You have a good if you have a good coach, if you have a good support from your IGL, that's when you can go for those long haul tournaments, those 18 games. Because if you're sort of a new squad and you've just found some luck, maybe sort of like Reckoning just now, I'll have to admit it, just finding a little bit of that
Hey, we had you guys. Well, some of us had you.
Yeah.
To win. Good job, guys. That's all right to throw you out there.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean
Okay.
they were just passing by and you were talking about them.
So, as we were saying, Reckoning, they just actually passed behind us. Some teams might be able to get that, but it's going to be really the veteran teams that really shine, I think, in the overall upcoming days.
Okay, guys.
What's up?
Dude, you have something important to say.
Leaderboard!
Not yet. What we're going to look
Are
at
you
is the top 5 plays from the last match to see, or sorry, top 5 players from the last match to see who was leading the way and paving the way. And Kratos, 5 kills for him, going to have the most in the last match.
Kratos,
Wow,
he
1k
is,
damage.
1k damage.
Same
And
with
not very
Tempest.
far away from Tempest, who actually got 10-14.
They were on fire this previous game. I mean, 4 kills, it's okay, but I mean, they were putting up the numbers. Then, of course, we see one of the players from the Reckoning, Anto once again from Godlike. So, some pretty familiar faces that we're getting used to seeing here on the top kill
We should
leaderboard.
probably actually talk about Anto a little bit. He
Okay.
was actually crazy in these upcoming games. The amount of game sense and intelligence that he was bringing to those team fights, getting those isolation kills, they were actually phenomenal, boosting godlike status, getting those kills. Despite the fact that he only got 3, he did so much with that damage.
Just don't give Anto a sniper rifle. Stay with the M4.
Okay, Mustache Dave.
Leaderboard!
It's time for the leaderboards. Let's take a look at the top 8 teams who are moving forward into tomorrow, into the finals, to fight for their chance to make it through into the globals. And let's see your top 8 teams. ETG Brawlers, IND in there, Godlike in there, Fnatic, the Polyhony able to make it through in 5th place, 0 Degree, Mayhem, and INS.
Yeah, this no surprise for the top 4, I'd say. Nepali Honi is kind of really what surprises me. 0 Degree falling a little bit lower, but making a comeback. Mayhem as well. With that aggressive playstyle, they're so exciting to watch. And INS, my boys, I told you, these guys will come out strong later on.
Let me lay something on you real quick. Nepali Honi started today in 20th position, 19 total points with only 9 kills. They're at 50 points with 26 kills. What a day from the squad. Same thing with INS. They started in 19th position, 20 points, only 8 kills. I mean, both of those teams definitely deserve the spot they have today because they came in here and they took today and they made it theirs.
I'm so nervous, to be honest, for the upcoming graphic that we're
yeah,
about
Orange
to see.
Rock, I
Like,
forgot
am.
about that.
Well, guys.
Exactly.
Guys, we're actually going to do that tomorrow. The bottom 8 teams. No, we're actually looking at this right now. The bottom 8 teams, the 8 to move through, joining the top 8. They're there on your screen. Soul barely making by in 15th place. Rip Official getting through at 63. But there's one team in there in particular we're looking at that didn't make it.
Yeah, heartbreaking. Orange Rock not pulling it through. It came down to, I would say, like a fraction of, chance. I'd say a chance.
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious, did they not qualify by 1-2 points? I mean, that's all it's going to come
we're
down
gonna
to.
look at it in a second. But let's
so,
give
though,
some,
so close.
Yeah, let's give some props to other teams. NC making it through. Megastars, Trusted Process. The team you had is like a dark horse. Mustache Dave, SynerGE, Orb Official, Elementrix, who had a phenomenal couple of games today. Soul and Rip Official. But let's see, like you were just asking.
Yeah.
17th place. How many points behind was it? 63 was the bottom of the table for Rip Official. And I'm kind of hoping it's a large gap. Because if it's that close, you can narrow it down to like that one mistake, that one kill you didn't get.
It's got to be heartbreaking if that ever happens. I mean, it's going to come down to the wire, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, it came down to like 2-3 points to really tell the story. But let's find out now exactly.
Oh my goodness, it was tied, so it came down to kills.
That's gotta
So
hurt.
one more kill would have kept them up here.
8-bit at 62
8-bit,
as well.
yep, 8-bit also again, the boot.
That last game, they lost 3 players so early. They could have held on and potentially pulled it off, maybe just survive a little bit longer.
So we were saying before this game, it's either 8-bit or Orange Rock making it through.
Neither.
Neither, exactly. Neither made it through. Mega X, that last game, they dropped Severny all the way in the north. Very risky play, especially with the military-based circle. They transitioned all the way down there, got picked apart. Insane, Blind. Reckoning, they did move up with that chicken dinner. They were in 24th coming into the game. SynerGE Retribution, and then the Salty Squad, the Brotherhood, and the last.
Just want to give props to Reckoning going out with a bang, though. I mean, they were dead last for most of this, and to come out with a chicken dinner, pull something through, you know, win some pride. I think it's noble. I think it's very honorable.
All right, well, gentlemen, I think it's time to finally hear from the boys we've been talking about. Imperium got to talk to them a little bit earlier on, but let's go down and talk to Nepali Honi on the stage as they have qualified through into the finals.
I am right here with Nepali Honi, who before this last game were at, I think, number 20, 18, and now they are at number 5. Guys, how do you feel? You didn't even get chicken dinner, you just made it through.
Maybe we would have got chicken dinner, but we are suffering due to ammo. If only we had total are all 4 guys ammo, it will be maybe 40.
But what happened? Why did you not have enough ammo? Did you not collect enough, or did you just run out of it? What was the scene?
We didn't loot any thing. We just focus on rotation because every time we used to suffer in the rotation. Yesterday also, all 4 games we suffered in rotation. So this time we thought we'll just do rotation and we'll face whatever thing we get.
What was your mental psyche like before this game? Did you think that, okay, let's just go all out because anyways, if you're going out, might as well go out with a bang? Or were you like, no, we still got a chance, we still got to play? Had you given up, or was it like just luck? What was it like?
It was like, ab nahi karenge to kab karenge. It was the last game. So we thought, anyway, we need to get. I was also saying previously that today I don't want to go home. Today I didn't want to go home. I want to go to finals. I want to win finals. Not only go to finals, I want to win finals. Because we were crying just to get top 16. Now we are in top 5. Because this proves that we can do it. We can do it. So we will be hoping a great finals.
So you basically manifested a version of reality that you wanted to see. And that just goes on to say that without a single chicken dinner, in any of these 2 days of games, you guys are in the top 5. So I'm going to congratulate you guys. Guys, make some noise for yourself. Congratulations to making it in the top 5. Yeah, I'm going to send it over to the analyst desk to get a roundup of what happened today. See you later.
And a round of applause, too, for them as well. Qualifying through, as you mentioned, bottom of the table, basically, at the start of the day, coming up big when it mattered. But, guys, that's going to end our prelims here. We're going to give some final thoughts before we head into, well, a little bit of night of prep for tomorrow, because the finals, well, you don't get much time to relax. It's kicking off tomorrow.
Yeah, so I guess for final thoughts, all I got to say is expect the unexpected. We have no idea who is going to come out on top in these upcoming days. It's a long 18 games and just expect nothing.
Brawlers, IND, keep an eye out on those squads. We do have 3 days. Days. So I am going to suspect seesawing up and down until the very final day, kind of similar to today, how it came down to the last game to see who qualifies. I think we're going to see the same thing when it comes to top 5 on day number 3. Besides that, gentlemen, we look good. It was nice working with you. I'll be here tomorrow with you.
I was going to say, it was nice. I mean, we still have 3 more days
to
go.
Well, I'm replacing you guys.
That's all he can take. Just 2 days.
You're going to do all the
2
roles
days.
at
I'm
once.
gone. See you later.
But the thing is, not only are the teams coming back here to play in the JHADAV Hall, you guys can come as well. It's free entry. Just come on down. Come watch us live here in the stadium and root on your favorite teams. But for myself, for production, for our commentators we had both in English and Hindi, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Or we're not. We're going to keep going.
Give each other.
Oh, okay.
from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Light Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you, other than the normal zombies. A mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows you a payment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
You from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
कौस्तुभ पारिजातक सुरा धन्वन्तरी चंद्रमा गाव काम दुधा सुरेश्वर जो रंभा
India has a lot of variety. The color, it's about the tradition, the religion. It's just the perspective that gonna matters a lot. They are right in their own sense. Might be wrong to someone, but might be right to someone. I'm just basically a typical boy trying to live up on his dreams, trying to do something on his own.
I can set an example for this. They love me playing for India. I felt really proud that I was representing India.
I'm an esports player. And every esports player has that hunger to win. For us, the main goal is to become the best, nothing else.
I think it's the right time for esports to take off in India. PUBG Mobile has now come into India and taken over. The accessibility for mobile devices is so strong and so easily available to the general public. Once PUBG came out with their mobile version, it took India by surprise.
Started my journey playing PUBG Mobile, and I would always love India to be at the top.
The do's and don'ts of PUBG or something like that, I don't know. I still don't understand what he's doing. But that was fantastic.
This short clip will help you to understand how to aim properly and control recoil.
Twitter, I ain't touring, I am anti-com message board kid did everything that I say I did. Don't believe me.
It's gonna be your main man. It's gonna be Scout, and it has to be. Drop it down off bridge. The components on this player.
I need to get that world level trophy out there. So being a new team, we got picked by one of the biggest organizations out there, that's Team Fnatic. And for us to prove ourselves, to prove our followers, to prove our fans, and to keep that name high.
Yeah, my teammates would say that I'm the mistake maker, I guess, but I'm also the playmaker. I love to walk on the tightrope.
Cold shower, that's true power. Let me catch my breath, let me snatch what's next.
Here comes the push right now. He does go down just down there.
And the headshot will finish him off. Soul back.
1 versus 3. 1 versus 4, actually. Oh!
Massive. Excellent play. Oh. He's taking currently no damage. Amavi moving forward. He does not make it.
I just wanna read to you, baby, holding up your hand, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby.
When you practice hard, when you give your best and you lose, that's okay. And everyone can see that, especially the coach can see that these guys gave it all and lost. But if they don't give it all and they lose and they come up with some stupid excuse, I can figure it out. That is my job. Yeah, these guys, they got a very big opportunity. There are so many people who are dying for this chance.
Every third person in India plays PUBG, I'm pretty sure about that. From a kid to an adult in an office, they play PUBG for sure.
The first PMCO that happened in India, 11,000 or 12,000 teams applied for that tournament. This is the trophy that every team tries for, getting the hands on the PMCO World Championship. It's really tough to survive that competition.
Being able to be called the champion in this is kind of like the milestone.
This year's PMCO, the points has been changed. So before it was like one team keeps winning, they get a huge lead, which is unbeatable. But now you can't get the huge lead if you don't have the kills. So if a team keeps on killing a lot of people, they're gonna get a huge lead. But if just a team wins with less kills and other teams starts killing more, the win doesn't matter because you need to have the skill to kill. If you don't have the skill, you cannot kill.
Viper tries to move out. Existence will just finish that one.
So from this new rule change, 3 to 4 teams are gonna benefit. One is Orange Rock Esports because they are damn aggressive.
Right now, the best team in India is OR, being one of the highest skill set players and the amount of coordination and synergy they have among themselves.
The other one is Team X. They've got 2 or 3 of the best assaulters out there in their team.
They have one of the best players India has produced, Scout.
Vcash just over the hill here, and Scout is looking for.
Plus always.
2 players behind the rock, 1 goes down.
Then they have Ronak.
Comes around the corner. Sees 1, takes down 1, there's just 1 left, sees him in the grass and will finish it.
Apart from that, there's another team which is Team 8-Bit because they go for kills.
14 kills for Team 8-Bit.
Mega.
Here comes the massive push. There's absolutely no way he's getting away with that one.
MX.
Really bringing the swagger at the end of the game.
Entity.
These shots from Entity, that will be the whole team wide.
These are the really big and good teams this year. They're like way too good at the game.
I'm Team Soul all the way. They're my guys. My money's on them. Let's see how they do.
Team Soul, 2 new players added into the team. Definitely they have Mortal, one of the most fan favorite guy.
Guess.
Oh, Model just standing his ground right now.
And he got his back by Viper.
Viper gets the knock and it's going to be Carnage who's having Carnage spread around. It's going to be open.
So we are going to work on being a much more aggressive team. We are still working on that actually.
After that also we were having pressure to win, but like the fan expectations, the family expectations, that like they wanted us to represent India at that level. We reached that level, but now the pressure is to win it. My dad's name is Gajanan Sharda. My dad never knew about PUBG. He had no idea what kind of a game it is, but every tournament I'm playing, every game I'm playing, he's watching me. That makes me really happy that even though I didn't say him anything, I didn't teach him anything about the game, he knows so much about the games. He was born in Uttar Pradesh. Just after 1 year of getting married, he came to Surat to have something on his own. My father is a local packing material manufacturer and he's been doing this work for the past 20 years.
भाई 1 मिनट बैठ जाओ अंदर पहले.
पानी ले रहे हैं.
एक्चुअली मशीन तो सब इंडिया ही की बनी हुई है. और इसको ग्लोटिंग मशीन भी बोलते हैं। और इसके अंदर एक बार में कम से कम 100 से 125 किलो मटेरियल वन टाइम में चला जाता है।
अरे बापू को माल नहीं ले गए?
अमेरिका से, यूरोपियन कंट्री से ही ये रॉ मटेरियल आता है। और इसको फिर चारों तरफ से कट करना पड़ता है, आधा आधा इंची, पौन पौन इंची, जैसा वेस्टेज निकाल लो उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। उसकी साइजें बनाते हैं, उसको बिछाते हैं, माल में सल होता है वो निकालना पड़ता है।
I used to hate to go to that place. I used to hate to go to the place whenever my mom used to say, you are free at home, just go visit your dad, help him in his work. I was like, okay, I'll just go to my friend's house.
वो अपनी दुनिया में बिजी था।
दुनिया इनकी पबजी थी।
खेलता जरूर था लेकिन दिमाग में ये रहता था इससे अपना कुछ मिलना तो है नहीं।
ऐसा कुछ माइंड में था ही नहीं कि हमको इसमें कुछ इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाएगा।
इसलिए उसको ऐसा लगता था काम तो करना ही,
काम करना ही करो। एक्चुअल में क्या है कि काफ़ी टाइम तक तो ये इतना बीमारी की वजह से ही हम मतलब उसको शुरू के काफ़ी टाइम तक तो बीमारी की वजह से इसके लिए परेशान रहते थे।
मेन क्या है जो इसके प्रॉब्लम थी ना वो डॉक्टर पता नहीं कर पाए।
और उसको 2.5 साल तक कंटिन्यू हमने यूपी का कोई डॉक्टर नहीं छोड़ा था। मेरे एक फ्रेंड ने मेरे को जो चाइल्ड स्पेशलिस्ट के अंदर जो एशिया के टॉपर में से गोपाल के लिए हमने, मेरे को याद है कि हम लोग 10 से 15 दिन रहे थे दिल्ली के अंदर। और दिल्ली हमारे लिए अलग शहर था तो हमको वहाँ पे बाहर गार्डन के नीचे जो है वो पेपर डाल करके सोना पड़ता था।
क्योंकि वहाँ हॉस्पिटल में केवल जो बच्चा बीमार है उसकी मम्मी ही रह सकती।
जिस समय वो दिखाया था तो उसकी हाथ जो है वो इतने इतने से थे और उसके अंदर से जो सिरिंज में ब्लड निकलवाना था तो उसके लिए मैंने और 1.25 घंटे तक वो सिरिंज को यूँ ये हाथ को दबाते थे तब तक वो सिरिंज में ब्लड नहीं आ पाया। ये पोजीशन थी इतनी क्रिटिकल। तो बचपन की कुछ ऐसी यादें बीमारी के अंदर ही रही बस।
When I was a kid, I used to dream like I want to play soccer for my country, like being in the Indian national team. I have a rule in my life. If you like something, just go achieve it.
उसने क्या किया, स्टेयर पे चढ़ के छत पे जाके वहां से नीचे जंप करके भाग गया था। तो वो किसके लिए गया था, उसको फुटबॉल प्रैक्टिस करना था इवनिंग में और उसको मैं जाने नहीं दे रही थी। तो मैं सोई थी तो मुझे बिना बोले वो छुप के ऊपर से कूद के चला गया था। फिर तो मैं इतनी परेशान हो गई, मैंने उसके फादर को फ़ोन किया है, तन्मय कहाँ चला गया। फिर मैं दरवाज़ा खोल कर जाके वॉचमैन को पूछा, यहाँ मेरा बेटा गया क्या? तो वो बोला हाँ वो तो गया अभी। फिर मैं बोली कैसे गया, फिर वो इतना टफ है, टेरेस से नीचे कूदना आसान नहीं है। उसके फादर एक्चुअली उसके पापा उसको बहुत प्यार करते हैं तो वो तो उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, बट कभी कभी बोलते क्या कर रहा, अभी उसको बिजनेस में आना चाहिए।
I have a thing in me, like I don't like anything, spoon fed to me. I like to make my own stuff. So later, no one can tell me like, okay, dude, you did it on because your dad gave it to you. No, I did it on my own.
मेरे फ्रेंड्स में क्या बोले सब कि इंडिया में फुटबॉल का इतना प्रायोरिटी नहीं है, क्या वो फुटबॉल खेल क्या क्रिकेट खेलता तो ये होता।
Among all the sports, football was my heart though. Basically, football was my life completely at that moment. I played professionally. I went to national level. I was in Kolkata for a professional Division 1 team tryouts. It's just one-time chance, man. You need to prove there.
वो इतना अच्छा खेलता था तो मैं उसकी कोच को पूछती थी, बोलते नहीं उस फुटबॉल में भी वो कैरियर बहुत अच्छा। तो उसका जर्मन तो पहले सपना था फुटबॉल प्लेयर, तो और उसको जाना था बर्लिन, तो मैं बहुत खुश थी। उसके लिए जब नहीं जा पाया तो मुझे बहुत दुखी हुई और कुछ नहीं।
So during the tryouts, I tore my hamstring. The second I knew that my hamstring's gone, the first thought in my head came was that, okay, what's the next time I'm going to start walking, or when is the next time I'm going to start playing? The doctor says me, dude, you need to stay in the bed for at least 6 months. And then I was like, okay, my dream's dead here.
Today is a Shraddh day, so जो भी मेरे पूर्वज लोग चले गए हैं अब इस संसार में नहीं है, तो उनको जो जो चीज़ें पसंद थी तो मैंने आज वो नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी वो हमारे हाथ का खाएंगे तो उनको अच्छा लगेगा.
My dad had passed away when I was just 4 years old. So a single parent raising up 2 boys in Mumbai is not actually easy. I believe that because sitting here, I know the amount of hardship she had to go through to raise us up.
My husband loves lady's finger. He loves this cauliflower. I mean, आज हम और नमन, हम लोग जो भी हैं, आज उन लोगों के आशीर्वाद से हैं. आज वो लोग कोई भी नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी यादें और उनकी रिमेम्बरेंस हमारे माइंड में है और उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स हम लोग के ऊपर है.
We were short on finances. The major source of income at our home was my mom cooking food for probably bachelors and people, around. That's the only way my mom used to pay the bills, pay my education fee and everything. Yeah, that's how we survived. It actually cannot be expressed in words. That's all I can say. I mean, words cannot describe how I feel about my mom.
All going towards the center. सब लोग ऊपर जा रहे हैं.
My mom was very nervous when I first started this thing. There was a time when I was playing, she used to, shout at me and she used to yell at me and say, go back and study or, go back and sleep. But then now things are different. Now she's like, why are you wasting time sleeping? You should get back on streaming.
With how many kills? I'm mortal small.
Life goes on and you need to move on. And no matter how bad the scenario is, you need to go ahead in life too. I didn't have to find my new dream because I already had a passion of gaming. But it was me thinking that this passion can be a career. So I took my passion to a career. Now I am here with PUBG Mobile.
और इंडिया में कैसे है, हमारे पेरेंट्स एक्चुअली उनकी थिंकिंग कैसी है, बच्चे के रियली कुछ इंजीनियर, डॉक्टर, ये कुछ बनना चाहिए. बिफोर 10 years एक्चुअली ई स्पोर्ट्स क्या है किसी को पता ही नहीं था रियली. तो उसके फादर बोलते तुम क्या कर रहे हो, काम पे ध्यान नहीं तुम्हारा. मेरा बच्चा का ये मैच चल रहा है तो मैं मैच देख रहा हूँ. तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, स्पेशली तन्मय को देखना मुझे बहुत, मतलब स्काउट को देखना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
हमको तो इसी चीज का बस ये है कि बचपन में इतना वो होने के बावजूद भी आज ये इस लेवल पे इसने मुकाम हासिल किया.
When I got the offer to become a pro player from Orange Rock, took some advice from our friends, from our family, and they were like quite supportive in this thing. So they just said, it's about your dream. You always wanted to live this dream, so you're getting the opportunity. Don't miss it.
अभी बच्चों को अगर गेमिंग हो, आजकल हर इंसान को कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही पड़ता है लाइफ में. वो अगर इस माध्यम से आगे निकल गया तो हम लोगों को बहुत गर्व की बात. हम तो देखा को शाम को इनको चिकन का डिनर देंगे. हमको रियली नहीं मालूम चिकन डिनर होता है क्या.
Hello, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Full Split.
The process to qualify for a finals is so grueling. When we formed Orange Rock, the guys never played together, so we set up a boot camp in Hyderabad for them to learn to be a team.
We formed Orange Rock to win all the big events. The players on this team should be aiming for the best in the world.
Body, don't be scared, just move that
to three as well.
They know exactly where Retribution are.
Almost there. Cover देना मैं knock नहीं होना चाहिए गाड़ी से उतर दूँगा.
Luckily, Orange Rock still have a really good position on this top side. What an extra Molotov. Makes all the rats scurry around. MJ goes down.
22 kills going over to Orange Rock. A huge pickup for them.
I did not know I would come back, but then there were, many factors. For example, there were so many teams in India now who have become very good at it. So it's going to be good challenging them now.
Mortal looking to try and shimmy his way in as well as the circle down in its soul versus Orange Rock. They know exactly where he is. He knows exactly where they are, though. He goes up wide.
Nice shot. The back is against three. Here comes the push right now. He does go down just standing in the rock. And the headshot will finish him off.
We are adjusting and learning on to taking more kills and being more aggressive so that, by the time we get that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure we're going to get around 10 to 15 kills.
Everybody said it's what they want. Got my feelings all in a knot. Don't you worry, dust the table off. Put the record on. You can come along with me.
Being a competitive player, if you're not confident, you can't survive the scene. We are not scared of anyone. If you're gonna be scared of anyone, you have to be scared of everyone.
Having a big name behind us, that's Team Fnatic. We are not nervous about anything. We are really happy that we have a really good competition out there.
It's a nice sports car, though. Love it.
This is a beautiful car. The question is, can the play be beautiful as well?
So my team right now, we are 5 members, and I know these guys have the talent. They have the caliber to win the tournament. They have the skills.
Ronak's so low.
Too strong.
Even so, Scout's having none of it. He wants to get the full team win.
Coming to a close, Team Xbox now, the arbiters of death.
If we get to hold the trophy at an international level, that would actually feel amazing.
I'm enjoying the moment, and I don't want to wake up from this dream.
So it's been a very big roller coaster for me, and it's still going on. I'm a professional PUBG Mobile esports player.